Are you ready for an amazing 5-hour marathon of curiosities? Before we start, like the video, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss a single fact again. Let's begin right now. Professional ice cream tasters use spoons coated in 24-karat gold. This is done because gold is a completely inert material that has no taste and does not release metallic particles, allowing the expert to perceive the exact flavor of the product without any interference from the utensil. Concrete does not harden because water evaporates. It is exactly the opposite. Water reacts chemically with cement-forming crystals that interlock. In fact, it can harden perfectly underwater, which is why structures must be cured by adding water for days. The spirit bear of Canada is a subspecies of black bear, where 1 in 10 is born with pure white fur due to a recessive gene. They are not polar bears or albinos. Being white, salmon do not see a dark shadow over the water, and these bears fish much more effectively than their black counterparts. In Massachusetts, United States, there is a town called Sandwich, and official vehicles like police cars and fire trucks are labeled with that word. This coincidence creates a funny scene where it looks like the vehicles are advertising the famous food. It is definitely a place where tradition and humor meet. In Melbourne, Australia, hundreds of people gather for a cardboard battle using armor and weapons made from recycled cardboard. They face off in teams with minimal contact rules, and the goal is to have fun while encouraging creativity. The event promotes recycling and reuse of materials in a clever way. When observing salt under a microscope, it is revealed that its crystals have a perfect cubic shape with right angles and flat faces. This geometric pattern results from how sodium and chlorine ions arrange themselves in nature. It is fascinating how something so common hides a beauty only revealed through science. The Moomin Cafe in Japan accompanies solo diners with giant plush toys at their table, so they do not feel isolated. Customers can hug or take photos with these silent companions. The idea has been so successful that it has spread to other places in the country. The spots of the reticulated giraffe are a biological air conditioning system. Under each spot, there is a large ring of blood vessels. When it is hot, it pumps warm blood to the center of the spot, so heat escapes into the outside air, cooling its entire body. In Athens, the construction of the subway was delayed for decades because every time they dug a tunnel, they found an ancient city underneath. Today, some stations are literally underground museums where glass walls show the archaeological layers that workers had to avoid. Dolphins are born tail first so they do not drown. If they came out head first, they would try to breathe while still inside the mother. By coming out tail first, the blowhole is the last part to emerge, giving the newborn time to swim to the surface and take its first breath. Flipping a coin is not really 50-50. Mathematician Percy Diaconis showed that it has a 51% chance of landing on the same side that was facing up before being tossed, due to the physics of its spin in the air. An elephant trunk contains around 40,000 individual muscles, while the entire human body only has about 600. It is strong enough to tear thick branches but also sensitive enough to pick up a single blade of grass without damaging it. Air fryers do not fry anything at all. They are small convection ovens with a heating element and a powerful fan that blasts hot air at high speed in a confined space. This quickly crisps the outside of food, simulating the crunch of oil without using a single drop. Baby lions do not know how to roar and meow like domestic kittens. The larynx and hyoid bone of a cub are not developed until they reach about 2 years old. Until then, they literally sound like a house cat asking for food with meows and purring. In space, 2 pieces of metal weld themselves together when they touch. This is called cold welding. On Earth, oxygen creates an oxidation layer that separates them. But in a vacuum, the atoms of one piece do not know they belong to another, and they bond instantly. Astronauts coat their tools with protective layers. Tires are black only because of added carbon. Natural rubber is milky white. Carbon black makes it exponentially more resistant to wear heat and ultraviolet rays. Without it, tires would last only a few dozen miles before disintegrating. The cordyceps fungus takes control of the nervous system of ants. It forces them to leave their colony, climb a high leaf, and bite it with supernatural strength right before dying. The fungus sprouts from the insect's head to spread its spores from above. Solar panels hate extreme heat. Excessive heat overexcites the electrons in silicon-degrading efficiency. The perfect climate for a panel is not the Sahara Desert, but a sunny, yet freezing cold day like in the Swiss Alps. The Three Gorges Dam in China altered the rotation of the Earth. Moving 42 billion tons of water changed the planet's moment of inertia, making it spin more slowly and lengthening each day by 0.06 microseconds. It is the only human-made object that has affected the Earth's rotation. Airplane windows are round because early airplanes had square windows and pressure built up in the corners, cracking the metal. A circular shape distributes pressure evenly across the frame, allowing the structure to expand and contract without breaking. Shopping carts have unstable front wheels on purpose. If they were perfect, you would go too fast. By wobbling and drifting, they force you to move slower, giving you more time to look at shelves and make impulse purchases. It is distraction engineering. The mantis shrimp has 16 types of color receptors in its eyes, while humans only have 3. It can see polarized light and ultraviolet spectra that our brain is physically incapable of processing. It lives in a world of colors that simply does not exist for us. Parrots give names to their chicks using a unique vocal signature. When a chick is born, the parents assign it a specific sound that works as a proper name. The chick memorizes it, and when it grows up, it uses it to introduce itself to other parrots, as if saying its name. Kansai Airport in Japan is sinking because its artificial island compresses the seabed faster than expected. Engineers use giant hydraulic jacks in the foundations to raise the building inch by inch, while the ground gives way beneath it. Shampoo foam has no real cleaning properties. Sodium lauryl sulfate is added purely for consumer psychology. People associate foam with cleanliness. Without foam, we do not feel clean even though the product washes exactly the same. Embassies of major powers are giant Faraday cages. Important rooms are inside copper and steel boxes that block any signal. If you walk in with a phone, you go from full signal to 0 in a second. White mushrooms, cremini and portobello, are exactly the same fungus, Agaricus bisporus. The white one is young, the cremini is adolescent, and the portobello is mature. They are sold at different prices as if they were different species, but it is pure marketing. The honey badger has skin so thick and loose that if a leopard grabs it by the neck, it can twist inside its own skin to turn around and bite the predator's face. Its secret is not strength, but that loose skin armor. Your tattoos are a graveyard of immune cells. Macrophages attack the ink as if it were an infection. They swallow it, but cannot dissolve it. They die frozen there. What you see is a wall of millions of dead cells with ink trapped inside. Each foot has 26 bones together. They add up to 52. Your body has 206 bones in total, so 25% of your skeleton is in your feet. You need that complexity to walk, run, and absorb the impact of every step. Airplane black boxes are bright orange, so they can be seen among debris or on the ocean floor. They are called black because of a tradition from the 1950s when electronic instruments were kept in dark boxes. Today, they are the brightest object on the plane. The gastrocolic reflex sends you to the bathroom after a feast, but it is not the food you just ate. When the stomach suddenly expands, it sends an electrical signal to the large intestine, telling it to empty storage, triggering contractions in older waste. Table salt has an expiration date on the package, but the salt itself has been on Earth for millions of years without spoiling. The date is due to the plastic packaging, degrading, or additives like iodine, losing potency over time. The Australian lyrebird has the most complex vocal system in the world. In captivity or near urban areas, it imitates car alarms, cameras, and chainsaws. Its vocal organ is so flexible, it replicates industrial, mechanical sounds with frightening accuracy. Your heart can beat outside the body because it has its own independent electrical system, the sinoatrial node. If a surgeon removes it from the chest, it will keep beating on the operating table as long as it has access to oxygen. Pistachios can spontaneously ignite. They have high fat content and low water content. In large quantities and poorly ventilated containers, they can self-heat and enter spontaneous combustion. Maritime transport of pistachios has strict fire regulations. In Mozambique, during the Civil War from 1977 to 1992, 90% of elephants were killed for their ivory. Females without tusks, due to a genetic mutation, were the only survivors. Today, almost 50% of calves are born without tusks. The giant Pacific octopus has 3 hearts, 9 brains, and blue blood because it uses copper instead of iron. With no bones, it can compress its massive body of 70 kilograms to slip through any hole that fits its beak the size of a coin. Green, yellow, orange, and red bell peppers at the supermarket are exactly the same plant. The green one is simply unripe and bitter. If you leave it on the plant longer, it turns red and sweet. That is why red costs more. It needs more time and water to grow. Skyscrapers exist because Elisha Otis invented the elevator brake, not because steel was invented. Before that, if a cable snapped, you died. Otis designed spring-loaded steel teeth that automatically locked onto the rails, giving humanity the confidence to live in tall buildings. The treadmill was invented as a torture device in 1818. Engineer William Cubitt created it as punishment for prisoners who had to climb steps on an endless wheel for 8 hours a day to grind grain. A method to break willpower through monotonous effort. The smell of swimming pools is not chlorine. Pure chlorine has no smell. That odor is the chemical reaction of chlorine with sweat and urine forming chloramines. The stronger a pool smells like what we think is chlorine, the dirtier the water actually is. Water bottles do not expire. The expiration date is for the plastic container, which can degrade and release chemicals, changing the taste. But the water itself, which has been on Earth for millions of years, does not rot or decompose. The Komodo dragon has real venom glands that inject a toxin, preventing blood clotting and rapidly lowering blood pressure. The prey goes into shock quickly, allowing the dragon to feed while the animal is still alive but immobile. The bones of the ear, hammer, anvil, and stirrup are the only ones that are exactly the same size the day you are born and the day you die. If they grew, they would alter sound frequencies, and you would become deaf as you aged. In 1972-13, Chinese farmers armed only with chisels and hammers spent 5 years hand-carving a tunnel more than 1 kilometer long through a vertical rock cliff. They created one of the most dangerous and impressive roads in the world without any machinery. Meerkats go to school to learn how to hunt scorpions. Adults first bring them dead scorpions, then live ones without stingers to practice, and finally fully armed ones. It is progressive, active teaching, something extremely rare in nature. If you fold a piece of paper 42 times, you would mathematically reach the moon. Each fold doubles the thickness. A paper of 0.1 millimeters after 42 folds would reach 440,000 kilometers. The moon is at 384,400. 90% of cinnamon in supermarkets is cassia, the bark of a different Chinese tree. True Ceylon cinnamon is expensive and sweet. Cassia tastes similar but is spicier and contains coumarin, a compound harmful to the liver in large amounts. Babies are born without kneecaps. If you touch a newborn's knee, it is soft, only cartilage. This makes birth easier and cushions impacts while crawling. The kneecap fully ossifies around 3 years of age. Rats emit an ultrasonic sound equivalent to laughter when you tickle their belly. If they see you are going to play with them, they get excited and jump with joy, seeking contact with a human hand, like playful puppies. Yawning does not serve to bring more oxygen into the blood. That is a myth. The most accepted theory is that it cools the brain. By opening your mouth and breathing deeply, the air cools the blood vessels of the face and skull, improving mental performance. Formula One cars generate so much aerodynamic force that theoretically they could drive upside down on the ceiling. At speeds above 150 kilometers per hour, the air pressure pushing the car to the ground exceeds the vehicle's own weight. Fingerprints form when the fetus touches the walls of the uterus. The pressure of those touches and the amniotic fluid create the unique ridges on the fingers. That is why identical twins have different fingerprints despite sharing the same DNA. Termite mounds always maintain exactly 30 degrees inside, even if it is 40 outside during the day and cold at night. Their network of tunnels and chimneys is so perfect that modern architects scan termite mounds to design ecological buildings that cool themselves. Your car speedometer always reads 5 to 10 kilometers higher than your real speed. Manufacturers calibrate them this way for legal reasons. If it shows 120, you are actually going between 112 and 115. They prefer you think you are going faster. Canada has more lakes than the rest of the world combined. It has around 2 million lakes containing 20% of all the Earth's surface fresh water. The Canadian landscape is more water than land in vast northern regions. Kung Fu was not originally a martial art but a concept of mastery. If you are an incredible cook, you have a lot of Kung Fu. It means skills acquired through time and effort. It became associated with fighting because monks spent decades perfecting a single movement. African wild dogs make democratic decisions by sneezing. If the alpha female sneezes, only a couple more are needed for the group to get up and hunt. If a low-ranking member sneezes, about 10 sneezes from the group are needed to approve the hunt. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is the longest mountain range on the planet with more than 65,000 kilometers. It circles almost the entire Earth like the seam of a baseball. No one sees it because it is submerged under thousands of meters of ocean water. The microwave plate spins because inside there are extreme hot spots and cold spots with no heat. If it did not rotate to move the food through the hot zones, you would have half-boiling soup and the other half frozen. It spins out of physical necessity, not luxury. Kangaroos are naturally left-handed. They use their left paw to eat, groom, and dig. This reverses in large males who use both paws equally for fighting. They are one of the few predominantly left-handed groups of mammals. Butterflies remember their life as caterpillars. Inside the cocoon, they dissolve into a soup of cells. But if you train a caterpillar to avoid certain smells, the resulting butterfly still avoids them. Some neurons survive metamorphosis and keep the memories. The Colosseum in Rome had a retractable roof called the Velarium, operated by sailors. It protected 50,000 spectators from sun and rain. You can still see the holes where 240 wooden masts were anchored to support this structure. During pregnancy, the baby's stem cells cross the placenta and settle in the mother's heart, lungs, and brain for decades. If the mother suffers an injury years later, these cells act as a rescue team, traveling to the damaged area to repair it from within. Pencils are hexagonal, so they do not roll off the table. The hexagon gives maximum grip without being uncomfortable and is cheaper to manufacture than a perfect round one. It is an industrial design from 1851 that never needed improvement. Dragonflies process 300 frames per second, while we only process 60. A fan at maximum speed would look slow to them. This allows them to calculate the trajectory of a mosquito in flight and catch it in the air with surgical precision. Cats do not have clavicles attached to the skeleton. Their shoulders float freely, connected only by muscles, allowing them to compress their rib cage to slip through tiny gaps. If the head fits, the body will too. We like the smell of gasoline due to chemical nostalgia. Benzene causes mild euphoria, and the olfactory bulb is connected to memory and emotion systems. For many people, it triggers childhood and road trip memories, creating an involuntary nostalgic attraction. Your stomach acid can dissolve wood. It is so aggressive that your body regenerates the mucus lining every 3 days to avoid digesting itself. Your stomach constantly rebuilds to protect itself from its own chemical weapon. An owl's eyes are shaped like tubes, not spheres. They cannot move them, so they compensate with 14 neck vertebrae and a network of special arteries that allow them to rotate their head 270 degrees without cutting off blood flow. Hedgehogs are born with spines covered by a fluid-filled layer, so they do not injure the mother during birth. Hours later, the fluid is absorbed and the spines emerge outward. It is one of the most fascinating post-birth protection mechanisms in mammals. Sugar never expires. Bacteria cannot grow in pure sugar because it absorbs all moisture. Archaeologists have found sugar 5,000 years old that was still edible. It is one of the few eternal foods along with honey and salt. Flamingos sleep on one leg by activating a passive locking mechanism in the knee and ankle. They stay standing without muscular effort. With one leg submerged, they conserve body heat better because water absorbs more heat than air. The 5-second rule is a total myth. Bacteria transfer to food in less than 1 millisecond when it touches the ground. If the floor is dirty, the food is too, no matter how fast you pick it up. Bacteria do not wait politely. Commercial airplanes can fly perfectly with a single engine for more than 5 hours. All are certified for this. It is enough time to reach the nearest airport from almost any point over the ocean. Pilots train constantly for this. Airplane oxygen masks only last between 12 and 20 minutes. It is enough because the pilot immediately descends to a safe altitude where breathing is normal. They are not designed for the whole flight, only for the emergency descent. Cheese contains casein that breaks down into casomorphins, compounds that interact with dopamine receptors like opioids. That is why it is so hard to remove it from the diet. Aged cheeses like Parmesan have especially high levels of this addictive substance. The prairie dog can describe predators in detail. It distinguishes between a tall human with a blue shirt and a short one with a yellow shirt, changing the frequency of its calls to warn the colony exactly who is approaching. Air traffic controllers have 2-hour shifts with 30 minutes of mandatory rest. The brain starts to ignore radar dots after 120 minutes of extreme concentration, so it is forbidden to work longer continuously. The elephant has 22 months of gestation, almost 2 years. It is not because of size, but the brain. Calves are born with very high cognitive development and must understand complex social signals of the herd from the first minute. Traffic signs have thousands of microscopic glass spheres that reflect your headlights directly back to your eyes. They shine in total darkness without needing their own light. It is physics applied to everyday road safety. If a helicopter loses its engine, it does not fall like a stone. The pilot lets the air spin the blades by auto-rotation. Near the ground, the angle changes, and the stored energy is used to slow down. It lands without using a drop of fuel. The desert sandcat has so much fur on its paws that it is impossible to track its footprints. It also never needs to drink water in its life. It gets all hydration from the blood of the mice it hunts each night. Psychopaths are immune to contagious yawning. When you see someone yawn, your brain forces you to imitate it due to empathy. But people with psychopathic traits and lack of real empathy have almost zero chance of catching a yawn. Movie theater popcorn is more expensive per gram than beef tenderloin. The profit margin exceeds 1,000%. Theaters barely earn from tickets because that goes to the studio. Their real business is selling you puffed corn at gold prices. London is technically a forest according to the United Nations. It has more than 8 million trees and a coverage of 21%. Any city with more than 20% tree coverage is legally considered an urban forest. Bluetooth is named after the Viking king Harald Bluetooth, who unified Denmark and Norway in the 10th century. Ericsson engineers chose the name because the technology would unify computing and telecommunications. The logo is his initials in Nordic runes. Saturn would float in water if there were an ocean large enough. It is made of hydrogen and helium with density lower than water. A planet the size of 95 Earths that would float like a giant cork with rings. The monitor lizard looks for a termite mound, digs a hole, and lays its eggs inside. The angry termites seal the hole immediately. The eggs remain in a fortress with controlled temperature. When they hatch, the young eat the termites to break out. Fruit is placed at the supermarket entrance due to neurological manipulation. Bright colors trigger dopamine and good mood. After buying something healthy, you feel moral victory that reduces guilt, making you more likely to add beer and chocolate later. Sea cucumbers defend themselves by vomiting their internal organs through the anus toward the attacker. They are sticky and sometimes toxic. The incredible part is that they fully regenerate all organs in about 6 weeks as if nothing happened. Scented candles release fine particles, benzene and formaldehyde when burned. 3 hours of candles equals smoking half a cigarette indoors. Paraffin ones are worse than beeswax. You are polluting your home while it smells nice. Store security tags do not have electronics, only a strip of metal with magnetic properties. The detectors at the door create an electromagnetic field, and when the tag passes, the metal resonates, triggering the alarm. It is pure physics. Your stomach blushes when you blush. Your entire digestive system fills with blood just like your cheeks through the same capillary dilation mechanism. If you had a camera inside, you could see it turn red when you feel embarrassed. The longest-lasting light bulb has been on since 1901 in California. In the 1920s, factories agreed to make weaker filaments, so they would burn out at 1,000 hours, forcing you to buy new ones. That is how planned obsolescence was born. Your eyes see the world upside down. The image enters inverted through the pupil. Your brain flips it before you are aware. If you wore lenses that invert everything in a week, the brain would adapt and flip it again. You never see direct reality. The peregrine falcon dives at 300 kilometers per hour. It has bony cones in its nose that break air shock waves and slow incoming speed, allowing it to breathe calmly at Formula One speeds. The Dracula ant snaps its jaws at 90 meters per second, more than 320 kilometers per hour. Its queens bite their own larvae to suck their blood without killing them, using them as living food storage. Dessert, gelatin, and gummies are collagen extracted from cartilage, skin, and bones of cows and pigs boiled for hours. It is chemically processed skeleton soup until it becomes transparent and flavorless. Then, flavors and colors are added. Exercising in the cold burns double the calories. Your metabolism becomes hyperactive, trying to keep your organs at 37 degrees, while you move, producing internal heat, in addition to the energy needed for the exercise itself. The flying snake of Asia flattens its ribs, doubling its width until it becomes flat like a ribbon. By undulating in an S shape in the air, it creates aerodynamic lift and glides up to 100 meters between trees without wings. If a broken window appears in a building and is not fixed soon, all will be broken. Visual disorder sends the brain the signal that there are no rules, reducing self-control. When an area starts to decline, if not addressed in time, it worsens exponentially. Goosebumps are a fossil mechanism from when we had more hair. The muscles that raise hair trapped warm air or made us look bigger in danger. Today, only the useless reflex remains because we barely have body hair. Crocodiles can climb trees up to 2 meters high to watch their territory. Most people ignore this ability because we assume they only move clumsily in mud. In reality, they are much more agile than they appear. Online store returns are sometimes destroyed because it is cheaper. Inspecting, cleaning, and repackaging a $10 product costs more than throwing it away. Millions of new products end up shredded each year because resale logistics are not profitable. Padel was born in 1969 because a Mexican businessman did not have space for a tennis court. He built a mini court, and since balls went into the neighbor's garden, he built concrete walls for them to bounce. That is how the sport was created. An oasis is not a magical rain puddle, but pure geology. Wind erodes sand until it hits an underground aquifer. Fossil water trapped underground for millions of years emerges to the surface. Some oases have water 20,000 years old. The giant weta of New Zealand has been on Earth since before the dinosaurs. In winter, its blood freezes, its heart stops, and it enters suspended animation. When spring arrives, it simply thaws and keeps walking. Your intestines move on their own, even outside the body. If a surgeon removes them during an operation, they will continue peristaltic contractions on the tray. They have their own independent nervous system and do not need brain signals. Flies vomit digestive enzymes onto solid food to dissolve it externally and then suck up the liquid. They do not have jaws to chew, so every time a fly lands on your food, it is vomiting on it. Chaotic patterns on bus seats are designed with visual algorithms to camouflage dirt, stains, and wear. On a plain seat, a piece of gum would be seen instantly. In those patterns, it becomes invisible. The island of Queimada Grande in Brazil has between 1 and 5 snakes per square meter. They are golden lanceheads with venom that melts flesh almost instantly. Landing is forbidden, and no civilian can step on the island. Cologne Cathedral survived the bombings of World War II because pilots had orders not to destroy it. They used its twin towers as a visual navigation reference. Everything around it was left in ruins except it. Sheep have peripheral vision of almost 320 degrees thanks to their horizontal rectangular pupils. They can see what is behind them without turning their neck even while grazing with their head down. An impressive tactical advantage in open fields. The African wild dog votes by sneezing to decide whether to hunt or keep sleeping. If the alpha sneezes, 2 more are enough. If a lower rank sneezes, about 10 sneezes from the group are needed. It is a real democracy based on an involuntary body sound. Pigs are cleaner than dogs. They never defecate where they sleep if they have space. They choose a specific area as a bathroom, far from where they eat and rest. Their dirty reputation comes from farms where they are confined in small spaces without choice. Your brain wakes you seconds before the alarm if you always get up at the same time. It releases cortisol and adrenaline 30 minutes before to prepare you. Your internal biological clock is more precise than your phone when it detects repeated patterns. Shredded cheese in bags contains cellulose, which is processed wood pulp. Some brands use up to 9% wood as an anti-caking agent so it does not clump. It is technically edible but not nutritious. You are eating sawdust mixed with cheese. Airplanes have ashtrays in bathrooms even though smoking has been banned since 1988. By law, they must have them. The logic is that if someone smokes illegally, it is better to extinguish the cigarette in a fireproof ashtray than throw it in the trash and cause a fire. Hamsters have expandable cheek pouches from the mouth to the shoulders, where they store food equivalent to 20% of their body weight. It is like putting 15 kilograms of food in your cheeks. Then they go to their burrow and spit it out to store it. Himalayan pink salt comes from Pakistan, not the Himalayas. It is mined 300 kilometers away. The name is marketing. It is salt 250 million years old, and the pink color comes from traces of iron oxide. You pay 20 times more for salt with rust. Chicken nuggets are made with mechanically separated meat. Bones go through high-pressure machines that scrape every last piece. A pink paste comes out that is mixed with binders, shaped breaded and frozen. It is mashed chicken leftovers pressed into dinosaur shapes. The beluga sturgeon can live more than 118 years, exceeding human lifespan. It has barely changed in 200 million years and can measure 7 meters. It produces the most expensive caviar in the world, which has almost caused its extinction. Modern washing machines have a solid concrete block of about 25 kilograms bolted inside to the drum. Without that dead weight, the machine spinning with wet clothes would generate such force that it would walk across the kitchen. The Golden Bridge in Vietnam appears to be held by two giant eroded stone hands, 100 meters above ground. Visually, it looks like a 1,000-year-old ruin holding a god's bridge, but it was built in 2018 with steel and fiberglass. Gas pump hoses have a metal piece designed to break, with a pull of 150 kilograms if you drive off without removing it. It automatically seals without spilling fuel. Without this, every mistake could make the gas station explode. Roosters have built-in earplugs. They crow at 100 decibels like a chainsaw. When they open their beak fully, a soft tissue automatically covers their ear canal, blocking the sound. They cover their ears to scream. The bowhead whale can live more than 211 years. Its genome has evolved to duplicate genes that repair DNA and suppress cancer, allowing it to age without the degenerative diseases that kill other mammals. Public restroom doors have that large gap underneath for safety and maintenance. It makes floor cleaning easier, allows air circulation to avoid odors, and in a medical emergency lets people see if someone has collapsed inside. Male canaries literally erase part of their brain in winter, losing 20% of their neuronal mass. They regenerate it months later to store new melodies each spring. It is a biological brain reset to learn fresh songs. Receipts do not have ink. They are thermal paper with chemicals that turn black with heat. If you rub quickly with your nail, a black line appears from the heat generated. There is no ink in the store printer. Babies do not cry real tears until 2 weeks or 3 months of age. They scream and turn red, but their tear ducts are not developed enough to produce sufficient liquid. Crying without tears is their only initial form of communication. The bystander effect explains that when many people are present in an emergency, nobody helps. Each person assumes someone else will act. If only one person is present, they feel full responsibility and act immediately. You can live without a stomach, spleen, gallbladder, one kidney, one lung, and 75% of the liver. Your body has so much redundancy that you can remove large parts and still function. The liver regenerates completely if needed. Olives cannot be eaten directly from the tree. They are so bitter you would spit them out immediately. They need a curing process in salt water for weeks or months. Black olives are often green ones, artificially oxidized with chemicals. The pom-pom on wool hats had a real function. French sailors in the 17th century used it to avoid hitting their heads on low ship ceilings. It cushioned the impact. Later, soldiers adopted it to identify regiments by color. The sensitive plant closes its leaves instantly when touched to appear wilted and unappealing to herbivores. The movement occurs due to a rapid change in water pressure inside its cells. It is one of the few plants with fast visible movement. The handbrake is not for braking. It is designed to keep the car still when parked. Using it at high speed locks the rear wheels, suddenly causing an uncontrollable spin since it does not have an anti-lock system like pedal brakes. Cells in your muscles and skin remain alive and dividing for hours after your heart stops. They do not know the organism has died until their local reserves of oxygen and stored energy are depleted. The superb bird of paradise has feathers capable of absorbing 99.95% of light. During its courtship dance, it displays a perfect black oval, where only bright blue eyes stand out to attract the female. On Saturn, there is a permanent storm at the North Pole shaped like a perfect hexagon. Each side of the hexagon is wider than Earth, and the storm has been raging for decades. Nobody knows how that geometric shape is maintained in moving gas. The Australian thorny devil can drink water by stepping in a puddle. Its skin has microscopic grooves that act like straws. Through capillary action, water travels across its skin directly to the corners of its mouth without lowering its head. Earwax is not dirt but a defense system. It is a mix of oils and sweat that traps dust and insects before they reach the eardrum. It has antibacterial properties and expels itself when you move your jaw while talking or eating. The saiga is an antelope with a nose that looks like a short trunk. In summer, it filters desert dust, and in winter, it warms icy air before it reaches the lungs. They can run at 80 kilometers per hour and nearly went extinct due to hunting for their horns. Cracking your knuckles does not cause arthritis. The sound is nitrogen gas bubbles popping inside the synovial fluid of the joints. A doctor cracked only one hand for 50 years, and neither developed arthritis. Bread from some fast food chains is not legally bread. In Ireland, a court ruled it contains so much sugar 5 times the legal limit that it must be classified as pastry or cake and pay different taxes. The common basilisk can walk on water by spreading dermal lobes on its feet that act like fins. When escaping predators, it runs across the surface at full speed. It is one of the few reptiles with this amazing ability. Yawns are 3 times more contagious among close people. About 60% replicate the gesture when seeing a relative compared to 20% with strangers. People with autism or schizophrenia show lower response to contagion. Rhinoceroses are not fat. They are pure power with massive musculature and very little body fat covered by skin up to 5 centimeters thick that forms those folds. In the wild, they live between 40 and 50 years. Deep Dive Dubai is the deepest pool in the world, with 60 meters depth and 14 million liters of fresh water. Inside, there is a post-apocalyptic city with furnished apartments, libraries, and cars parked underwater. The Red Zone of France is a territory the size of Paris forbidden for a century. After World War I, the soil was contaminated with lead arsenic, mercury, and millions of unexploded bombs. The government declared the land irrecoverable. Whale shark eyes do not have eyelids. Their evolutionary solution was to cover the surface of their eyeballs with thousands of dermal denticles, scales shaped like microscopic teeth, to shield them from attacks. Medicinal leeches are used in modern hospitals for microsurgery and finger reattachment. Their saliva has a cocktail of anticoagulants and anesthetics that is irreplaceable, relieving congestion in the area and allowing new arteries to grow, saving limbs. Cigarette smoke also affects dogs and cats. Dogs inhale particles from the environment, and cats ingest them when they lick their fur where the substances settle. Something so common can end in serious consequences. The Andean condor has up to 3.3 meters of wingspan and can fly for more than 5 hours straight, covering 170 kilometers without flapping its wings a single time. It rides thermal currents like a perfect glider. If your veins, arteries, and capillaries were joined into a single line, they would measure approximately 100,000 kilometers. That is enough to circle planet Earth at the equator 2.5 times. You have a global map of blood inside you. The rear windows of some cars do not go all the way down, not because of child safety, but geometry. The curve of the rear wheel arch inside the door physically prevents the glass from lowering further. It hits the metal of the wheel arch. Your brain consumes 20% of all the oxygen and calories you take in, even though it only represents 2% of your body weight. Even asleep, it generates about 20 watts of electrical energy, enough to power an LED bulb. The anaconda does not chew but swallows prey whole. Its heart and liver literally grow in size within hours to handle the metabolic effort of digesting a whole caiman, breaking down everything except hair and hooves. Roller coasters only have one motor in the entire structure, the chain that pulls you up the first big drop. From there, the 2 minutes of twists and loops work exclusively by inertia, gravity, and conversion of potential energy into kinetic. Physical contact is a biological need as real as eating or sleeping. Lack of hugs reduces oxytocin production and can weaken the immune system. Without contact, the body enters a state of chronic stress called skin hunger. Lightning bolt, lightning flash, and thunder are different things. The bolt is the discharge that hits the ground. The flash is the light in the sky. Thunder is the sound when air heats to 30,000 degrees instantly. 3 seconds of difference equals 1 kilometer. Highways in the United States have logical numbering. If the interstate ends in an even number, it runs east to west. If it ends in an odd number, it runs north to south. Just by knowing the number, you can tell your direction without a map. Manhole covers are round due to pure geometry. A square cover could fall through the hole if turned diagonally. A round one, no matter how you turn, it can never fall because its diameter is constant. It is safety, so no worker gets crushed. The panda bear has a wrist bone that functions like a false thumb. It is not a real finger, but an extension of the sesamoid bone covered by a fleshy pad. It allows it to grip bamboo stalks with a dexterity other bears do not have. From Tarifa in Cádiz, you can clearly see the African coast on clear days. The distance between Spain and Morocco in the Strait of Gibraltar is only 14 kilometers. There are engineering projects to build a tunnel connecting the two continents. The sky is not violet, even though the atmosphere scatters more violet light than blue. We see it as blue because the human eye is much more sensitive to blue than violet. We are seeing a filtered version of reality due to our own biological limits. The first Apple logo was not a bitten apple, but a drawing of Isaac Newton under a tree with an apple about to fall on him. It was so complex to print that Steve Jobs replaced it with the simple apple we know today. Wild dogs and wolves almost never bark, they only howl or growl. Barking is something domestic dogs develop to communicate with us. It is their way of imitating us because they know humans respond to short, loud sounds. Walruses can sleep in water without drowning. They have air sacs in their throat called pharyngeal pouches that they inflate like an internal life vest, keeping their head above water while fully asleep. Parrots can live 80 years and outlive their owners. A macaw bought at 30 will probably see you die. Many are inherited in wills, and there are parrots that have passed through 3 generations of the same family. When you die, your muscles remain alive up to 12 hours after. Rigor mortis begins because muscle cells use their remaining energy until it is depleted, staying contracted and rigid. After 2 to 3 days, they relax when proteins break down. Baby koalas eat their mother's feces to obtain special bacteria that allow them to digest toxic eucalyptus leaves. Without this transfer of gut bacteria, the baby would be poisoned. It is disgusting but absolutely essential for survival. The third-person effect makes you believe advertising does not affect you, but only others. Psychologists have shown that the more you believe you are immune to ads, the more vulnerable you are because you lower your guard and the message goes straight to the subconscious. The vulture violently vomits everything in its stomach when it feels cornered. It serves 2 purposes: to lighten itself, to take off and escape flying, and to repel the predator with the putrid smell of half-digested meat. Many people get sick when vacations begin due to leisure sickness. While you work under stress, cortisol and adrenaline keep the immune system alert. When you relax, those hormones drop and waiting viruses take the chance to attack. The Siberian tiger is the only feline that regularly hunts brown bears. It tracks them and attacks by surprise. Bears make up to 2% of its yearly diet, showing unique strength and combat technique in the animal kingdom. Every small decision you make uses the same mental energy as an important one. What to eat, what to wear, everything consumes cognitive resources. That is why at the end of the day, it is harder to control impulses, and you end up choosing the easiest option. It is called decision fatigue. Old photos look serious, not because people were unhappy. Cameras needed minutes of exposure, and if you smiled, the muscle trembled and the photo came out blurry. People kept a serious face to appear sharp in the image. Grapefruit juice blocks liver enzymes responsible for breaking down medications. If you take pills for cholesterol, anxiety, or attention with grapefruit, the medicine builds up massively in the blood and can cause an accidental overdose with a normal dose. Female Komodo dragons can self-fertilize their eggs without a male through parthenogenesis. Due to their genetics, all babies born this way are male, allowing the mother to mate with her sons, and found a new colony on a deserted island. Ink cartridge obsolescence is programmed. Many have a microchip that does not measure real ink, but counts printed pages. When it reaches a program number, it locks the cartridge, saying it is empty even if it still has 20% usable ink. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors to keep you awake, but over time your brain creates new receptors. That is why you build tolerance and need a giant coffee in the morning just to reach the normal energy level of someone who does not drink coffee. Dalmatian puppies are born completely white with no visible spots. Cooking with a scratched Teflon pan is dangerous. A single deep scratch can release up to 9,100 microplastic particles directly into your food while heating. You are eating melted plastic in every meal without knowing it. In the United Kingdom, it is technically illegal to die in Parliament because the Palace of Westminster has royal status. If you die there, you are entitled to a state funeral paid by the Crown. Security is ordered to remove anyone who becomes seriously ill before they pass. The Capitol Gate building in Abu Dhabi is intentionally tilted 18 degrees to the west, much more than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Its concrete core curves in the opposite direction to compensate, earning it a Guinness record as the most leaning building in the world. When the low fuel light turns on in a modern car, the tank still contains between 5 and 10 liters. This reserve protects the fuel pump, which is lubricated and cooled by the surrounding fuel. Letting it run empty can permanently damage it. The deepest metro station in the world is Arsenalna in Kiev, Ukraine, at 105 meters deep, equivalent to a building of 34 floors. It was intentionally built at that depth to function as an air raid shelter. Opossums have partial immunity to rattlesnake venom. Their famous trick of playing dead is not voluntary acting, but an involuntary shock state. The animal collapses, its breathing becomes shallow, its heart slows, and it emits a foul smell, simulating decomposition to discourage predators. Madrid has an altitude of approximately 667 meters above sea level, making it the second highest capital in Europe after Andorra la Vella. This altitude gives it cold winters and dry summers, with a large difference between day and night temperatures. In Finland, there is a Ferris wheel with saunas inside its gondolas. The wooden cabins have electric heaters to keep the heat. Passengers enjoy a steam bath while taking in panoramic views of the city, blending Finnish tradition with entertainment. In the Netherlands, there are more bicycles than people with more than 22 million for fewer than 18 million inhabitants. Cycling is a way of life, and the country is a global model of sustainable mobility thanks to infrastructure designed specifically for cyclists. A father built a homemade video game console for his son using recycled materials and basic components. Although modest compared to commercial ones, this creation reflects love and dedication, showing that family creativity has no limits and does not require big budgets. Medical saws used to cut casts do not spin like conventional ones, but vibrate. The skin being flexible does not react the same as rigid plaster to that vibration, allowing the cast to be removed without any risk of injuring the patient. The Salina Turda in Romania is a former salt mine turned into an underground park more than 330 feet deep. Visitors can row on an underground lake, ride a Ferris wheel, and play mini golf surrounded by salt walls and purified air. In Cambodia, elephants block trucks loaded with sugarcane to steal part of the cargo. They have learned to recognize these specific vehicles, showing cognitive ability and cleverness that continues to surprise researchers studying their behavior. A macro photography trick is to place a drop of water on a phone lens to get stunning close-ups without special lenses. This simple technique creates a magnifying effect that reveals textures and details normally invisible to the naked eye. The Rimac Nevera reaches 62 miles per hour in 1.7 seconds and 248 miles per hour in just over 17 seconds. This electric vehicle has shown that battery technology can surpass combustion engines in pure speed. Boom Shadows creates animated figures on the wall using only his hands and a light source. Through his ability to shape shadows, he has captivated thousands of followers on social media, proving that creativity can turn something simple into visual magic. In the Prague Library, there is a cylindrical tower of more than 8,000 books that creates an optical illusion of infinite height. The books are arranged in a way that makes them seem endless, symbolizing that human knowledge is limitless and eternal. The Lazarus motorcycle can drive on the road and also fly through the air thanks to its Lamborghini engine and wheels that lift up. It transforms into a personal drone that could revolutionize the concept of motorcycles, taking it to a level never seen before. In Japan, mechanical exoskeletons improve the physical strength of elderly people or those with reduced mobility. These devices increase the ability to walk and lift heavy objects, making them valuable tools in both medical rehabilitation and industry. Wrinkle, a trained running duck, participated in the New York Marathon in 2021, crossing the finish line with custom sneakers. Its participation went viral, turning it into a social media star and showing that animals can also be athletes. The Fallout T-60 helmet is a replica of the iconic video game helmet with motorized components and voice control system. Made with high-quality materials, it faithfully reproduces the design of the game and is a collector item for fans of the series. Japanese scientists created a soft robotic tongue capable of replicating the sensation of a real human tongue. Made with flexible materials that mimic natural movements, it has applications in medical prosthetics and handling delicate objects. In Shenzhen, China, PM01 robots patrol the streets as part of a smart policing project. Equipped with cameras and advanced sensors, they use artificial intelligence to monitor crowds and assist citizens in emergencies. The Buatong waterfalls in Thailand are sticky due to limestone covered with calcium carbonate on the surface. Instead of slipping, people can climb easily, feeling their feet grip the rock in a unique natural experience. Yes, the Golden Sahara, designed by George Barris in 1958, had remote control, automatic braking, and translucent wheels. It was never approved for road use, but became a star at car exhibitions of its time. A newborn porcupine has quills so soft they are barely noticeable on its first day of life. Over time, they harden into its main defense, forming a formidable system that allows it to protect itself from much larger animals. The Burj Khalifa measures 2,716 feet, but pales in comparison to Everest at 29,031 feet. An impressive contrast between human creations and the wonders of nature. The EHang 216 is an electric passenger aircraft with a top speed of 81 miles per hour and a range of 22 miles. Designed as an eco-friendly solution to urban traffic, it could change how we move through cities. The deer of Nara in Japan live harmoniously with humans in the city parks, where they roam freely. They are considered divine messengers according to Shinto tradition and are an essential part of the cultural and social life of the region. Valeriano Fatica, an Italian sculptor, is known for carving fruit with extraordinary detail, especially watermelons. His YouTube channel shows creations like the Night King from Game of Thrones and the character Gollum capturing the attention of millions. Emma Gibson was born in 2017 after being frozen as an embryo in 1992, setting a record wait time. This case demonstrated advances in cryopreservation and opened new possibilities for families through assisted reproduction. The Beauty Crown Grand Hotel in Sanya, China, is a futuristic complex whose skyscrapers resemble fruit trees. This avant-garde design symbolizes connection with nature and shows how modern architecture can coexist harmoniously with the environment. Kristina Makusenko, a synchronized swimmer, recreated the choreography of Thriller by Michael Jackson entirely underwater. This unique performance combines athletic skill with artistic expression in a way considered a true work of art. The Atlas robot by Boston Dynamics can walk, run, jump, and even perform acrobatics like flips and backflips. It has become a benchmark in motion robotics with both military and civilian applications worldwide. The largest paintball in the world is in Alexandria, Indiana, covered with layers since 1997. It weighs 9,670 pounds and has a circumference of 18 feet, growing every year. Fans of Magdeburg in the German 4th Division use colored arrows to guide their players toward the goal. Although they managed to score with this creative visual strategy, they lost the match 2-1. A curious example of creativity from the stands. Researchers managed to reconstruct a scene in 3 dimensions by analyzing reflections captured in a person's eyes. Using artificial intelligence, they created 3-dimensional environments with huge implications in forensic science and augmented reality. The Benz patent motorwagen, patented in 1886 by Carl Benz, is considered the first automobile in the world. This internal combustion vehicle marked the beginning of the modern automotive era that transformed transportation forever. Manuel Torres invented spray-on clothing, a liquid fabric sprayed onto the body that forms garments instantly. This invention challenges fashion norms and offers interesting possibilities in sustainability for the textile industry. Roller coasters are tested with dummies and water bags before opening to the public. The dummies evaluate safety restraints while the bags simulate human weight, ensuring everything works safely and comfortably. A holographic fan spins so fast that it forms floating images in the air and allows custom designs to be displayed. By connecting several devices, full-scale figures can be projected, creating a home hologram that also cools the air. Some beaches hide quicksand near the shore. Walking confidently, your feet can sink into thick mud that traps strongly. The key is to stay calm and move slowly, but that is much easier said than done. Swimming in bioluminescent waters is like diving into a marine fairy tale. Microorganisms activate with movement and emit bright light, creating a stunning visual display available in several tropical locations around the world. Jan Davis, an engineer from Oregon, lost 4 fingers in an accident and built his own prosthetic hand with a 3D printer. His achievement shows how modern technology can transform lives and help people overcome physical challenges. In Bern, Switzerland, there is the Child Eater Fountain, carved in 1546 by Hans Ging. It shows an ogre devouring a child and has sparked many theories about its meaning over centuries without certainty. A V12 engine built with Lego Technic pieces accurately simulates the real functioning of a combustion engine. This piece of creative engineering shows how Lego can replicate complex mechanical components in a visually impressive way. The mandarin fish has iridescent scales in green, blue, and red tones that intensify during mating season. It lives in Asian waters and is very difficult to keep in aquariums due to the specific conditions it needs to survive. In Talkeetna, Alaska, a cat named Stubbs was elected honorary mayor and served for 20 years. Loved by the entire community, it became a symbol of unity, proving leadership can come in unexpected forms. Royal Deluxe creates giant puppets up to 49 feet tall, controlled with pulleys and hydraulic levers. They represent mythical beings and human figures that amaze audiences in the streets of every city they visit. In soda factories, sometimes the same machines are used for different drinks. If not cleaned properly when changing flavor, residues in the pipes can give the new product a completely unexpected taste. The leafy sea dragon is a master of camouflage in the Australian Ocean. Its fins mimic floating leaves, making it nearly invisible among seaweed, a vital ability to survive without being detected by predators. The Blackbird is a car designed to film commercials and movie chases without destroying real vehicles. It can emulate any car model using visual effects technology, saving millions in film production costs. Tapirs are born with reddish-brown fur and white stripes that camouflage them in the forest during their first weeks. As they grow, their fur darkens, and they are known for their characteristic snout used to feed on plants and fruits. Kenneth Storms, known as the Last Viking, is a Norwegian famous for risky jumps in extreme sports. His viral feats show how he constantly pushes the limits of the human body in every new adventure. Luisa Yu, a Filipino traveler, visited all 193 countries recognized by the United Nations over more than 50 years of travel. Her journey ended in Serbia in 2023, inspiring thousands to follow their own exploration dreams. The Kana Smart Bait is a lure that simulates the movements of a live fish using advanced algorithms. With a single charge, it operates for 4 hours at depths of up to 98 feet, significantly increasing catch chances. Soap bubbles filled with smoke float and glow with mysterious shapes in visual shows. When they burst, they release a small white cloud that slowly dissolves in the air, creating a simple yet hypnotic effect. Pixel makeup is a trend where people apply makeup so their face looks like the visual texture of screen pixels. It has gained popularity on social media for the surprising visual effects it creates. Canes for the blind have different colors depending on the condition: white for blind white, with red for blind, and deaf and green for partial visual impairment. This allows quick identification by those around them. However, the Royal 07 Pizza in New York costs $12,000 and includes caviar, lobster, black truffle, and edible gold leaves. It is one of the most expensive pizzas in the world, intended only for the most exclusive lovers of fine dining. Dominic Davis uses everyday objects like kitchen utensils and toys to create animations full of humor. His creations show how imagination can transform the simplest things into extraordinary and entertaining visual experiences. Giant viruses like mimivirus are comparable in size to bacteria and possess hundreds of genes absent in common viruses. They challenge the classical definitions of what constitutes a virus and open doors for genetic research. The Sphere in Las Vegas has a capacity of 18,600 people with 16K LED screens and 4D effects. It offers an immersive entertainment experience unlike anywhere else in the world. The marshmallow experiment from the 1970s showed that children with greater self-control were more likely to succeed in adult life. Patience and self-discipline from an early age are key factors for the future. Suki, a Druthar dog, is the first water leak detection dog in Chile. Her work has helped recover millions of gallons of drinking water, showing how animals can assist in conserving natural resources. In China, they use cannons that shoot silver iodide into the sky to cause rain during important celebrations. This cloud seeding technique ensures good weather for major events, but raises concerns about environmental impact. An artist uses only paper to create three-dimensional effects through extremely precise cuts and folds. Each piece proves that art does not need complex materials to turn something simple into a work that seems to come alive. Hafthor Björnsson, known as the Mountain, lifted 505 kilograms in Germany, breaking the world weightlifting record. This achievement strengthened his fame in powerlifting and popular culture through his role in Game of Thrones. The Voxon volumetric display projects 3D holograms that float in the air and are visible from any angle. It allows the interaction with three-dimensional content without special glasses, promising to revolutionize data visualization and entertainment. The Bumblebee robot responds to 48 voice commands and is powered by 67 microchips with more than 200 audio tracks. For $94, it is a premium option for Transformers fans. In Eindhoven, Netherlands, the first house fully built with 3D printers was completed in just 120 hours. This milestone shows the rapid advancement of construction technology and marks the future of how homes could be built. Lorenzo Pacenti creates hyper-realistic insects like mosquitoes and bees using resin and silicone with extreme detail. Each sculpture replicates the smallest features of the insect, making many viewers think they are real. The Anna hummingbird has iridescent plumage that shines intensely under sunlight. This effect is essential during courtship, where the feathers attract mates and deter rivals with flashes that change depending on the light angle. A vehicle with triangular wheels distributes weight more evenly to move through mud, snow, or rocks without losing traction. This innovative design increases stability in extreme conditions, making it ideal for exploration and rescue. The Move-A-Globe rotates on its own without batteries or wires, using sunlight and the Earth's magnetic field, and it floats in a special liquid that removes friction, giving the impression that it has a life of its own as it spins continuously. In Peru, since 1960, jockeys run on foot on a 100-meter track. This unusual tradition of the Peruvian Jockey Club attracts thousands of spectators who enjoy watching jockeys compete without their horses. The Peter's elephant shrew is a small African mammal with a long trunk similar to that of an elephant. It uses it to dig in search of insects and small invertebrates, making it one of the most unique creatures on the continent. The Mercedes AMG 63 6x6 weighs more than 4 tons and features the fastest tire inflation system in the world. It adapts quickly to any extreme terrain, from deep mud to soft sand. Brickell developed a fully functional vending machine made of Lego. It combines the fascination of building blocks with modern technology, allowing users to get items and toys with just the press of a button. An amphibious off-road vehicle can handle dirt and mud and also float on water when needed. It is like a 4x4 with a life jacket built in, designed to overcome any natural obstacle. In Switzerland, there is an ice cream that looks like spaghetti vanilla, pushed through a mold with strawberry sauce as tomato and white chocolate shavings as grated cheese. A fun dessert that plays with visual perception and taste. The app Goku transforms your photos into Renaissance-style portraits using artificial intelligence. It applies classical, artistic techniques to modern images, turning selfies into what look like masterpieces in seconds. Ufontis is a bottle that turns air humidity into drinking water using solar energy. It can attach to bicycles and produce about 1 pint per hour, making it valuable in environments where water is scarce. The golden bikini that Carrie Fisher wore as Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi was auctioned for $5,000. This outfit became an icon of science fiction cinema and female empowerment in the 1980s. Theo Jansen creates Strand Beast giant mechanisms that move along the beach, powered only by wind. With biomechanical design, they imitate living creatures in a fascinating blend of art, engineering, and nature. The China Robot Competition brought together 1,261 universities and schools from around the world. The participants compete, showcasing innovations in robotics and automation, acting as a key platform for technological progress. Sakura Lucy, a Chinese makeup artist, transforms herself into famous figures using makeup and prosthetics with impressive detail. Her mastery allows her to recreate faces of well-known personalities with astonishing precision. In molecular gastronomy, liquid nitrogen is used to create desserts with crunchy textures and stunning visual effects. Each dish looks like it came from a science lab, offering diners a completely unique sensory experience. Astronaut Mark Kelly brought a gorilla suit to the International Space Station and secretly wore it to surprise the crew. This prank became one of the funniest anecdotes in space history. The Chimera cat has 2 types of DNA, giving it different colors on its body and eyes. And this happens when 2 zygotes merge after fertilization, producing unique and visually striking genetic traits. The white-tailed mongoose is the largest of its kind, with a tail that can reach about 1.6 feet long. Despite its size, it is incredibly agile and fast, playing a key role in Southern Africa ecosystems. The Anchor Chef Vapor Blaster infuses cocktails with bubbles filled with aroma that release flavors into the air when they burst. It turns drinking into a multi-sensory experience that delights both smell and taste. Centrip in Sicily has such a unique shape that from above it looks like a lying person. It also offers spectacular views of Mount Etna, combining its Roman-era structure with an impressive natural setting. The Man-Pupener pillars in the Ural Mountains of Russia were shaped by millions of years of natural erosion. Each pillar looks like a monument carved by nature, silently telling the geological history of the region. Michael Phelps improved his time by 5 seconds in the 200 butterfly after shaving his body hair. This small detail reduces water resistance and became a key routine for many professional swimmers. Kim Kardashian hired a professional makeup team just for her driver license photo. The image leaked online, creating controversy and debate about the culture of aesthetic perfection in modern public life. The Unitrigo 2 is a quadruped robot that walks, runs, follows you, and seems to have its own personality. It does not need a leash and is designed for education, entertainment, and even scientific research assistance. In Japan, restaurant displays feature handmade food replicas made of plastic and wax that look completely real. These detailed models fascinate both locals and tourists walking through the streets. The AK-1 smart mirror looks like a normal mirror, but offers more than 140 workouts with real-time feedback. It watches you, corrects your posture, and motivates you, acting like a full personal trainer at home. The transparent salp is a gelatinous marine creature that is almost invisible and filters phytoplankton in the oceans. Despite its tiny size, it plays a vital role regulating ocean life as an essential natural filter. A hummingbird weighs only 2.9 grams, like a penny coin. Despite this extreme lightness, it flies at impressive speeds and performs complex aerial maneuvers, like hovering thanks to its fast metabolism. Wonderland Creamery organizes the annual Game of Cones event with Game of Thrones-themed ice creams. Flavors like Dothraki Road and Fire and Blood capture the essence of the series in a delicious way, loved by fans. Balenciaga released a bracelet that looks like simple adhesive tape, but costs $1,200. The piece caused a stir online by turning an everyday object into a luxury item. The Acropolis of Athens represents the heart of Western civilization, with the Parthenon as a symbol of architectural perfection. This complex is also the origin of philosophical and political thought that influenced the modern world. A charger shaped like a robot dances while your phone charges. Small, cute, and fully functional, it turns a daily task into something so adorable you may not want to unplug it. A Mercedes concept inspired by the movie Avatar looks like an alien vehicle with glowing curves and recycled materials. It not only looks futuristic, but also includes sensors and technology that make it truly innovative. Alberto Olmedo, an innovative hairstylist, uses fire and a blowtorch to cut hair in a completely different way from traditional methods. Heat shapes and textures the hair, attracting clients seeking a unique experience. There is a painting technique so precise and fluid that watching it feels almost therapeutic. Perfect drops and blending colors seem to move on their own, creating a visual dance that both captivates and relaxes. Disposable plastic cups are made through thermoforming, using heat and pressure to create thousands in a short time. Although very common, they pose serious environmental problems, driving the search for sustainable alternatives. When in the mountains of China, there is a road with endless curves and stunning landscapes that looks like a moving work of art. It has attracted tourists and photographers from around the world who travel to capture its beauty. Bite marks from lions were found on the bones of gladiators in the Roman Colosseum. This confirms that they not only fought each other, but also wild animals as part of brutal ancient Roman spectacles. The Cuda jet is a water jetpack that allows diving up to 131 feet underwater at speeds of about 10 feet per second. It combines jetpack excitement with marine exploration in a unique adrenaline-filled experience. The Protoclone B1 is a humanoid robot with more than 1,000 synthetic muscles designed for household tasks like cooking, cleaning, and vacuuming. It mimics human mobility and could completely change the concept of home assistance. The Aptex G1 gloves have hundreds of sensors that allow you to feel the weight, shape, and size of virtual objects with impressive precision. They offer up to 3 hours of exploration and are essential for virtual reality enthusiasts. The Fredvang Bridge in the Lofoten Islands of Norway connects 2 islands between mountains and crystal-clear fjords. Travelers crossing it enjoy breathtaking views with the sea on one side and snow-covered mountains on the other. Spanish skydiver Eric Finot recorded his jump passing through a dense cloud during free fall. The feat showed what it looks and feels like to cross a cloud from the inside, becoming viral for its unique spectacle. At Yusuchi and Robata Grill in Chicago, sushi is served with edible handmade designs that turn each dish into a work of art. The fusion of Japanese cuisine and visual art offers a unique sensory experience. The spin station simulates synthetic ice, so skaters and hockey players can train without a real ice rink. Ideal for home or any time of year, it is like having a personal patch of ice without needing cold temperatures. In the De Halve Maan brewery in Bruges, those who order Kwak beer must leave a shoe as a deposit, which they only get back when they return the empty glass. This curious tradition has become world famous, attracting tourists from all over. The red panda, discovered in 1825, has reddish fur and a fluffy tail. It spends its life sleeping in tree branches and eating bamboo, on being one of the most adorable and threatened creatures on the planet. The largest digital camera in the world is at the Vera Rubin Observatory in Chile, with 3.2 gigapixels of resolution. It is equivalent to 378 4K screens, allowing unprecedented exploration of deep space. Nova is a virtual reality platform so immersive it is used to train pilots and soldiers. Users run, dodge, and react without real danger, but with 100% adrenaline. In 2020, McDonald's in China sold a burger with Oreo cookies and Spam meat, sesame bun, canned pork, crushed cookie, and mayonnaise, an unusual mix that showed fast food has no limits. Every December, St. Pancras Station in London displays a 12-meter Christmas tree made of 3,800 hand-painted books. Hamar, a tribute to literature that inspires travelers during the holidays. In Najaf, Iraq, lies the largest cemetery in the world, with more than 6 million bodies across 600 hectares. The Valley of Peace is one of the most sacred places in the Islamic world for housing religious leaders' graves. The yellow-headed parrot, native to Mexico and parts of Central America, imitates power saws, drills phones and alarms with astonishing vocal skill. Its ability to reproduce complex sounds makes it a fascinating case of animal cognition. There are motorized coolers with multicolor LED lights, Bluetooth speakers, and USB ports that can be controlled like remote cars. They are the perfect accessory for outdoor parties, combining cooler functionality with technological fun. The Biglietti is a suitcase that transforms into a seat and phone charging station. It's ideal for crowded airports with no plugs or seats. It protects your back and battery while waiting for your flight. Fans of Back to the Future recreated the iconic DeLorean with a 3D printer. It works by remote control and simulates time travel with faithful details from the original film that marked an entire generation. Shinra Singa, a Japanese artist, revolutionized paper art with pop-up books and mechanisms that bring entire scenes to life. His work blends traditional illustration with clever mechanics earning international recognition. But in Virginia, there are 43 massive busts of U.S. presidents rescued from a closed tourist park in 2010. Now scattered across a farm, they have become an attraction for history lovers. Chan Minang, a Chinese bodybuilder, aged 74, defies age with an astonishing youthful appearance. His dedication to exercise and healthy living inspires those who believe aging should not limit the body. Mixing milk with cola creates a curious reaction. The acid curdles the milk. The proteins clump together and sink, leaving a transparent liquid that tastes like soda. Truly surprising home chemistry. The RNO motorcycle is a single-wheel electric bike with impressive performance despite its compact size. It stands out as a fun and alternative urban mobility solution that breaks conventions. One in the Hand restaurant in Singapore serves noodles suspended on chopsticks, appearing to defy gravity. Customers watch noodles levitate before being served, creating a magical feeling in every dish. An artist used artificial intelligence to recreate superheroes like Batman and Superman with overweight bodies. These more human and realistic versions break heroic stereotypes with humor that went viral. A Tesla drove completely autonomously from its factory in Texas to its owner's home in Austin without any human intervention. This milestone shows progress in self-driving technology and the future of transport. Star Wars lightsaber replicas include detailed models of Darth Vader, Kylo Ren, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Starting under $110, they are accessible for fans who want to collect or recreate epic battles at home. When an AI drone defeated the best human pilots in an international racing competition. Machines proved their potential to outperform humans in tasks requiring extreme precision and speed. The Master S robot by DJY teaches robotics, physics, and mathematics to students from age 14 using Scratch and Python programming. It makes tech education accessible and genuinely fun. Sotaro Odate, a chief engineer, went viral for his hairstyle, inspired by Sasuke Uchiha from Naruto. His look reflects his love for Japanese anime and connection to modern youth trends. At La Republic restaurant, they use plates made from tropical leaves sewn with natural fibers, completely free of glue and plastic. An eco-friendly alternative promoting a sustainable culinary experience. An Eccentric Manor is a jewelry brand that creates custom rings using the image of a partner's eyes. It merges art and technology, turning something as intimate as a gaze into unique jewelry. In Sweden and Finland, ice football is played using regular shoes instead of skates on frozen ground. Frequent falls and unexpected turns make it a fun and chaotic version of the classic sport. A bumblebee-inspired helmet responds to voice plays, movie phrases, and streams music via Bluetooth. It not only protects the head, but also brightens any Transformers fan's day. My Bar dispensers serve exact doses of 20 or 30 milliliters for perfect cocktails. The mini model with 2 shot glasses costs only $6, ideal for home mixology enthusiasts. Voss Andrea sculptures are human figures that disappear from certain angles depending on viewer perspective. They appear complete from one side and non-existent from another, challenging perception of reality. Coldplay invited actor Michael J. Fox to the stage at Glastonbury. Despite his Parkinson's disease, he played guitar live, creating one of the festival's most emotional moments and a symbol of resilience. The metamorphosis of a toad is fascinating. From aquatic tadpole to land adult, it develops legs, loses its tail, and adapts to land. An incredible example of natural adaptation. Eric Franklin creates skull and skeleton sculptures with molten glass and neon lights that glow in the dark. His works transform fragile materials into powerful reflections on life and death. China presented a robotic dog at the World Artificial Intelligence Conference. With 4 legs and integrated wheels, it is designed to overcome difficult terrain and revolutionize assistance robotics. The PBA Tour playoffs bring together the best bowlers in the world competing for prestige and cash prizes. This tournament attracts thousands of spectators, and its champions are considered the best in the world. A paper with ink placed on water moves like a rocket due to surface tension. This simple home science experiment is visually surprising and easy to reproduce anywhere. Sarah installed a 3D digital art piece in her New York flagship store, combining augmented reality and fashion. The concept merges technology and shopping, creating a fully immersive customer experience. Milena Rafacho recorded a meteorite lighting up the night sky during a party in Portugal. The flash was so bright it turned night into day, and the video went viral worldwide. A curious ping-pong duel uses moving tables, forcing players to adapt constantly while returning the ball. This transforms a familiar sport into a completely new experience. Choke is an Asian elephant in Cambodia who walks thanks to a prosthetic made from recycled tires. After losing a leg in a poacher trap, he became a symbol of resilience and animal recovery. In China, a special staircase is used by couples climbing together as a ritual of love and commitment. It has become a romantic symbol, attracting thousands of tourists each year. The Protoclone B1 has a polymer-printed skeleton simulating human joints. Its ability to adapt to household tasks makes it one of the most significant advances in domestic robotics. Fontus can attach to bicycles producing water while you pedal using solar energy. Depending on humidity, it generates up to half a pint per hour, making it revolutionary for water-scarce regions. The Sphere in Las Vegas cost more than $2 billion and has become the most innovative entertainment venue in the city. Its spherical LED-covered structure offers never-before-seen visual shows. Theo Jansen's Strand Beast sculptures are made of plastic tubes, tape, and bottles. Despite their humble materials, they walk powered only by wind, imitating animal movement with stunning elegance. Japanese exoskeletons are not only medical, they also benefit industrial workers. They provide support during long shifts, preventing injuries and improving quality of life. The AK-1 Smart Mirror includes high-definition cameras that analyze posture in real time during exercise. With more than 140 routines, it offers instant corrections, making home training professional. PM01 robots in Shenzhen can interact with citizens in multiple languages using artificial intelligence. Their presence improves security and helps communicate with foreign tourists. The Wardrobatics competition has grown so much it now includes categories for robots of different sizes and speeds. Engineers from more than 30 countries compete to build the fastest, most precise machine. The leafy sea dragon, also known as the leafy dragonfish, is a close relative of the seahorse. Its ability to mimic seaweed makes it one of the best camouflaged animals in the ocean. Kristina Makusenko trained for months to perfect every movement of Thriller underwater. Synchronizing choreography without oxygen made her performance even more impressive. The Fredvang Bridge connects isolated communities in the Lofoten Islands of Norway. Its design blends into fjords and mountains, offering one of the most photographed routes in Scandinavia. In Australian waters, the leafy sea dragon moves so slowly it is nearly invisible to predators. Its almost transparent fins gently propel it, while leaf-like appendages sway with currents. Quicksand forms when water-saturated sand loses its ability to support weight. Although rarely deadly, like movie show Getting Out can be extremely difficult without help. Marine bioluminescence is mainly caused by dinoflagellates, microscopic organisms that produce light as a defense mechanism. When disturbed, they emit blue flashes, creating a surreal, otherworldly spectacle. Nara deer in Japan live peacefully with humans in public parks where they roam freely. According to Shinto tradition, they are considered divine messengers and are deeply integrated into local culture. Charan Minang, a 74-year-old Chinese bodybuilder, maintains a youthful physique through intense training and discipline. Mixing milk and cola creates a chemical reaction where proteins separate and form a cloudy layer, leaving a surprisingly clear soda underneath. The RNO motorcycle is a single-wheel electric vehicle with self-balancing technology. Dominic Davis began animating household objects and now has millions of followers worldwide. In China, there is a colossal machine called SLJ 900 that builds bridges without cranes. It is more than 295 feet long and places concrete beams like toy pieces. It moves along pillars, installs sections, and advances without stopping the traffic below. It reduces construction time and costs in a surprising way. Watching it in action feels like seeing a transformer working in real life. The largest drawing in the world covers about 1,227 square feet, equivalent to around 3.8 tennis courts. It was made as a single piece and represents an impressive achievement in scale and artistic detail. It proves that art has no limits when there is dedication. Even a sheet can become a massive gallery. In the Château de Chambord in France, there is a double helix staircase designed by Leonardo da Vinci in 1516. It allows two people to go up and down without ever crossing paths, like gears turning in opposite directions. It was built centuries before computers, using only paper, pen, and genius. Today, it still amazes visitors who climb its steps. The triangular packaging of Toblerone is inspired by the Matterhorn, a Swiss mountain, and its logo hides a bear in honor of the city of Bern. This mix of design, history, and symbolism turns the chocolate into much more than a sweet. Few people notice the hidden bear until someone points it out. A packaging with secrets hidden for decades. There are sea slugs that cut off their own heads to regenerate their entire bodies in a process called extreme autotomy. When they are sick or infested with parasites, they voluntarily separate from their bodies. The head stays alive and forms a new body with full organs in just a few days, one of the most extreme regeneration abilities known. In Singapore, there is a 15-story luxury car vending machine where you can choose a Ferrari or a Lamborghini like it was a drink. It is a mix of technology, extreme luxury, and futuristic convenience. You just select the model, pay, and the system delivers it automatically. Buying a supercar has never been so easy. The sound of the lightsaber in Star Wars was created by mixing an old projector with the static of a tube television. Engineers combined both to achieve that iconic hum everyone recognizes. Sometimes the most memorable effects come from the simplest sources, creativity turning noise into cinematic legend. In Denmark, there is a plant that turns garbage into electricity and has a ski slope, hiking paths, and a climbing wall on its roof. It is called Copenhill and shows that an industrial facility can also be a recreational space. Tons of waste become energy for thousands of homes. Sustainability and fun literally side by side. A Russian artist built a throne using 1 million real dollars as a critique of the power of money. The piece stands out not only for its monetary value, but also for its message. In a world where money rules, sitting on it becomes a provocative statement. Art that questions the system using real cash. In about 3.8 billion years, our galaxy will collide with Andromeda, forming a new galaxy. It will be a slow and massive collision that is part of the natural cycle of the universe. None of us will be alive to see it, but it is already written in the stars. A cosmic spectacle in ultra-slow motion. Toyota is building Woven City at the base of Mount Fuji, a laboratory city where autonomous cars, smart homes, and robots are tested. There are no visible cables or chaotic traffic, and everything is digitally connected. It will be inhabited by employees, scientists, and families who test these technologies daily. Living inside a science fiction movie, but real. A young Ethiopian named Asmalash built his own airplane using YouTube as his teacher with only $7.5 and more than 570 days of work. He used recycled materials and improvised parts following online videos and guides. His airplane works and symbolizes how free information can break any barrier. Without formal studies, he literally managed to take off. In China, there are 24 artificial caverns carved more than 2,000 years ago, with no one knowing who made them. There are no historical records about their construction, and they are decorated with geometric patterns and symmetrical columns. There are no signs of modern tools or nearby civilization remains, a silent mystery carved in stone. Zeus is a blind owl rescued in California, whose eyes look like they contain galaxies with bright star-like spots. His eye condition is rare and does not cause pain, but leaves him completely blind. He became a symbol of beauty and adversity and inspired paintings and songs. A bird with stars in its eyes. The Cartier crash is a watch created in the 1960s that looks melted after an accident inspired by a real crash where a watch was deformed. Its irregular shape broke all traditional styles, and today it is a collectible piece worth thousands of euros. Each unit is handmade, making it even more exclusive, like wearing a sculpture on your wrist. In Italy, the police used a Lamborghini Huracan to transport a kidney from Rome to Padua more than 249 miles in less than 2 hours. The car has a special refrigerated compartment for organs, and the operation was a complete success. The patient received the transplant on time thanks to the speed, power, and hope in the same run. Google stated that its quantum chip may have interacted with parallel universes during an experiment. The microchip solved tasks that would take thousands of years for a normal supercomputer. During certain tests, the results seemed to come from somewhere else. Quantum science is only beginning to reveal its secrets. A British woman over 90 years old went skydiving and broke a record in the United Kingdom. With a huge smile, she proved that age is not a barrier to experiencing intense emotions. Her courage inspired thousands of people around the world. It is never too late to do something extraordinary. Ferrofluid is a dark liquid that transforms into spiky shapes and hypnotic movements when a magnet is brought near it. It is made of metallic particles and oil and is used in both science and art. It stretches, spins, and jumps as if it were alive when reacting to magnetic fields. Physics also has a sense of spectacle. In Switzerland, there is a boarding school called Institut La Rosée that costs more than 130,000 euros per year, with a castle, private lake, and its own ski resort. Princes, heirs, and celebrities from around the world have studied there. They teach leadership, etiquette, and international culture along with traditional subjects. A world apart with views of the Alps. Phuket, Thailand, the park carnival magic has won 9 Guinness records, celebrating the country's culture with an impressive visual display. Decorated with bright lights and colors, it offers floating parades and night markets with local delicacies. The shows combine tradition with modern technology, a tribute to Thai joy and creativity. In Finland, throwing a phone out of frustration became an official sport with an annual championship where people throw old phones as far as possible. There are categories like freestyle and accuracy, and some manage to throw them more than 328 feet. The event promotes electronic recycling along with fun. Shouting while throwing is allowed and even encouraged. In South Korea, there is a theme park dedicated entirely to toilets created by a mayor obsessed with sanitation. It has giant bathroom statues, a museum with toilets from different cultures, and interactive games. Even if it sounds funny, it promotes a serious cause: universal access to basic sanitation. Education with laughter about something as everyday as the bathroom. Artificial intelligence still struggles to generate completely full wine glasses in images. Models confuse the shape or the content, revealing curious limitations. This detail reminds us that even though AI is advancing quickly, it is not perfect. Small flaws that make it seem more human than it appears. Amazon introduced an autonomous taxi called Zoox that is about 11.5 feet long, with no steering wheel and facing seats. Equipped with sensors and artificial intelligence, it moves safely by analyzing its surroundings in real time. It is fully electric and aims to revolutionize urban transport, a step towards self-driving cars. The African praying mantis has camouflage so precise it looks like flowers, dry leaves, or broken branches. This disguise not only hides it from predators, but also attracts prey that think it is a plant. They remain motionless, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. True ninjas of the insect world. Many people discover old portraits in museums with faces incredibly similar to theirs. Coincidences so exact they seem fake, but are not, with almost identical faces and expressions. This sparks theories from reincarnation to the existence of lookalikes across time. Sometimes the past looks at us with our own face. Black fire is produced by combining ethanol, sodium salt, and streetlight illumination, creating flames that appear black. Sodium absorbs the orange light, generating a visual effect that challenges our perception of fire color. It is a chemical reaction that plays with light in a fascinating way. A small mystery for curious eyes. Mexican charreria is a sport recognized by UNESCO as cultural heritage that combines horseback skill with bravery and elegance. Mascharros demonstrate abilities like roping bulls, performing acrobatics, and controlling the horse with precise mastery. Clothing is part of the art: hats, embroidered suits and boots. History, culture, and passion in the dust of an arena. There's a dog breed called Basenji that does not bark but produces a yodel-like sound due to the unique shape of its larynx. Originally from Central Africa, it is quiet, clean, intelligent, and behaves almost like a cat. It grooms itself and is one of the oldest breeds in the world, appearing in Egyptian paintings. Curious and unique by nature. In China, there is the largest astronomy museum in the world, with architecture without straight lines that imitates the shape of the universe. Inside, you can explore real meteorites, walk under augmented reality, and observe the sun with a giant telescope. There are simulators that make you feel what it would be like to be on Mars. Like entering a space movie, but completely real. In a Norwegian forest, there are tree houses with large windows heating modern showers, and even a private jacuzzi with a glass roof to see the stars. They are designed as romantic getaways or total disconnection retreats built sustainably. Staying there feels like living a fantasy suspended between branches and fresh air. A natural luxury few have experienced. A high-pressure water gun can cut through solid walls and is used in rescues to put out fires without entering the building. The jet is so thin and fast it acts like a liquid blade cutting through concrete and metal. Then it releases a flow that extinguishes the fire from the inside without risking firefighters. Water precision and technology against flames. Apollo is a humanoid robot that can lift up to 55 pounds and stays active for 4 hours using swappable batteries. It can walk, handle objects, and detect obstacles, reacting as if it had reflexes. It is expected to be used in warehouses, construction, and high-risk situations. A robot with strength and intelligence ready to work alongside us. La Sagrada Familia has been under construction for more than 140 years, since 1882, transformed by Gaudí with shapes inspired by nature. Generations of architects continued the work after his death in 1926. It is estimated it could be finished between 2026 and 2040. A living temple that keeps growing as if the stone had a soul. And in Iceland, there is a reality show starring only cats, filmed with cameras inside a house where they live and play. Thousands of people tune in to watch their antics, gentle fights, and endless naps with no scripts or challenges. The show promotes responsible adoption and built a large community of cat lovers. Big Brother, but with purring. An Israeli artist paints optical illusions on her own hand, turning her skin into landscapes, faces, and animals that look real. The precision of depth and texture on such a small curved space is impressive. Each piece takes hours and disappears with water, but lives on through social media. Her body becomes the perfect canvas for ephemeral art. In China, androids were presented that look so realistic, they seem alive with detailed facial expressions and eyes that follow your gaze. They show joy, surprise, or sadness, and respond to questions by reading human emotions. They are controlled with advanced artificial intelligence and facial recognition sensors. The future of robotics is already here. Airbnb offers the chance to sleep next to the Colosseum in Rome, with gladiator-style training foam weapons and a Roman dinner included. The experience includes private tours and a history lesson with period clothing. And not everything is designed to make you feel inside an epic movie with modern comfort. One night beside thousands of years of history, hyper-realistic fruit drawings push art to the extreme, using colored pencils and endless patience. Artists achieve shadows, textures, and highlights identical to a photograph, from grapes with water drops to sliced watermelons. Some people cannot tell if it is a drawing or a real photo. Human talent with no visible limits. A pavilion in China built more than 700 years ago, entirely out of wood, has survived floods, earthquakes, and extreme climates. Its structure uses a joint system without nails, giving it extraordinary flexibility and strength. Every column and beam fits like an ancient puzzle, an engineering marvel that defies time. Women of the Red Yao tribe in China cut their hair only once in their lives at 18 years old, letting it grow to more than 6.5 feet. They wash it with fermented rice water that gives it remarkable shine and keeps it strong for decades. For them, hair represents health, luck, and longevity, a cultural treasure worn on the head. Doors that open by themselves without electricity or sensors use an ancient system of ramps, levers, and counterweights. When someone approaches, weight and movement activate a hidden mechanism that opens smoothly. They are used in sustainable construction where dependence on modern energy is minimized. Ingenious, silent, and ecological. Japanese Coca-Cola offers flavors that do not exist anywhere else, such as green tea, peach, and lemon with salt, among others. Editions change every season, and some are only sold for a limited time in specific stations. The cans feature unique collectible designs. If you visit Japan, be ready for a Coke that tastes unlike anything you know. A Vietnamese carpenter spent 100 days creating a fully functional replica of the Tesla Cybertruck, using carved wood assembled by hand. The interior respects the original design with steering wheel seats and dashboard made of polished wood. The exterior withstands weather and daily use despite being entirely wood. Craft tradition and automotive innovation in one unique piece. In a subway station, a staircase was turned into a giant piano, where each step produces a note when stepped on. The Volkswagen campaign increased stair use by 66% compared to escalators. People had fun and even tried to play songs while going up and down. Design and creativity changing daily behavior. Helicopter pilots in extreme rescues land using only the tip of one skid when the terrain is too narrow. They tilt the aircraft resting one side on a rock while the rest stays suspended in the air. This technique requires nerves of steel and intense training, an act of aerial balance where one mistake costs lives. A fan of Interstellar recreated the robot TARS in a functional way, using aluminum and recycled parts that can walk, rotate, and even talk. The result is so realistic it looks like it came straight from a film set. He shared the process online, gaining thousands of followers. A tribute to science fiction and limitless creativity. At Prague City Hall, there is an elevator called Paternoster that never stops open. Cabins move continuously up and down without buttons. To use it, you simply step in while it is moving, which seems dangerous, but it has worked for decades without accidents. Many consider it more of a tourist attraction than transport. Well-designed tradition still works in the 21st century. Structural origami allows the creation of incredible three-dimensional sculptures using only paper, scissors, and mathematics. Every angle and fold is calculated to achieve volumes that trick the eye with precise accuracy. Some artists use software to design patterns before assembling them piece by piece. Just paper and patience creating true masterpieces. An albino humpback whale was spotted in Australia, a creature so rare that fewer than 5 are estimated to exist in the world. Its completely white skin stands out in blue waters, creating a unique visual spectacle. Albinism makes it more vulnerable to the sun and visible to predators. For many, encountering one is a symbol of good luck. A passive exoskeleton reduces physical effort in heavy work without using electricity, operating only with springs and supports. It is worn over arms and shoulders, absorbing part of the muscular load to prevent injuries. It is already used in construction and factories for repetitive tasks, like having an invisible support holding your body. In Kenya, a team of conservationists revived a rhinoceros that collapsed after being sedated for veterinary treatment. They performed CPR and chest compressions until it opened its eyes and stood up again. They saved an endangered animal using human techniques. A moment that combined science, urgency, and hope. A billionaire lifted his McLaren to the 57th floor of his apartment using a giant crane, placing it on the terrace as decoration. The crane positioned the car precisely on a specially designed platform, an extravagant display of wealth that broke all stereotypes about luxury. Excess taken literally to new heights. The giant anteater has a tongue up to 24 inches long, with extremely sticky saliva that traps thousands of insects per minute. It can eat up to 35,000 ants in a single day without biting or chewing. Its long snout and powerful claws complete the perfect setup for destroying anthills. A silent expert in colony demolition. In Chennai, India, there is a restaurant where the waiters are humanoid robots that carry dishes, avoid obstacles, and say polite phrases. Orders are placed from tablets, and the mix of gastronomy and technology turned it into a tourist attraction. Many customers go more to meet the robots than for the food. A dinner from the future served by machines. Chinese artist Ai Weiwei created an installation with 3,144 bicycles stacked on top of each other, forming giant tunnels and columns. They represent mass production and mobility in China, where bicycles are a symbol of freedom turned into repeated pieces. The work was exhibited worldwide and went viral for its scale. Monumental art with everyday objects. The Donkervoort F-22 is a vehicle made of carbon fiber and steel with brutal acceleration that weighs less than expected. Its aerodynamic, aggressive design turns it into a work of art on wheels with a minimalist interior. Each unit is almost handmade, and only a few lucky people can own one. It is not just a car, it is an engineering experience. And the Gyroglove is a glove with a gyroscope designed for people with Parkinson's disease that stabilizes involuntary movements. It allows everyday tasks to be done more easily thanks to its discreet and comfortable design. It has the potential to significantly improve quality of life. Technology giving back control and independence. An artist paints using a magnifying glass and sunlight-burning wood with precise control to create detailed portraits. The magnifying glass acts like a brush and the sun like invisible ink in a slow but amazing process. It achieves shadows, textures, and expressions using only heat and patience, creativity using the simplest elements of nature. James Lake transforms cardboard into monumental sculptures by cutting and assembling hundreds of layers with scissors and glue. He discovered his passion after losing a leg at 17 years old and exhibits in international galleries. Each piece achieves depth and relief, turning fragile cardboard into solid structure. Art that does not need expensive materials. In China, a robot was tested that can be controlled directly with the mind using a helmet with brainwave sensors. Without physical controls, the user moves, turns, or stops the robot using only thought. This technology promises to change the lives of people with disabilities. The power of thought turned into real movement. The Santiago Bernabéu Stadium has a retractable system that allows its grass to be stored underground to protect it during events. The entire field slides like a giant tray into a subterranean greenhouse with controlled light and irrigation. This keeps the grass perfect no matter how many concerts or events take place. Sports engineering at the highest level. Legoland Water Park is a water park where slides, pools, and structures are made from Lego pieces. Visitors interact with thousands of pieces while enjoying themed areas with castles and underwater adventures. It is designed so creativity flows while you have fun in the water. Building your own world while swimming. An ultraviolet camera reveals sun damage on the skin that is invisible to the naked eye, such as dark spots where DNA has been affected. When sunscreen is applied, the camera shows in real time how the filter blocks radiation. It is a powerful tool for raising awareness about skincare. Science making the invisible visible to protect your skin. And every year, more than 1 million amputations occur worldwide, and the Softfoot Bionic Prosthesis offers an innovative solution that mimics real anatomy. With flexible materials and integrated sensors, it adapts to the terrain and provides more natural sensations to the user. It aims to help people regain independence to walk or run with confidence. Technology serving human mobility. In a parliamentary session in New Zealand, a young member of parliament surprised everyone by starting a Maori haka full of strength and coordinated movements. It was a powerful way to assert her culture in a formal setting, and it went viral worldwide. Some applauded while others remained silent in the face of the intense energy. Traditions showing pride in the most institutional spaces. A group of British YouTubers created the largest functional toothbrush in the world, measuring more than 6.5 feet tall with real bristles. They used it to clean a model of giant teeth and even turned it into a multi-purpose tool. The process was documented step by step, showing creativity and humor. Science, comedy, and madness in extreme challenge style. On Mount Fanjing in China, one of the 5 sacred sites of Buddhism at 8,440 feet high, there are ancient temples where monks seek peace and spiritual connection. Beyond its religious meaning, it is known for breathtaking landscapes of valleys and waterfalls. It combines devotion with the magnificence of nature, a treasure of tranquility in the heart of China. A Rubik cube shaped like Mario Brothers' head uses images instead of colors and irregular pieces that increase the difficulty. Solving it is not just aligning colors, but arranging images in the correct order by rotating the character's head. Video game fans love this challenge that mixes nostalgia with spatial skill, a puzzle taken to a completely new level. In Singapore, there is one of the largest aquariums in the world, with more than 4.8 million gallons of water in its main tank. Walking through its glass tunnels feels like diving into the ocean, with sharks and manta rays swimming inches away. There are interactive experiences like feeding rays and learning about coral, a tribute to the underwater world for the whole family. A makeup artist transforms her entire body into nightmare creatures using body paint latex prosthetics and details like veins and scars. Each creation takes hours of work and extraordinary skill to blend colors and textures. Watching her go from a human face to a monster is hypnotic and chilling. Art that gives you goosebumps. A Colombian influencer shocked a fashion show when his outfit completely fell apart in front of the audience while walking the runway. The act was a critique of consumerism and fast fashion, symbolizing how trends have a short lifespan. The outfit disintegrated piece by piece, drawing all eyes. Fashion as a provocative message. A smart plant pot includes humidity light and temperature sensors with an LED face that shows sad eyes when the plant needs water. If it gets enough sunlight, it shows a happy face and connects to a phone via Bluetooth, sending watering notifications. It is perfect for people who forget to care for plants. Technology and nature creating an emotional bond with your plants. Ballpoint pen ink on paper, submerged in water, creates a fascinating visual effect where the soluble ink releases into strands that float, forming fluid clouds. Each line turns into a river of filaments, expanding and fading into moving abstract landscapes. When the paper is removed, the original form reappears like a recovered ghost. Pure liquid poetry. In Turkey, there is a ghost town of hundreds of Disney-style castles, abandoned halfway through construction after financial problems. Empty towers and fairy tale facades remain uninhabited, creating a surreal landscape with no visitors. It feels like walking through a ghost theme park, where fantasy collided with economic reality. A beautiful and sad place filled with silence. The A700 airship is a modern model that uses helium to float silently while consuming very little energy. It is used for patrol, environmental monitoring, and air tourism, and can stay airborne for several days without landing. In science, it studies the atmosphere and monitors protected areas without environmental impact. An elegant return to the sky with ecological awareness. The Nintendo Museum lets visitors play classic titles with giant controllers and explore the full history of the Japanese company. From the earliest games to modern consoles, visitors relive moments from their childhood. The official store offers exclusive products for dedicated fans. A tribute to creativity and the cultural impact of Nintendo. A smart bed tracks breathing heart rate and movement without a watch or phone, using technology built into the mattress. Some models adjust temperature, play relaxing sounds, or change firmness automatically. Everything is designed to improve your rest without you noticing. Sleeping well now depends on intelligent systems. Creating jewelry by hand requires melting precious metals, hammering with ancient techniques, and setting stones with tiny tools. Today, some jewelers combine traditional methods with three-dimensional printers and microscopes. The result is unique pieces with soul that tell stories in miniature. Each piece holds hours of dedication and human talent. Orville Rogers set a world athletics record at 101 years old, proving that the body ages but the spirit does not. He began competing in senior races at 90 and collected medals with discipline and a healthy diet. He said his secret was simply staying active every day, proof that it is never too late to push limits. In London, there is a unique pedestrian bridge that curls into itself to let boats pass through the river. Its mechanical design makes the entire structure bend like an accordion, forming a perfect octagon when closed. It is a mix of engineering and art that attracts tourists from around the world. Function and beauty united over water. Danish police fight crime by playing video games on Twitch to connect with young people and teach digital safety. They join matches of Fortnite or Counter-Strike while talking about harassment, fraud, and data theft. They use gamer language to connect authentically without uniforms or lectures. Protecting also means understanding the digital world. The Bugatti Type 64, designed in 1939, had vertical opening gull-wing doors decades before modern supercars. Its revolutionary look combined advanced engineering with elegant curves that challenged what was imaginable at the time. It was never mass-produced but inspired generations of cars. Motion art ahead of its time. Sua Industries develops giant robots piloted from inside with ergonomic controls and 360-degree vision. They could be used in rescue construction or exploring dangerous environments. It is like stepping inside a robotic giant to perform tasks impossible for the human body. The fusion of science fiction and real engineering. A stop-motion artist named Justin Rash works frame by frame, moving tiny figures to create fantasy worlds with clay and miniature sets. He combines handcrafted techniques with digital precision for video games and short films where every movement is carefully refined. Watching his process is mesmerizing, handmade nostalgia with modern technology. A video captured a piglet and a puppy playing soccer on snow, and the internet melted with cuteness. The piglet pushed the ball with its snout, while the puppy intercepted it with its paws without tricks or effects. The color contrast with the snow made it even more adorable. Play is a universal language that connects species. Porsche designed an electric mountain bike with an advanced motor and carbon frame built for tough terrain. It combines elegance, power, and durability with the style of the German brand. It is ideal for extreme adventures without sacrificing luxury. The perfect fusion of sport and premium design on two wheels. A flight attendant filmed an advertisement from the top of the Burj Khalifa at 2,717 feet high with a plane flying nearby. It was not only a massive logistical achievement, but also a display of courage and professionalism. Being that close to an aircraft at that height is extremely unusual. Advertising taken literally to new heights. There is an inflatable emergency bracelet that can save your life in water by activating instantly. It is perfect for surfers, swimmers, or anyone practicing water sports. It inflates in seconds, providing enough buoyancy to keep you safe. A small invention with a huge impact on safety. There are sculptures that seem to escape their frames as if frozen in time, breaking the boundary between static and dynamic. Heck, when you look at them, it feels like the movement continues, challenging visual perception. These works question the limits of traditional framed art that seems to come alive before your eyes. Placing a red-hot steel ball on aloe vera causes the gel to caramelize, bubble, and change shape instantly. It is a striking visual reaction that combines extreme temperature with natural botany. These experiments have gone viral online because of their dramatic effect. Science and nature leaving viewers amazed. Window cleaners have international competitions where the best in the world compete for speed and technique. They use squeegees and cloths with precise movements that look choreographed to achieve a perfect finish. The event is held in different countries, attracting cleaning enthusiasts and curious spectators. Behind every shining window, there might be a world champion. The comparisons of monsters from Stranger Things in animation show their size abilities and dimensional origins by placing them side by side. Seeing these creatures together helps understand their evolution and level of danger throughout the series. The animation includes facts and references to key episodes, the upside down in animated form for nostalgic fans. An artist recreates iconic Super Mario sounds using only his mouth from jumps to the coin sound with amazing accuracy. His ability to transport audiences to the past with sound alone shows the power of beatbox art. Fans from an entire generation recognize every effect instantly. Vocal art bringing childhood back. In Microsoft offices in Washington, there is the quietest room in the world at minus 20.6 decibels. It is so silent you can hear your heartbeat and even the movement of your bones. Built with layers of steel, concrete, and foam, it absorbs every sound wave and has held a Guinness record since 2015. When a male alpha gorilla loses a fight, he also loses his entire family group. The winner takes control and in some cases eliminates the previous male's offspring. Losing leadership has drastic consequences for all members of the group. Caesar salad was created in Tijuana, Mexico, by Italian chef Cesare Cardini on July 4, 1924. He improvised a salad with lettuce, garlic, eggs, and Parmesan cheese to serve Californians. It became an international classic and a major culinary contribution from Mexico to the world. Aerogel is the lightest solid on Earth, made of 99.8% air. It is called frozen smoke because of its ethereal look, and it provides exceptional thermal insulation. Even NASA uses it so spacecraft can land safely. Centuries ago, pillows were made of stone to prevent insects, and in Egypt to ward off evil spirits. Their purpose was protection more than comfort until the Romans improved them with straw and feathers. Over time, they evolved into an essential part of human rest. In Japan, children use randosuru backpacks that cost more than $500 and last all 6 years of elementary school. They are handmade, resist earthquakes, and can even work as emergency flotation devices. The brand Sabin has been making them since 1946 without changing the design. Diamonds form about 124 miles underground at temperatures between 1,652 and 2,372 degrees Fahrenheit. Pressure creates crystals 4 times harder than any known mineral. Volcanic eruptions bring them to the surface through rock pipes called kimberlites. The movie Rocky from 1976 was filmed in just 28 days with a modest budget. It won 3 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. It became a classic that still inspires audiences around the world. The Nazca lines in Peru are giant figures visible only from the air, created between 500 BC and 500 AD. Without modern technology, they made figures over 328 feet long with near-perfect proportions. They became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994. Warner Brothers built 10 replicas of the Tumbler Batmobile from Christopher Nolan in 2024. Each cost $2.99 million and includes a smoke launcher and jet engine simulator. Since it is not road legal, it cannot be driven on public streets. A single gram of gold can be stretched up to 12.4 miles, thanks to its incredible malleability. This property has been used for centuries to create extremely thin gold leaf and jewelry. It shows the wonders found in precious elements. On Toyokoro Beach in Japan, ice blocks appear that look like jewels between January and February. The jewel ice phenomenon happens when temperatures drop below 32 degrees Fahrenheit along the Tokachi River. The beach became part of a UNESCO-recognized geopark in 2010. Sleep problems threaten the health of more than 45% of the global population. Sleeping too little can reduce cognitive function and cause symptoms like dementia and hallucinations. If someone claims they sleep 4 or 5 hours a day, it is not something positive. Michael Kelly patented barbed wire in 1868, but Joseph Glidden perfected the design in 1874. It transformed life in the American West, helping ranchers control land. Today, it is used to protect military sites and mark boundaries. The movie Oppenheimer was filmed in IMAX 70mm, using a strip of film about 11.2 miles long, weighing around 600 pounds. Renting the cameras costs $300,000 per week without lenses. It creates a three-dimensional feel without glasses and has no fully digital shots. Chanel spent $33 million in 2004 on the most expensive advertisement ever made. They hired Nicole Kidman and director Baz Luhrmann for a 30-second commercial. It remains the most costly ad produced in any medium. In China, some students attend classes 10 hours a day, 6 days a week living at school. They start at 6:30 in the morning and finish at 9 at night with only 30 minutes to eat. It is an extreme system that reflects intense academic pressure. According to McKinsey, generative artificial intelligence could add $4.4 trillion to the global economy each year. It will affect industries like contact centers, translation, and accounting worldwide. Business leaders already consider it a top priority. Real Madrid World in Dubai is the first theme park dedicated to a football club, covering about 14.8 acres with more than 40 attractions. It displays 15 European Cups and has interactive areas with a robot goalkeeper. It opened in November 2024 and offers a unique experience for fans. A 5-month-old bar-tailed godwet flew for 11 days without stopping from Alaska to Tasmania, covering 8,428 miles. It completed the journey without eating, drinking, or resting using stored fat reserves. It holds one of the most impressive long-distance migration records in the animal kingdom. The creators of Star Wars designed Yoda inspired by Albert Einstein because of his wrinkled face and bushy eyebrows. Both are known for wisdom and deep thinking. The most brilliant scientist inspired one of the most memorable characters in the saga. Croatia has about 4 million inhabitants, but more than 6 million Croats live abroad. In 2020, there were 20,000 more deaths than births, the worst figure in its history. The diaspora was driven by the search for better opportunities. If you lost something, try searching from right to left because your brain processes information differently when direction is reversed. The usual left to right search is more automatic and shallow, and this method forces more attention and may surprise you. A chicken managed to fly for 13 seconds during a special event, exceeding expectations. It amazed everyone watching who could not believe it. Even short flights can lead to unexpected feats. Every year in Italy, donkeys carry up to 8 lambs across dangerous mountains in a practice called transhumance. This tradition, over 1,000 years old, was recognized by UNESCO in 2019. Donkeys act like 4-legged babysitters for the sheep. The Russian city of Mirny grew around a diamond mine about 1,728 feet deep. It is one of the largest man-made holes in the world, with a diameter of about 0.75 miles. Helicopters are banned from flying over it because air currents could pull them downward. Tears look different under a microscope depending on the emotion that causes them. Each dried tear forms a unique crystal pattern like a tiny map. Photographer Rose Lynn Fisher documented this fascinating, microscopic world of emotions. Neil Harbison implanted an antenna in his skull in 2004 that converts colors into sound. He is recognized as the first cyborg and can perceive infrared and ultraviolet. He co-founded the Cyborg Foundation, which supports the right to modify the human body. Tooth enamel contains 95% hydroxyapatite, a mineral with hardness comparable to diamond. It allows teeth to resist decay for hundreds of years. Thanks to teeth, scientists know early humans traveled from Africa to China 80,000 years ago. Big cats are attracted to Calvin Klein, obsession for men, because of its vanilla and amber ingredients. It stimulates their hunting behavior in surprising ways. It has been used to bring these animals closer to wildlife cameras. Some crab species eat their own offspring to gain nutrients after reproduction. Female red crabs can lay up to 100,000 eggs, which demands huge energy. They may also do it to avoid future competition for food or space. The deepest natural sinkhole in the world is Shaozhai Tianqing in China, at 2,172 feet deep. It contains an underground river about 5.3 miles long and a spectacular waterfall inside. It is home to 1,300 species of plants and animals, including the clouded leopard. More than 100,000 students in Zhengzhou, China, rode about 31 miles on bicycles just to eat dumplings. What started with 4 students became a massive movement that overwhelmed roads. Authorities imposed restrictions and blocked bike apps outside designated areas. Elizabeth Sweetheart, at 83 years old, has spent more than 25 years wearing only green. Her clothes, hair, home, and tools are all green, and she worked with Calvin Klein as a designer. She believes green brings positive energy, and her style made her beloved in her neighborhood. An NFL player turned $6.5 million into Bitcoin in 2020 when it was worth $27,000 each. He bought 241 Bitcoins, now worth more than $25 million, on a risky move that became one of the best financial decisions in sports. In the Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, the Drift King Keiichi Tsuchiya performed most of the drifting as a stunt driver. He was also a stunt coordinator and appears in a cameo mocking failed attempts by Sean. The movie popularized drift culture and influenced franchises like Need for Speed. A study showed that babies as young as 12 months form memories by activating the hippocampus. Over time, these memories become difficult to consciously recall in adulthood. This phenomenon is called infantile amnesia and explains why we do not remember being babies. Michael Jackson had a meeting on September 11, 2001 at the Twin Towers. After a concert the night before, he was too exhausted and overslept, missing it. Not attending saved him from a tragedy that changed world history. The Slonic salt mine in Romania has chambers about 230 feet high with ping-pong mini-golf in an underground chapel. Its temperature of 53.6 degrees Fahrenheit and clean air help treat respiratory conditions. A unique destination combining adventure, health, and culture underground. Iniesta's goal in the 116th minute of the 2010 World Cup final gave Spain its first title. It happened in extra time against the Netherlands when the entire country held its breath. It triggered an explosion of joy that united the nation and crowned a golden generation. Shaking hands transfers more germs than kissing, according to recent studies. Saliva contains enzymes that fight germs, while skin contact makes bacterial transfer easier. And washing your hands regularly is essential and can even save your life. When lightning strikes a tree, it vaporizes the sap, creating an explosion that rips off the bark and fractures the trunk. A sleeper lightning strike may not ignite immediately, but fire can appear hours or days later. It is one of the main causes of seemingly unexplained wildfires. Terry Horton bought a painting for $5 in 1992 that might be by Jackson Pollock. She was offered $2.9 million but refused, convinced it was worth $50 million. She died insisting it was original and left her son the mission to sell it. Just 2 nights of poor sleep can make you feel 4 years older due to lack of cellular repair. Cortisol rises, breaking down collagen melatonin drops, and the skin dehydrates, losing elasticity. And sleeping well is not a luxury, but a direct investment in youth and well-being. Presbyopia is the loss of the ability to focus on nearby objects that begins at 40 years old. It happens because the lens of the eye gradually loses elasticity with age. Many people notice it when they need to hold reading material farther away to see clearly. Humans eat more bananas than monkeys because they are mass-produced and available in every supermarket. Monkeys have a more varied diet, including fruits, leaves, and insects. Preference and access explain this curious difference in consumption between species. On Jupiter and Saturn, it rains diamonds due to the extreme atmospheric conditions of these giant planets. Hydrocarbon clouds form carbon crystals that fall like precious stones. It is estimated that 10 million tons of diamonds fall each year on these planets. Casu marzu cheese from Sardinia is intentionally infested with live larvae that ferment sheep milk. It is recommended to wear eye protection because the larvae can jump up to 6 inches out of the plate. It is banned in the European Union because it can cause intestinal mycosis. The secret of panettone is turning it upside down right after baking because its high fat content would make it collapse under gravity. Flipping it at the right moment allows gravity to work in favor, keeping its fluffy structure. That is why it is considered the graduation test for artisan bakers. Breathing through the mouth constantly causes dry mouth infections, cavities, and can even change the shape of the jaw. The nose is designed to filter warm and humidify air before it reaches the lungs. Nasal breathing stimulates nitric oxide, which improves oxygen absorption naturally. The archerfish shoots jets of water from its mouth to knock insects off branches with incredible precision. The stream hits the insect, knocking it into the water where it is instantly captured. It is an amazing example of animal adaptation for survival. Haripupakatipito released a heart-shaped plume, reigniting the legend of the warrior in The Princess Iztaccíhuatl. According to the legend, she died of grief, believing him dead, and he remained watching over her forever. Each plume symbolizes an immortal love that transcends centuries. South Korean students in 2014 built a raft using 160 unopened bags of potato chips. They paddled about 0.6 miles along the Han River, protesting the excess air in packages. Companies explain that nitrogen preserves freshness and prevents chips from breaking. Venus is the only planet that rotates clockwise opposite to all others in the solar system. Its carbon dioxide atmosphere creates a greenhouse effect with temperatures above 842 degrees Fahrenheit. Studying it is key to understanding atmospheric processes in planetary evolution. Blind football uses a ball with bells, and spectators must remain completely silent. Each team has 4 blindfolded players and one-sided goalkeeper. Shouting is only allowed when a goal is scored, turning each one into an explosion of emotion. The Rama Theater in Murcia has a prophecy saying its final fire will happen when it is completely full. It has already suffered 2 major fires since the land was taken from the church. When the superstition ensures that at least one seat is always left empty during performances. Columbus believed he saw mermaids in 1493, but they were actually manatees in Caribbean waters. He wrote that they were not beautiful and had faces resembling humans. Without knowing it, he had discovered a new marine mammal, not mythical creatures. In Japan, there was a bar where customers paid to be slapped. As strange as it sounds, this unusual experience became part of its identity for years. What is even more surprising is that they later abandoned the idea completely. They went from selling slaps to selling burgers. Some modern electric saws have a safety system capable of saving fingers in milliseconds. If the blade detects contact with human skin, an automatic brake activates and the blade retracts almost instantly. Everything works thanks to the conductivity of the human body. It is one of those quiet technologies that can truly change a life. In Hollywood, there are thousands of stars on the Walk of Fame, but very few belong to fictional characters. Among them are figures so famous they went beyond the screen and became part of popular culture. Mickey Mouse was one of the first to receive that honor. It proves that fiction can leave a real mark. There is an art installation where you can literally walk under the rain without getting wet. A system of sensors detects where you are and stops the drops right above your body. When from a distance it looks like magic, but it is actually technology and precision. The experience turns something as ordinary as rain into a surreal scene. Some octopuses have started using human trash as shelter. Instead of hiding in shells or natural crevices, they move into cans, bottles, and plastic waste. While it shows their incredible adaptability, it also reveals how much humans have altered the ocean. Seeing such an intelligent animal living among waste is a sad warning. Pac-Man is not only one of the most famous video games in history, but also one of the most profitable. Since its release, it has generated massive revenue and stayed relevant for decades. Its simple design, iconic sound, and addictive style made it timeless. Its creator was inspired by a pizza missing a slice. In Hawaii, rainbows are so frequent that it is considered one of the best places in the world to see them. The mix of constant rain, strong sunlight, mountains, and ocean breeze creates nearly perfect conditions. You can see single, double, and even more complex rainbows. For many people, visiting these islands feels like stepping into a painted sky. In The Simpsons, there is a visual detail that almost nobody notices at first. God is the only character with 5 fingers on each hand, while the rest have 4. It was not an animation mistake, but a deliberate decision to make him different. Even in a comedy, that detail gives him a special sense of authority. In Austria, there is a tradition where a massive bonfire is built to mark the change of season. In one of its most impressive additions, they used about 110 tons of wood to build a huge tower that was later set on fire. The result looks like a giant column of fire reaching the sky. It is a mix of ritual celebration and extreme visual spectacle. Felix Baumgartner made history by jumping from the stratosphere from an extreme height. During free fall, he broke the sound barrier without being inside a vehicle. His descent was watched by millions, and it was not just a televised stunt. It also provided useful data for scientific research and future space missions. There is a portrait of Barack Obama that was not painted or sculpted in the traditional way. It was created using 3-dimensional scanning with cameras and lights from multiple angles. The result allows every facial detail to be seen with remarkable precision. It is a modern way to immortalize a political figure using technology instead of brushes. Myopia is increasing at an alarming rate in many parts of the world, especially among children and young people. One of the main factors is spending too much time indoors with little natural light. Sunlight exposure supports healthy eye development. Something as simple as spending more time outside can make a big difference. Crash test dummies that now save lives in car and aircraft testing have a serious origin. They were created to replace experiments with human cadavers and animals. Over time, they helped improve seat belts, airbags, and entire safety structures. They are quiet inventions that have protected millions without much recognition. German students managed to turn an entire building into a game of Tetris. They used lights on the facade to simulate a giant screen and controlled the pieces from below. The result was a perfect mix of nostalgia, engineering, and urban spectacle. Watching blocks fall down a 49-foot building must have felt like playing inside the game. There is an artist capable of transforming ordinary coins into tiny, complex sculptures. Using precision tools, he creates everything from moving mechanisms to articulated figures. What most people see as spare change, he sees as a miniature metal canvas. His work combines art, patience, and engineering in an incredibly small space. When a cat's eyes glow in the dark, it is not magic but anatomy. They have a layer behind the retina that reflects light and improves vision in low-light conditions. This gives them a huge advantage for moving and hunting at night. And that green or yellow shine is basically a survival tool. The famous white Michelin mascot has a name and a long history. It is called Bibendum and was created in the late 19th century. Over time, it changed shape but remained one of the most recognizable advertising mascots in the world. Few logos can claim to last more than a century. There are fish like the kobu dai that can change sex if the social structure of the group requires it. When the dominant male dies, a female can transform and take that role. The change affects body behavior and reproductive organs. In the ocean, what seems impossible to us is simply a survival strategy. In the Paralympic Games, blind sprinters compete connected to guides with incredible coordination. Both must run as if they were a single person, synchronizing every step. The guide cannot cross the finish line before the athlete. It is a powerful combination of speed trust and teamwork. Although we usually draw the sun as yellow, it is actually white. Its light contains all visible colors, and outside the atmosphere, it appears that way. The yellow tone we see from Earth comes from how the air scatters light. In other words, the sun in drawings is more of an atmospheric illusion. There is a building in Poland that looks like it came out of a strange dream. Its walls curve, windows warp, and the roof appears to melt. Despite that, it is a fully functional structure. The so-called crooked house shows that architecture can play with fantasy. In Luxor stands one of the most impressive religious complexes of the ancient world. The Karnak Temple began construction thousands of years ago and was expanded by different pharaohs. Its massive columns, obelisks, and hieroglyphs still amaze visitors today. Walking there feels like stepping into history carved in stone. In Vietnam, there is a dragon-shaped bridge that breathes fire and water during night shows. Its head lights up traffic stops, and crowds gather to watch. It is a perfect blend of infrastructure and theatrical design. Not many bridges can say they literally breathe fire. When an aircraft breaks the sound barrier, a white vapor cone can sometimes form around it. This effect happens due to sudden pressure and temperature changes that condense moisture in the air. It lasts briefly, but looks like something from a futuristic movie. Pure physics turned into a visual spectacle. A stuffed lion in a Swedish castle became famous not for its majesty, but for how poorly it was made. The people who preserved it had never seen a real lion, so they improvised using bad references. The result looks almost like an unintentional parody. Today it is an attraction because of its strange appearance. Sharks cannot simply stay still like other fish. Many species need to keep swimming constantly, so water flows through their gills, allowing them to breathe. Without a swim bladder, stopping also means sinking. Even their rest is tied to movement. In New Zealand, there is a place where a movie set became a real attraction. Hobbiton was built so well that it was preserved after filming ended. Today, thousands of people walk among hobbit houses, gardens, and taverns as if Middle-earth were real. Few film sets become permanent tourist destinations. In Georgia, there is a cafe suspended about 984 feet above a canyon. It is made of glass and offers a view that mixes luxury with vertigo. Having a coffee there is not just a break, but a test for those who are not afraid of heights. It is one of those experiences where the drink becomes secondary. The holes in Swiss cheese are not random or decorative. They form during fermentation when certain bacteria release gas inside the cheese. That gas creates bubbles which later become the famous holes. Those eyes are a biological signature of the process. In Madagascar, there is a national park covered with razor-sharp rock formations that look from another planet. The stones create a natural labyrinth that is difficult to cross even with special equipment. The landscape is stunning, but also dangerous. It is a place where beauty and risk go together. There was a time when McDonald's was much simpler than it is today. In its early years, it had no screens or modern technological style. Just paper menus, basic design, and a very modest approach. From that humble beginning, one of the most recognizable chains in the world was born. There's a strange sport that mixes juggling and combat. While keeping your clubs in the air, you try to make your opponent lose control of theirs. It sounds absurd, but requires a huge amount of coordination and strategy. It is like fighting and performing circus skills at the same time. Willard Wiggin became famous for creating sculptures so small they fit on the head of a pin. To work, he needs an almost impossible steady hand and tiny tools. Some pieces are so small they can only be properly appreciated under a microscope. It is art at a scale where a blink could ruin hours of work. Formula One drivers race in a very reclined position, almost lying down. That posture improves aerodynamics and helps them withstand the extreme forces of competition. It is not just about design, but also physical endurance. Inside the car, the driver functions more like a compressed athlete than a regular driver. China has developed micro-drones so small they resemble a mosquito. They integrate cameras, sensors, and microphones into a minimal body controlled from mobile devices. Their potential for surveillance and espionage is enormous. They are the kind of invention that impresses for its ingenuity and raises concern for what it could imply. And in Japan, they floated a massive balloon shaped like a human face over a city. The piece looked like something out of a strange dream or an elegant nightmare. More than decoration, it aimed to provoke amazement and reflection. Seeing a giant face staring from the sky is not easily forgotten. There are animals whose fur can emit a green fluorescent glow under certain lighting conditions. This happens because they absorb ultraviolet radiation and re-emit it as visible light. It seems like a trait invented for a fantasy creature. Yet it is another reminder that nature always goes beyond human imagination. On one occasion, a chess game was played using real people as pieces on a giant board. The event lasted for hours and turned strategy into a true visual spectacle. More than a match, it felt like a theatrical representation of thought. Imagining pawns and rooks walking in real life completely changes the experience of the game. In Japan, some abandoned phone booths were given a very unusual second life. Instead of being removed, they were turned into small urban aquariums. The result is a poetic mix between obsolete technology and aquatic nature. These are the kinds of ideas that transform everyday ruins into something unexpectedly beautiful. Nagoro in Japan is a village where there are more scarecrows than real inhabitants. A local artist placed life-size figures to represent people who no longer live there. Today they appear in streets, schools, and bus stops as if the town were still full of life. The place feels unsettling, sad, and fascinating at the same time. There are futuristic tables capable of changing shape to adapt to different tasks. They can become a desk, a dining table, or even a serving surface responding to gestures or needs in the moment. They are furniture pieces that seem to have a will of their own, a sign that even the most common objects can become intelligent. Japan is working on prototypes of flying cars with vertical takeoff designed for future urban life. The idea is to reduce traffic and move people through the air on short trips. Although they are not yet part of daily life, development is already underway. What once was pure science fiction is starting to take real shape. The Orion spacecraft from NASA has demonstrated a key capability for future lunar missions: precise docking in orbit. It may seem like a minor technical detail, but it is essential for building space stations and sending people farther. Each successful maneuver is a step toward a solid return to the moon. Space depends as much on small precision as on massive rockets. When the so-called panda ant is neither an ant nor a panda, it is actually a wingless wasp in the case of females, and its furry look with black and white spots gave it that name. Despite looking adorable, its sting is famously painful. It is a perfect example of why judging an insect by its cute appearance is not a good idea. In New Zealand, a giant potato was found so large it became a celebrity. It weighed several pounds, and at first they were not even sure it was truly a potato. They gave it a name, and it appeared in media like an agricultural star. Sometimes nature also produces wonderful absurdities. There are lakes that turn pink during certain times of the year due to a combination of salt, algae, and small organisms. One of them in Russia creates a landscape that looks digitally edited. The contrast between the pink water and the dry surroundings produces a surreal image. It is as if someone poured dye over a real landscape. In a prison in Brazil, guard dogs were replaced with geese. It may sound ridiculous, but these birds are territorial, loud, and very effective at alerting any unusual movement. They are also cheaper to maintain and do not require sophisticated training. Sometimes the most efficient security has feathers instead of fangs. A common pencil can draw an extremely long, continuous line if all its graphite is used. In controlled tests, it has been shown that it could extend for dozens of miles. It is surprising how much distance can come from such a simple object. It seems small in your hand, but holds much more than we imagine. In China, a cat was cloned from preserved cells of the original animal. When the new feline shares the genetics, although not necessarily the same personality. This shows that not everything is copied through DNA alone. Biotechnology can now reproduce pets, but not bring back exactly the same one that was lost. There are foldable houses that go from a compact block to a functional home in just a few minutes. They do not require massive cranes or complex traditional construction. They are designed for emergencies, mobility, or places where building a normal house would be difficult. It is portable architecture taken to another level. A sea slug has amazed scientists with an incredible ability. It can detach from its body and regenerate it almost completely from the head. It sounds like an impossible scene, but it is a real survival strategy. The process allows it to discard compromised parts and continue living. Nature sometimes solves problems in ways that would seem exaggerated in a movie. Aristoteles Valerius, a dancer from Cyprus, managed to move with hundreds of glasses balanced on his head. His feat combined tradition, precision neck endurance, and almost absurd body control. Holding even one glass seems difficult, imagining hundreds is on another level. It is a mix of art and physical challenge that borders on the impossible. Silk production began more than 5,000 years ago and remains one of the most delicate textile techniques. Silkworms create cocoons with extremely fine threads that can reach enormous lengths. To obtain them without breaking them, a very careful process is required. Behind a luxurious fabric, there is literally the work of a small insect. A prehistoric shark was discovered whose teeth resemble the ships from the video game Galaga. Scientists took advantage of that coincidence and gave it a name inspired by the game. It is one of those cases where pop culture unexpectedly enters science. Even fossils can have gamer references. There are volcanoes that do not erupt lava, but mud. These mud volcanoes form when underground gases push water, earth, and minerals to the surface. Although they may seem less threatening at first glance, some can be violent and dangerous. The earth does not only spit fire, sometimes it also boils mud. In several Asian countries, many people do not use deodorant for a genetic reason. A widespread mutation causes the body to produce fewer compounds responsible for body odor. This changes daily habits and even affects the cosmetic market. It is an interesting example of how biology influences cultural behavior. The Bedlington Terrier looks more like a small sheep than a dog. Its curly coat, slender body, and unique face make it appear almost like a living costume. However, behind that cute appearance, there is a strong and protective animal. It is one of those cases where looks can be misleading. If you observe a single drop of seawater under magnification, you can find an entire universe. Larvae, eggs, tiny crustaceans, algae, and microorganisms coexist in that microscopic space. This invisible life supports much of the ocean food chain. The sea is not only vast, it is also full of hidden small worlds. Chapultepec Castle in Mexico has a notable historical peculiarity. It is the only castle in the American continent that served as a royal residence. It has also been a military academy observatory and presidential residence before becoming a museum. Its history shows how one building can transform many times without losing its grandeur. Google used camels to capture images of a desert where cars were not practical. They mounted special cameras on them and managed to record the landscape while respecting the environment and local culture. It is a brilliant solution precisely because it seems old-fashioned. Sometimes the best technology relies on traditional methods. On Facebook, there is an option to change the entire interface to a so-called pirate language. Suddenly, friends become shipmates, and buttons sound like they belong to corsairs. It started as an internal joke, but became so popular they kept it. It is a small example of humor hidden inside massive platforms. Alan Shepard, an astronaut from the Apollo program, did something unusual on the moon. He played golf. He brought a hidden attachment, fixed it to a tool, and hit a couple of balls on the lunar surface. Thanks to low gravity, one of the shots traveled an enormous distance. It is probably the most distant game ever played. In South Korea, some people pay to lock themselves inside simulated prisons. They do not do it as punishment, but to escape stress, work pressure, and the exhausting pace of modern life. Without phones or distractions, they seek silence and reflection. It is interesting to think that for some people, peace looks like a cell. A shipment of rubber ducks fell into the ocean and ended up helping science. Over the years, those toys appeared on very distant shores. Researchers used their paths to better understand global ocean currents. A commercial accident turned into an ocean experiment. True cinnamon does not come from where many people imagine. It comes from the inner bark of a tree and is harvested carefully to avoid damaging it. That bark then rolls up naturally, forming the familiar sticks. Behind a common ingredient, there is an artisanal process with centuries of history. The blue dragon is a tiny marine mollusk that is both beautiful and dangerous. It floats upside down and steals toxins from the jellyfish it eats to defend itself. Its intense colors are not just attractive, they also serve as a warning. It is a small creature that combines elegance, poison, and strategy. In Singapore, there is a circular waterfall inside a shopping center that not only decorates but also collects rainwater. The water falls in a spiral from the ceiling, creating a hypnotic scene for visitors. Small boats even move below it. It is one of those works where utility and wonder coexist perfectly. The official sport of the state of Maryland is not American football or baseball, but a medieval-style jousting competition on horseback with lances. Although it sounds outdated, it is still practiced with modern rules and strong tradition. Participants need precision, control, and courage. Sometimes the past does not disappear, it simply evolves. There is a shoe that also works as a phone. It sounds like a cartoon joke, but it was created as a real functional device. It is one of those inventions you do not know whether to admire or question. Technology sometimes advances in very strange directions. Some caterpillars defend themselves by inflating parts of their bodies until they resemble venomous snakes. Their strategy is not to attack, but to deceive predators with an intimidating appearance. Later, they transform into completely harmless moths. Metamorphosis changes not only their form, but also their survival tactics. The classic white soccer ball with black shapes was designed to be more visible on black and white televisions. This design made it easier to follow the ball during matches. Over time, it became a universal symbol of the sport. A technical solution turned into a visual icon. Converse sneakers have side holes that many people think are just decoration, but they serve real functions. They help ventilate the foot and also allow different ways to lace the shoes. It is a small design detail with more usefulness than it seems, as sometimes classic design hides practical solutions. Technologies are being developed that allow people to touch holograms without special gloves. They use ultrasound and sensors to create pressure in the air and simulate textures or invisible buttons. The sensation is not only visual, but also tactile. It is a major step for future interfaces, medicine, and augmented reality. Some smartwatches could figure out your password just by analyzing how your hand moves while typing it. Through algorithms, certain systems can translate gestures into numbers or patterns. It is an unsettling demonstration of how much the body can reveal without intention. Not every technological advance feels reassuring. In Belgium, there is a restaurant that you access wearing diving gear because it is underwater. Dining there means physically submerging before sitting at the table. The experience mixes silence, bubbles, and total strangeness. It is not just dinner, it is almost a gastronomic expedition. In Ghana, a teacher taught computer science by drawing the full interface of a program on a chalkboard. He had no computers, but a strong dedication to teaching. His effort went viral and eventually brought real help to the school. It is a powerful example that teaching depends not only on resources, but also on commitment. Magnetic resonance imaging machines are far more dangerous than they seem if you enter with metal objects. Their magnets are so powerful, they can turn a chair or a tank into a projectile. That is why you must remove jewelry, piercings, and any metallic items before the scan. In a quiet room, there can be an invisible and powerful force. Smart vacuum cleaners do more than clean. They also collect a lot of information about the home while moving around. By mapping rooms, furniture, and objects, they can generate data about habits and lifestyle. This raises serious questions about privacy inside the home. Sometimes the most discreet spy looks like a household appliance. Niagara Falls can appear completely frozen during extreme cold waves, but the water continues to flow beneath thick layers of ice. The visual result is stunning, as if time had stopped in the middle of a massive waterfall. Natural ice sculptures form along with white walls and an almost unreal atmosphere. It is one of those moments when nature seems to create special effects on its own. In Nebraska, there is a town with only one resident, where that single person acts as mayor, librarian, tax collector, and caretaker at the same time. The story reflects a strange mix of solitude, resilience, and love for home. Imagining an entire town sustained by one person gives the word community a completely different meaning. Nikola Tesla, besides being a genius of electricity, had a very special relationship with pigeons. He cared for injured birds and even spent large amounts of money treating one he considered particularly important. That gentle side contrasts strongly with the image of the brilliant inventor. Sometimes historical figures hide unexpected emotions behind their achievements. The velociraptors in Jurassic Park were not entirely accurate. Real ones were much smaller, closer to the size of a large bird than the movie monster. In fact, the design resembled a different, larger dinosaur. And Hollywood chose impact over accuracy, and it worked quite well. There was a time when the Olympic Games awarded not only sports but also art. Medals were given in categories such as painting, architecture, music, and literature, as long as the works were inspired by sports. Over time, this practice disappeared, but for several editions, artists competed alongside athletes. It is one of those historical details few people imagine. Domino's launched a campaign to repair potholes in streets across several cities. The reason was not purely generous but practical. Those holes were ruining pizzas during delivery. So they decided to fix the problem directly on the road. It is rare to see a fast food chain involved in urban infrastructure for the sake of intact pizza. And there is a rescue drone capable of detecting people with thermal vision, flying without GPS, and even breaking windows to enter difficult areas. It can also reorient itself if it falls to the ground. It is like a mix between an emergency tool and a mechanical superhero. The idea of a drone that not only observes but acts changes how we see these devices. In 1998, there was already a device called iPhone, although it had no connection to Apple. It had a touch screen and internet-connected features years before the famous phone that changed the market. It did not succeed or remain in public memory, but it shows that many ideas arrive too early. Sometimes history remembers the one who perfects rather than the one who comes first. A creator built a bicycle with triangular wheels that actually works. The secret lies in an internal system that allows the vertices to move smoothly and produce continuous motion. At first glance, it seems impossible to ride, but once in motion, it proves that even basic shapes can be reimagined with enough engineering. In Central America, there is a white bat that looks like a plush toy with wings. It has a yellow face, large ears, and hides under modified leaves used as shelter. Its appearance is so unusual and adorable, it looks fictional. Yet it is completely real and one of the most charming examples of tropical biodiversity. At the Queen's Museum, there is a massive scale model of New York with hundreds of thousands of buildings represented. Walking beside it feels like exploring a miniature city from a giant perspective. It was created for a world fair and still amazes with its scale and detail. It is such a large physical map, it almost feels like another city within the city. In Istanbul, turbines have been tested that use the air generated by passing vehicles on highways. That wind, which is usually wasted, can be converted into electricity for street lighting. It is a brilliant idea because it uses motion that already exists and turns it into useful energy. Innovation does not always create something new. Sometimes it simply sees better what is already there. A seal with an unusual reddish tone and blue eyes has been observed, making it look almost fantastical. This genetic difference makes it unique, but can also make integration with its group more difficult. In nature, standing out is not always an advantage. Its existence reminds us that being extraordinary can come with isolation. The city of La Plata was designed with such precise urban planning that from above it looks like a perfect geometric figure. It combines grids, diagonals, and evenly distributed plazas. It was not a city that simply grew, but one carefully planned from the start. It is one of the best examples of how order can also be beautiful. In South Africa, there is a roller coaster famous not for its twists, but for a brutal vertical drop. It is also built inside an old mine, which adds a dark and intense atmosphere to the experience. The car stops at the top for a few seconds before dropping. It is more a test of nerves than a simple amusement ride. Mexico once had glaciers on some of its highest volcanoes, but many have already disappeared, and the remaining ones are in danger. Their loss is not only aesthetic or symbolic, it also affects water reserves and nearby ecosystems. What is most striking is that this change happens quietly and slowly. It is one of the clearest and most painful ways to see climate change in action. Every year, photographs of animals in funny situations are awarded, and many look like cartoon scenes. Monkeys making faces, birds looking angry, or predators in awkward positions create instant laughter. But behind the humor, there is also a conservation message. Laughing with wildlife can also remind us it deserves protection. Some sharks lay eggs shaped like spirals or corkscrews. This shape helps them anchor to rocks or coral so they are not carried away by currents. Inside the capsule, the embryo grows protected until it is ready to swim out. Underwater, even eggs can look like small pieces of intelligent design. Kanzi, a very famous bonobo, was raised in an environment where symbols were used to communicate with him. Over time, he came to understand hundreds of words and even complex instructions. It is not just repetition, but actual processing of what is being asked. His case changed how we understand intelligence and language in other primates. Margins on pages did not exist only for aesthetics or note-taking. In ancient times, they helped protect the content of books from rat bites. If the edge was damaged, the main text could still survive. It is interesting that such a common visual standard began as a defense against hungry rodents. Oxygen masks on airplanes do not rely on a tank full of air waiting for an emergency. When the oxygen is generated at that moment through a chemical reaction activated when the system deploys. It is a more compact and efficient solution for commercial flights. So that life-saving air is created exactly when it is needed. The actor behind Sporticus was not only a performer, but also a creator, entrepreneur, and professional athlete. He designed much of the project and performed his own stunts without doubles. His work focused on promoting an active lifestyle for children. Behind the colorful costume, there was serious physical discipline. China built an experimental nuclear fusion reactor capable of reaching temperatures far higher than those at the core of the sun. The ultimate goal is to produce clean energy using a process that does not generate dangerous waste like traditional fission. Although it is still in the development phase, the promise is enormous. It would be like taming a small sun inside a laboratory. Aviator sunglasses were created out of a real need from pilots in the early days of aviation. The sun above the clouds was especially intense, so lenses were designed to protect the eyes without significantly altering vision. Later, this accessory moved from the sky into fashion. What began as a flight tool ended up becoming a cultural icon. The flipbook, that small booklet that shows motion when you flip through pages quickly, was a crucial foundation for animation. It is a simple, almost childlike technique, but it contains the essential principle of animated film. Each drawing alone seems still, but together they come to life. It is proof that great ideas can come from very simple mechanisms. If the universal logo actually existed floating in the sky at equivalent proportions, each of its letters would be gigantic on an absurd scale. It would be visible from enormous distances and feel overwhelming. It is one of those facts that serves no practical purpose, but helps imagine how colossal certain symbols are when translated into the real world. Sometimes scale completely breaks our intuition. The band OK Go created a music video using dozens of phones, working at the same time to record and play synchronized images. As always, they turned everyday technology into a complex and original visual choreography. What is impressive is not only the result, but the planning behind every second. They make something extremely precise look simple. The so-called sea bunnies are not rabbits, but tiny sea slugs. They measure only a few centimeters, have an adorable appearance, and look like living toys. However, they are toxic and should not be touched. Once again, nature reminds us that the cutest things can also be dangerous. There are transparent covers for lenses that spin so fast that rain or snow cannot stick to the surface. Because of that, cameras maintain a clear view even in very harsh conditions. It is an elegant solution to a very specific problem. Sometimes good design does not need to be flashy, just effective. A Korean designer creates furniture made of wire that looks like drawings from a notebook. Chairs, tables, and lamps appear like three-dimensional sketches suspended in space. They work but also confuse the eye. It feels like sitting on a line that became real. A private company managed to land softly on the moon, with its own module marking an important step in commercial space exploration. It was not just about reaching the surface, but doing so with precision and transmitting images of the descent. Each mission like this opens the door to scientific instruments, future bases, and new forms of collaboration. The moon is starting to become more than just government territory. European researchers developed a biochip that speeds up healing using controlled electrical impulses. The device guides cells to align and move faster toward a wound. This could greatly help people with injuries that are difficult to heal. It is precision medicine working directly with cellular behavior. In India, there is an engineer who builds cars shaped like absurd objects, such as a hamburger, a toothbrush, or a toilet. But they are not just sculptures, they actually work and can be driven. His goal is to draw attention to issues like recycling or hygiene. Turning a social message into a literal vehicle is a form of activism that is hard to ignore. The air curtains you feel when entering some supermarkets are not there for comfort. They create an invisible barrier that helps maintain the indoor temperature and block insects or dust from outside. They are a very efficient solution that most people barely notice. Another example that useful engineering does not always need to be visible. Cats have a natural reflex that allows them to twist in the air to try to land on their feet. They begin developing it at a very young age, and it depends on their flexibility, balance, and body structure. It does not mean they are invincible, but it does show an impressive acrobatic ability. That is why many of their falls seem to defy common sense. There is a Bugatti so exclusive that only one unit was ever made. Its price made it one of the most expensive cars in the world, and its design looks like something from a futuristic luxury film. More than a means of transport, it is a collector piece with an engine. At that level, driving and displaying it almost become the same thing. A very heavy anvil can float on Mercury due to the extremely high density of this liquid metal. At first glance, it seems like a total contradiction, because something so heavy should sink immediately. But physics does not always match visual intuition. It is one of those experiments that makes science feel almost magical. The BMW Isetta was such a strange car that it looked like an egg with wheels. Its door was at the front and opened completely as if you were entering a tiny refrigerator. It had very limited space and a charming design that made it unforgettable. It is one of those machines that shows that the history of automobiles has not always taken itself too seriously. In Thailand, there is a pool that looks filled with red water as if it belonged in a horror movie. The color is not actually in the water, but in the tiles at the bottom, which create that visual effect. Under certain lighting, it looks even more intense and unsettling. It is designed using perception to trick the eye. A Chinese businessman decided to build a floating mansion to escape noise and urban pollution. The home includes self-sufficient systems, solar panels, and the comforts of a luxury house. He basically created his own habitable island. Living on water with full independence sounds like a mix of escape whim and futuristic vision. In California, someone started hiding money in public places and leaving clues online so others could find it. They were not huge amounts, but unexpected gifts that brightened the day of strangers. The idea went viral and turned the city into a kind of modern treasure hunt. Sometimes small anonymous gestures create a huge impact. Many people think that the colored circles printed on some packages are related to ingredients or product quality, but that is not true. They are control marks used by printers to check that colors are aligned correctly. They say nothing about what you eat, but about how the package was printed. It is a common myth explained by something much simpler. For the first time, a baby was born using a robotic fertilization system without direct human intervention in certain key stages. Robots guided by artificial intelligence carried out the process with high precision. The result was successful and suggests a major shift in reproductive medicine. It is one of those advances that feels like it comes straight from the future. A gold sculpture of the left foot of Lionel Messi was created with incredible detail. It is not just an artwork, but also a tribute to the instrument with which he built much of his sporting legacy. The texture reproduces veins, wrinkles, and shape with great precision. And turning a foot into a highly valuable piece may sound strange, but in his case it makes sense. At a zoo, small orthopedic shoes were designed for a penguin that suffered pain while walking. Thanks to them, it was able to move more comfortably, interact, and swim better. The idea seems cute, but behind it there is veterinary work, proper materials, and careful observation. It is one of those cases where technology and animal care meet in a very concrete way. Smartwatches can count steps and measure heart rate with some usefulness, but when it comes to calculating calories, they often fail by a large margin. Some studies have shown huge errors because they rely on general formulas. The human body is too complex to be summarized so easily. Those numbers should be taken as an approximate reference, not absolute truth. When in China, a system was tested that connects the brain directly to the legs so that a patient with paralysis could walk again. The technology interprets brain signals and bypasses the damaged section of the spinal cord. It is not magic or fiction, but a combination of neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and robotics. Watching someone take steps again after years must be one of those moments that justify decades of research. The terrifying doll from the red light, green light game was not created by computer. It actually exists and was displayed in an outdoor museum before becoming famous through the series. After global success, it became a tourist attraction. Sometimes an ordinary object turns into a global icon thanks to fiction. A deaf-blind fan can follow soccer matches using a tactile model and the help of a friend who communicates every play through hand signals. In this way, passes, positions, and goals are felt in real time. It is an adaptation that is both ingenious and moving. It shows that passion for sports can find a way even when key senses are missing. A prototype flying vehicle linked to the idea of future electric mobility was presented. During the demonstration, it managed to lift off using propellers similar to those of large drones. Although it is still far from everyday production, it made the technological direction clear. The old dream of the flying car continues to resist disappearing. Shaquille O'Neal decided to create a line of affordable shoes after a mother criticized him for selling models that were too expensive. Instead of ignoring the comment, he changed strategy. He chose to offer accessible footwear for more families in popular stores. It is one of those decisions where empathy outweighs exclusivity. Graham is an anatomical model designed to show how a human would need to look to better survive traffic accidents. It has a larger head, reinforced ribs, and a disturbing body structure. It is not meant to be attractive, but to impact and educate. Seeing it makes you realize how unprepared the human body is for certain collisions. The SR-71 Blackbird was a spy aircraft so fast that it could greatly exceed the speed of sound. It flew so high that pilots could see the curvature of the Earth. Its titanium structure and landing temperatures seemed from another world. It was such an advanced machine that it still carries an almost mythical aura today. Many ancient statues have broken noses not by accident, but by intentional destruction. Damaging that part of the face was a symbolic way to remove power, identity, or presence. In certain contexts, it was believed this would neutralize their spiritual force or political legacy. Even vandalism in the past could carry deep meaning. The first roller coaster was not created to entertain people, but to transport coal. It was a practical structure used to move material downhill. But someone saw the potential of the ride as entertainment, and the concept changed forever. From an industrial need came one of the most famous attractions in the world. Katie Ledecky performed an unusual test by swimming with a glass of milk on her head without spilling it. Beyond how impressive it sounds, the feat showed her extreme body control in water. Moving fast is already difficult. Doing it without losing a single drop is on another level. It was a fun way to display almost perfect technique. Modern smart refrigerators can show you from your phone what you have inside, suggest recipes, and even alert you when something is about to expire. They work like kitchen assistants with constant connectivity. But that convenience also means collecting data about your habits and consumption. Home technology helps, although not always without watching a bit too closely. In Costa Rica, there is a cave where so much carbon dioxide accumulates that any animal entering can die within seconds. The gas is invisible and odorless and concentrates near the ground. From the outside, it looks like a normal cavity, but inside it is an invisible trap. It is a harsh reminder that some beautiful places can also be deadly. A soft robot inspired by a stingray was created to swim with smooth and silent movements. It does not use rigid conventional motors, but impulses that make its flexible wings vibrate. Thanks to that, it can move without damaging delicate environments. It is robotics imitating nature instead of imposing itself on it. In China, they built an indoor theme park so large that it breaks several records and operates entirely under a roof. Inside, there are attractions, artificial snow simulators, and a futuristic space-like environment. It is basically an entire universe enclosed in a building. It allows people to experience something massive without depending on outdoor weather. One in France, engineers designed an artificial tree that generates electricity using small turbines hidden in its leaves. It can even take advantage of gentle breezes and work silently. It also has a more urban-friendly aesthetic than traditional wind turbines. It is one of those ideas where sustainability and design meet with surprising elegance. A mecha is a humanoid robot so expressive that it feels unsettling. It can move its face, smile, frown, and respond with a level of naturalness that is surprising to watch. It is not just a mechanical body, but a platform designed to study human-machine interaction. Its presence makes the future feel closer and also a little strange. Kangaroos are born as tiny, extremely underdeveloped creatures. And after birth, they must crawl across the mother's body to reach the pouch where they continue developing for months. That first journey as a living miniature is one of the most astonishing processes in the animal world. The pouch is not just shelter, it is a true external incubator. In Italy, miniature ambulances were designed to enter ancient streets too narrow for regular vehicles. They do not carry all the equipment of a full-size ambulance, but enough to provide initial emergency care. They are a smart adaptation to the historic urban environment. Sometimes saving lives depends on making the vehicle smaller. There is a transparent deck of cards designed to teach human anatomy. Each card represents a different layer of the body, and when stacked in order, they form a complete figure with bones, muscles, and organs. It is a mix of educational tool art and design. Learning the body through playing cards is a strange but brilliant idea. An official Minecraft movie with live actors and digital effects was released, bringing one of the most recognizable video games to cinema. The concept tries to blend pixelated landscapes, adventure, and humor to appeal to both players and new audiences. Adapting such an open universe is not easy, but seeing it on the big screen always felt inevitable sooner or later. Tai is an assistant robot created to help people with visual impairment or cognitive decline. It can guide answer questions, detect obstacles, and remind users of basic tasks. Its design aims to be more of a companion than a cold machine. It is a strong example of technology built to increase autonomy rather than just impress. There is a personal water jet propulsion device that lets you move underwater, almost like a mechanical dolphin. It attaches to the body and uses motors to push you at considerable speed. It turns swimming into something closer to flying underwater. For water lovers, it must feel like wearing a superpower. During a soccer match, a small dust devil appeared on the field and stole all the attention. It was not particularly dangerous, but strange enough to pause the game for a few seconds. The scene looked like a mix between sport and a miniature supernatural phenomenon. Sometimes nature decides to participate even when nobody invites it. There are already screens capable of displaying three-dimensional holograms visible from multiple angles without special glasses. The image seems to float in space and remains consistent as you move around it. This opens huge possibilities for design museums, education, and video games. It is one of those technologies that brings us closer to interfaces once seen only in films. Gabriel Daw creates installations with thousands of tension-colored threads that look like beams of light suspended in the air. From certain angles, one would swear they are lasers or holograms, but everything is made manually, thread by thread. The result turns something humble into an almost celestial experience. A group of creators built a fully functional giant iPhone. They did not stop at making a model, but made it capable of running apps, receiving calls, and browsing the internet. It is a mix of humor engineering and obsession with pushing an absurd idea to the limit. Some projects exist only because someone wanted to prove they could be done. In The Simpsons, almost all characters have 4 fingers for a practical animation reason. Drawing them this way saves time and keeps the classic style of the series. But divine characters like God and Jesus break that rule and appear with 5 fingers. It is a small detail, but very symbolic within the cartoon universe. The largest flower garden in the world is in Dubai and gathers a massive number of flowers. Among its attractions is a replica of an Airbus A380 made entirely of plants and floral arrangements. The place impresses not only because of its size, but also because of its almost surreal design. Walking there feels like entering a perfectly ordered explosion of color. Lycoi cats, also called wolf cats, look like something out of a fantasy story. They appear due to a natural mutation that gives them irregular fur, patchy hair loss, and a wild appearance. Despite that strange look, they are usually sociable and friendly. They are proof that genetics can create truly unforgettable creatures. In Dubai, there are restaurants where breakfast is served in absurdly giant versions. You can find a croissant the size of a pizza or a coffee cup so large it looks like a bathtub. More than food, the experience is designed to surprise and fill social media feeds with photos. It is gastronomy turned into visual spectacle. There are toy Pokeballs that react to impact and use lights to simulate a capture. They do not catch creatures, of course, but they create the feeling of being inside the video game. When thrown, it feels like fantasy crosses into the real world. They are objects you do not need, but they awaken the child inside. Ice tennis actually exists and is played on a surface that turns every movement into a challenge. It is not enough to return the ball. You also have to keep balance on a slippery court. The sport mixes technique, coordination, and strong body stability. It is as if someone decided to make tennis harder just to see how far a player can go. A snail's mouth seen up close looks more like an alien creature than a small, slow animal. It has tiny teeth grouped into a structure that scrapes food like a tape full of hooks. At first glance, they seem harmless, but inside they have a fascinating machine. Nature always hides oddities in the least expected places. There are sculptures that completely change depending on the angle you look at them from. From one point, they look like a face, but from another, they can become 2 different figures or even something floating. This type of art plays directly with perception. What you see depends not only on the artwork, but also on where you stand. In some schools in China, children practice highly synchronized physical routines that look like military choreography or perfectly timed dances. These activities aim to develop coordination, discipline, and focus from a very young age. It is not just exercise, but also mental and group training. Watching them move together is both impressive and hypnotic. A man managed to build a functional guitar using potato chips, resin, and glue. The instrument body was made from compressed snack food, hardened into a stable structure. The most incredible part is that it is not just a visual oddity. It can actually play real melodies. Bibendum, in the famous Michelin mascot, is much older than most people imagine. That white and round character made of tires was created more than a century ago and became one of the most recognizable advertising icons in the world. Its name comes from a rather peculiar Latin phrase. It is amazing how a tire character ended up making cultural history. In Japan, there is a festival where sumo wrestlers try to make babies cry. Although it sounds strange, the tradition is based on the belief that crying drives away evil spirits and protects children. Everything is done in a controlled and cultural rather than aggressive way. It is one of those customs that seem impossible until you understand the meaning behind them. To achieve realistic tears in emotional scenes, many actors use small menthol-based substances near the eyes. Whilst these cause tearing and help make on-screen emotion look authentic, it is a discreet but very useful trick in film and television. Sometimes a moving scene depends as much on technique as on talent. Motion capture technology allows human gestures to be transferred into the digital world with impressive precision. Sensors are placed on the actor's body, and every movement is translated into an animated character. Thanks to this, video games and movies create creatures that feel more alive. Behind many digital monsters and heroes, there is actually a human body performing in detail. In Italy, there are cardboard boat races. Participants not only compete for speed, but also for design and creativity. Building a boat that does not sink is already a challenge. Making it visually striking makes it even better. It is a perfect mix of play, creativity, and potential disaster. Wilson released a 3D printed basketball that does not need air. Even though it is solid, it mimics the bounce and grip of a traditional ball. This removes issues like punctures or pressure loss without ruining gameplay. It is one of those inventions that seems simple but redefines a classic object. The German wheel is a gymnastic sport that is as strange as it is spectacular. The athlete enters a giant ring and performs spins, acrobatics, and movements while the whole structure rolls on the ground. It requires balance, strength, precision, and extreme coordination. Watching it is like seeing someone dance inside a moving machine. In Bali, some monkeys learn to steal objects from tourists and exchange them for food. They do not do it by accident, but as a form of social negotiation developed over time. They clearly understand that a valuable object gives them an advantage. It is like watching small furry negotiators operating with surprising intelligence. An Iranian goalkeeper set a record by throwing a ball an enormous distance with his hand. Beyond strength, the feat required technique and control. In football, that kind of throw can completely change a defensive play or start an unexpected attack. Sometimes a single skill makes a player truly unique. There is a backpack designed to help survive falls from great heights. It includes an inflatable system and parachute that activates to slow the descent and protect the user. It is technology designed for emergencies where every second matters. It sounds futuristic, but its logic could save lives in extreme situations. Where there are tattoos so badly executed or poorly planned that they end up being remembered more for the mistake than for the art. Some fail in proportions, others in spelling, and others simply in common sense. They are permanent proof that a bad decision can also be engraved forever. Sometimes skin preserves errors with too much honesty. Some projectors can display images on a screen made only of water vapor. The result gives the impression that videos and shapes are floating in the air without visible support. It is a very striking technology for events, exhibitions, and immersive presentations. Seeing an image suspended in mist feels almost like modern magic. A child with autism became famous for his talent for photographing toys using a simple phone. His images make small figures look like scenes from a major film production. So everything depends on how he uses light, angles, and detail. His work shows that art does not always need expensive equipment, but a different way of seeing. In Finland, there is a day dedicated to late sleepers where the last person to wake up can end up being thrown into a lake by their family. Although it sounds harsh, it is treated as a festive and humorous tradition. It is a rather extreme way of teasing the person who sleeps the longest. Some cultures turn everyday life into unexpected rituals. Nikon designed a camera made for dogs that takes photos when it detects changes in heart rate. The idea is to capture moments of genuine emotion from the animal's experience. This produces spontaneous images without a human photographer. It is a curious way of trying to see the world through a pet's joy. It is a brilliant example of art merging with engineering. Although many people think hippos swim, they actually move by pushing off the riverbed. Their weight keeps them down and allows them to run almost underwater. This way of moving looks strange when you see their massive size. They are more aquatic than they appear, but not in the way most would imagine. Aldabra giant tortoises are impressive, both for their size and longevity. They can grow over 1 meter long and reach considerable weight, making them among the largest on the planet. And they live on remote islands with few natural predators. They are like living relics from a much older world. In New Zealand, there is a McDonald's located inside an old airplane. Part of the restaurant works as a dining area and lets visitors eat surrounded by aviation details. It is not just fast food, but also a themed experience. Turning an aircraft into a burger restaurant sounds strange, but it clearly works. There are miniature Jurassic Park models, where each scene is recreated with impressive detail. Dinosaurs, vehicles, and environments directly recall the first film and awaken a lot of nostalgia. For fans, looking at those tiny worlds feels like stepping back into the cinema. Sometimes a well-made miniature creates more wonder than something full-scale. Some cars can already tell you how long it is until a traffic light changes thanks to smart traffic network systems. This helps reduce anxiety, improve traffic flow, and save fuel. The driver does not only react, but also anticipates. It is a clear example of how cities and vehicles are starting to communicate. An Argentine engineer developed a car that can run using garbage as an alternative fuel without modifying the original engine. The idea aims to reduce pollution and turn waste into something useful. It is a striking and hopeful solution for urgent environmental problems. Turning waste into motion will always feel like a powerful idea. There is a perfume whose price reaches absurd levels, not only because of the scent, but also because of its bottle covered in diamonds, gold, and crystals. In this case, when the fragrance becomes almost secondary compared to the object itself, it is more jewelry than perfume. There are luxury levels where the container becomes the main attraction. A dog named Bobby reached an extraordinary age and broke longevity records. His case drew attention because dogs usually live much shorter lives. Good nutrition, constant care, and a calm environment likely played a role. Stories like this remind us that daily care can make a huge difference in a pet's life. In some places, there are races using giant pumpkins turned into boats. Participants climb inside and paddle across the water as if piloting a floating vegetable. The scene is as absurd as it is funny. It proves that with imagination, even a vegetable can become a vehicle. When in Arizona, there is a McDonald's famous for one very particular reason. Its arches are not yellow, but turquoise. The change was made to better match the environment and local aesthetic rules. Still, the brand remains instantly recognizable. Even global giants sometimes have to adapt to their surroundings. There was a story where a dog ate thousands of dollars in cash, and its owners ended up reconstructing part of the money to redeem it. Patience was key because recovering shredded paper is not exactly easy. In the end, they managed to recover a significant portion. It is one of those anecdotes where financial tragedy borders on humor. There is a special bag capable of purifying contaminated water using a powder that removes almost all pollutants. The system is portable, simple, and extremely valuable for places without safe drinking water. In a short time, liquid can become drinkable. It is a reminder that simple solutions can have enormous impact. In France, there are vending machines that serve hot baguettes at any time of day. They keep the bread fresh and make it available even at night. The idea combines culinary tradition with modern convenience. In a way, it shows how even classic bread can enter the logic of automation. Xiaomi entered the electric car world with a model that can park itself and reach high speeds. It also aims to compete at a relatively affordable price compared to similar vehicles. It is a clear example of how tech companies are no longer limiting themselves to phones. The future of mobility is also filling up with brands we once associated with screens. A simple pencil can draw an extremely long continuous line if its graphite is fully used. Although it seems like a humble object, it contains enough material to leave a mark for tens of kilometers. Artists, students, and architects rely on it daily without thinking much about it. It is one of those simple inventions that survived because it was already close to perfect. In China, there is a giant statue called the Hand of Buddha that can not only be admired but also explored. Visitors can climb it and view the surroundings from an unusual perspective. The place mixes spiritual symbolism with monumental architecture. Some works are not just seen, they are walked through. The hydrofoiler is an electric bicycle designed to move over water. It uses a hydrofoil to lift and reduce friction, allowing smooth and fast movement across the surface. Pedaling on a lake sounds impossible until you see one of these. It is a mix of sport, engineering, and nautical fantasy. Snowflakes seen up close are tiny, unique geometric masterpieces. Each one forms delicate symmetrical structures that depend on weather conditions. No two are alike, yet all look designed with impossible precision. Nature has an admirable obsession with beauty, even in what is fleeting. You can make popcorn by putting a special corn cob directly into the microwave. No bags or complicated steps are needed, just heat and patience. Watching the kernels pop and transform the cob is like a home experiment. Sometimes the simplest cooking method keeps a sense of wonder alive. There are giant paper airplanes capable of actually flying thanks to carefully calculated designs and suitable materials. What we normally associate with a desk toy becomes a serious aerodynamics experiment. Watching one take off completely breaks the idea of fragility we have about paper. It is a beautiful demonstration that scale completely changes perception. When Formula One drivers endure tremendous forces while braking and need a body trained almost like a combat athlete. They specifically train their neck and reflexes to withstand and react in minimal time. Their physical preparation is as impressive as the speed of the car. Behind the wheel is not just a driver, but someone under brutal physical demands. In Japan, there is one of the largest gold bars in the world on display. Its presence alone is overwhelming because it is hard to imagine so much wealth concentrated into a single metal piece. Beyond its value, it is also a technical achievement in casting and molding. It is one of those objects that feels unreal until you see it in person. In China, there is a giant swing located at a height that causes vertigo just thinking about it. It is not a typical amusement park ride, but an extreme experience that mixes adrenaline with spectacular views. Swinging there must feel both liberating and terrifying. Some call fun what others would consider a very good reason never to let go. The iPhone, the Harry Potter books, and the Rubik's Cube all have something in common. They became global phenomena that shaped generations. Each dominated a different field: technology, literature, and mental puzzles. They are products that seem simple at first glance, but change habits and entire cultures. Few things reach that level of impact across such different worlds. Body surfing pushes ocean contact to the limit because it is practiced without a board, using only the body to glide on waves. Anyone who masters it must read the water precisely and trust their own strength. It is a much rawer and more direct discipline than other surfing variants. Here there is almost nothing between the person and the ocean. Usain Bolt once ran in zero gravity inside a special aircraft, and even there he stood out. Watching him move without weight completely broke the logic of traditional running. Even while floating, his athletic ability was still obvious. Some people seem built to be fast even when the world stops behaving normally. There is a sport called motorball that mixes soccer and motorcycles in a combination that is as loud as it is absurd. Players ride motorcycles while trying to control the ball and score goals. The result is a kind of motorized chaos with its own rules. It feels like something invented for a strange movie, but it is completely real. Where there was a challenge where an extreme cyclist managed to keep balance on a cylindrical wheel while going down a slope. The difficulty seemed almost impossible, but he kept trying until he succeeded. It required precision, nerves of steel, and a bit of madness. Sometimes records are born from the most absurd question of all. What if I try this? In Alien 3, not everything depended on computers to bring the creature to life. Part of the xenomorph was created using a puppet controlled by people with mechanisms and wires. That handcrafted technique gave it unsettling movement and a very physical presence. Monster cinema is often more disturbing when it relies on things that were actually there. A man managed to pop an absurd number of balloons using only a nail in a very short time. The record sounds ridiculous, but it requires speed, more coordination, and almost frantic precision. More than strength, it demands perfect rhythm without losing time. It is one of those achievements nobody needs but still impresses. There is a restaurant chain where bad service is an official part of the experience. Waiters respond with sarcasm, rude faces, and intentionally dry comments. The strange part is that customers go precisely for that and enjoy it. Sometimes what would normally ruin a dinner becomes the main attraction. There is a tiny sea mollusk known as the leaf sheep that can do something almost impossible for an animal: photosynthesis. It feeds on algae, keeps their chloroplasts, and generates energy like a plant. It looks like a mix between animal and vegetable from science fiction, yet it lives in the ocean, reminding us that biology always surpasses imagination. And there are also races where people run while pushing beds on wheels in costumes. Both speed and absurd design are rewarded. It is an event where sport, humor, and creativity mix in the streets. Nobody can say a bed is not a racing vehicle if enough people decide otherwise. There are household systems capable of sending dirty laundry by suction from different rooms directly to the laundry area. It works like a futuristic pneumatic tube installed at home. Daily life becomes almost like a space movie experience. An idea like this makes throwing socks in a normal basket feel outdated. Moxie is a robot designed to help children develop social and emotional skills. It does not only talk, it also plays, listens, and suggests activities meant to encourage interaction. Its focus is not just technological, but also emotional. It is an example of artificial intelligence trying to occupy more human spaces of companionship. Dogs spin in circles before lying down for a reason inherited from their wild ancestors. That small ritual helped them feel safe, arrange the ground, and regulate temperature. Even though they now sleep in comfortable beds, the behavior remains. Sometimes evolutionary history appears in the most everyday gestures. A surfer teaches children how to surf, accompanied by trained goats that ride on the board. The most surprising part is that the animals keep balance on the waves with incredible calm. The scene looks like an edited joke, but it is real. Some scenes are so strange that once seen, they are never forgotten. Parcheesi has very ancient origins and comes from an Indian game called Pachisi. When in its earliest forms, it was even played with real people acting as pieces on large boards. Long before becoming a family board game, it was linked to power and tradition. It is surprising how something so domestic can have such grand roots. Geckos do not blink like humans because they do not have movable eyelids in the same way. Instead of closing their eyes, they clean them with their tongue. Yes, they literally lick their eyes to keep them moist and clean. It is one of those behaviors that seems bizarre until you realize it is completely normal for them. Mega Man became one of the video game franchises with the most released titles. Over time, it accumulated installments, spin-offs, and variations enough to build a whole identity within gaming. That small robot hero kept reinventing itself. Some characters survive because they know how to change without losing their essence. Mushrooms that appear under trees are not there by chance. In many cases, they form cooperative relationships with roots, exchanging nutrients and water for mutual benefit. It is a silent alliance that supports much of forest life. What we see on the surface is only a small hint of a much deeper connection. There was a man famous for eating highly unlikely objects such as metal, bicycle parts, and machine components. His stomach seemed to defy common logic and led him to set records. Although it sounds impossible, for years he surprised the world with this strange ability. It is the kind of story that feels fake until you learn it is real. In a chocolate factory, there is a giant fountain where cocoa flows continuously in a visual and tempting spectacle. It is not only a sweet curiosity, but also a demonstration of design and passion for the product. Seeing a chocolate waterfall turns something ordinary into something monumental. It is the kind of place where indulgence meets wonder. An athlete managed to perform a double backflip on a foil board, a sport that already combines surfing and flying. The board rises above the water thanks to a hydrofoil, making the trick even more impressive. It required balance, courage, and extreme technique. Some new sports feel invented by people who simply refuse to be bored. In Tokyo, a man became famous for walking through the city with a giant African tortoise. The calm and massive animal attracts attention from every passerby. The scene completely breaks urban logic. In the middle of noise and speed, a walking tortoise becomes a celebrity. There are makeup techniques so precise that it becomes difficult to distinguish where real eyes are and where painted illusion begins. Some artists turn the face into a visual game where perception is completely confused. What looks like a normal face ends up revealing layers of optical deception. Makeup in those cases becomes pure art. There are exercise platforms that turn the floor into an interactive video game using projections and sensors. Movement stops feeling like a boring routine and becomes a game. This technology not only entertains but also improves coordination and balance. The future of exercise seems determined to attract even those who hate working out. Seeing how a dishwasher works from the inside completely changes the way we perceive it. High-pressure water, rotating arms, jasha heat, when in time faces work together with precision to clean everything. We use it so often that we forget the complexity inside. Behind every clean plate, there is an elegant choreography of engineering. Today, there are apps that allow you to design a room without technical knowledge. You can drag furniture, test colors, and rearrange everything on a screen. It is like playing interior designer with genuinely useful results. These tools make imagining home changes much easier and more concrete. A German Shepherd named Brian became known for a rare condition affecting his growth. He has pituitary dwarfism, so his size is much smaller than usual for his breed. Despite that, he lives an active and happy life. His case shows that physical difference does not prevent a strong personality. In some areas of Japan, drainage canals are so clean that they can host small fish. This says a lot about water management and urban care. What we normally associate with dirt and bad smells becomes a small ecosystem there. It is one of those images that forces you to rethink what a normal city should look like. There are kinetic sculptures made of steel wire that look like waves in solid motion. With a simple impulse, the metal generates fluid and hypnotic patterns that trick the eye. Watching them creates a sensation between mechanical and organic. It is art that seems to breathe, even though it is rigid material. The largest drum set in the world contains an overwhelming number of drums, cymbals, and percussion pieces. It looks more like a city built around rhythm than a musical instrument. Its complexity allows sounds and combinations impossible in a normal drum kit. Playing it must feel like piloting a giant musical machine. In cinema, there is a technique to simulate a moving car without actually driving it. Images are projected through the windows, lighting is adjusted, and the vehicle is gently shaken to sell the illusion. It is an old but highly effective solution. Many road scenes were created without the car ever leaving the studio. Darius, a giant rabbit, became famous worldwide for its extraordinary size. It is much larger than what anyone expects from a rabbit and looks almost exaggerated in reality. Despite that, it remains calm and gentle. Genetics sometimes pushes species into almost cartoonish proportions. Nathan Sawaya turned Lego bricks into large-scale artistic sculptures with incredible detail. His works show human figures, animals, and recognizable objects with surprising realism. What we normally see as a toy becomes museum art. It is a great example of how patience can turn simple pieces into something monumental. For centuries, the British monarchy maintained the tradition of considering itself owner of all unmarked swans swimming in certain waters of the United Kingdom. What sounds like an eccentricity has medieval roots and survives today as a cultural ceremony. When there is even an official count where these birds are recorded and checked. English history has a special talent for preserving elegant oddities. Meroki is a humanoid robot with anime-inspired aesthetics, designed to live with people at home. It can recognize faces, react to emotions, and hold friendly conversations. Its goal is not only to assist, but also to create attachment and companionship. It is technology designed to be both functional and adorable. There are unique cars whose interiors look more like spaceships than conventional vehicles. Extreme modifications turn the cabin into a futuristic experience, filled with lights, screens, and impossible finishes. In these cases, the car stops being transportation and becomes an exhibition piece. Luxury pushed to extremes sometimes starts resembling science fiction. In Shanghai, there is a library located more than 656 feet above ground. Between perfectly organized shelves and huge windows, it combines literature with an impressive view of the city. It is not just a bookstore, but a full aesthetic experience. Reading among the clouds has a hard-to-beat charm. Misa is a multifunctional home robot capable of conversation, video calls, task reminders, and companionship for elderly people. Its friendly design aims to integrate into daily life as an assistant that never gets tired. It does not replace anyone, but fills many small gaps in attention and organization. It is becoming clearer that home robots no longer belong only to movies. Some cats literally inherit fortunes from their owners. There are cases of felines with wealth, personal chefs, and luxury lifestyles exceeding those of many humans. It sounds like a joke, but it is real. The idea of a cat life changes completely when it includes millions in private service. Pietro Catodella mixes hand-drawn illustrations with real landscapes until both become a single scene. His drawings complete buildings, monuments, and city views so naturally that the result feels magical. He does not just overlay art, but embeds it into reality. It is as if a sheet of paper decided to extend into the world. An extremely detailed worm costume became famous for its grotesque and impressive realism. Its creator spent months designing it, including internal structure, prosthetics, and moving parts. Even putting it on required hours of preparation. Some people do not dress up for a party, they build a full performance. There is a simulator capable of recreating the force of a Category 2 hurricane in a safe environment. People inside feel powerful gusts that directly show what a real storm means. It is used for both entertainment and education. Experiencing something like this without danger helps understand the brutal power of nature. China unveiled a spherical patrol robot capable of moving on both land and water. Its round, durable, and fast design allows it to overcome obstacles and adapt to different environments. It is also equipped with cameras, sensors, and autonomous navigation. It looks more like a machine from a futuristic movie than a real police device. Red Bull organizes global paper airplane competitions where distance, flight time, and aerobatics are measured. Although it starts from a very simple idea, the competition requires technique, aerodynamic knowledge, and lots of practice. Some models achieve surprising results using just a standard sheet of paper. It is a beautiful reminder that creativity does not need expensive materials. We live surrounded by billions of internet-connected devices, from watches to household appliances. This phenomenon, known as the Internet of Things, has made more and more objects collect data, learn habits, and communicate with each other. Everything becomes more convenient, but also more dependent on constant connectivity. The future is already here, and it is plugged into almost everything. Sifaka lemurs from Madagascar move on the ground in a very distinctive way, hopping sideways like a kind of dance. Their bodies are better adapted for climbing than walking, so on land they look both elegant and strange. This movement style has made them stars of documentaries and viral videos. Some animals accidentally invent their own choreography. There are robotic fishing lures that imitate the movement of real fish with great precision once they enter the water. Their materials and swimming motion can even deceive other marine creatures. The idea is to improve an ancient practice using advanced technology. It is another example of engineering copying nature in order to outperform it. See, synchronized swimmers use fish gelatin to keep their hairstyles intact underwater. This substance holds hair firmly and prevents it from falling apart during complex routines. It may sound unusual, but aesthetics and precision are extremely important in this sport. Sometimes perfect elegance depends on unexpected solutions. There is a device called a USB killer that can destroy a computer in seconds. It works by releasing a strong electrical surge through the USB port and damaging internal components. It was originally created for security testing, but it also shows how vulnerable our systems can be. Not every small and harmless-looking device deserves trust. The pyrosome is a colonial marine organism that looks like a glowing translucent light floating in the dark. It is made of thousands of individual creatures that live together and function as one. Its glow and appearance make it seem like something from science fiction. The deep ocean has an incredible ability to produce life forms that look invented. Synthetic clouds are being developed as a potential tool to fight global warming. The idea is to reflect part of the sun's radiation and help cool certain regions of the planet. Although still experimental, it represents a very ambitious form of climate engineering. It is both fascinating and unsettling to imagine that one day we could modify the sky itself to protect Earth. Tattoos of freckles have become an aesthetic trend aimed at achieving a fresh and natural look. At first they appear more intense, but over time they heal and become much subtler. What's the interesting part is that people are trying to replicate something that many once tried to hide. Beauty standards change so much that even imperfections become desirable. The panda ant is neither a panda nor an ant, but a female wasp. Its black and white appearance may look adorable, but it has a powerful sting and a very different behavior from what its name suggests. It is a classic example of how common names can be very misleading. In nature, cute does not always mean harmless. Seahorses can move each eye independently in different directions at the same time. This allows them to monitor their surroundings with extraordinary visual range, detecting food and threats without moving their bodies. Very few animals have such precise eye control. They are small, delicate, and far more efficient than they look. Volvo developed a spray paint for clothing and bicycles that becomes visible under car headlights at night. It improves road safety without changing appearance during the day. It is easy to apply, lasts several days, and disappears when washed. It is protection that works precisely because it is almost invisible. A brand managed to pay lower taxes by classifying its sneakers as slippers. The strategy relied on arguing that they did not meet certain structural characteristics of traditional sports footwear. It may sound absurd, but such legal maneuvers involve massive amounts of money. Sometimes the difference between a shoe and a slipper is worth millions. In China, robots are built with enough precision to thread a needle. They combine computer vision and advanced sensors to perform extremely delicate movements. When their potential is huge in fields where precision is critical, such as medicine or watchmaking. Watching a machine surpass trained human hand dexterity is both impressive and unsettling. In the Maldives, there is a luxury villa whose lower level is completely underwater. From the bed or bathroom, you can observe the ocean all around you as if living inside a private aquarium. It is an experience designed to combine exclusivity with marine fantasy. Sleeping surrounded by water without getting wet sounds like the kind of luxury only a few places attempt. Crocs and Haribo released gummy bear-inspired sandals that look like they came from a candy store. The design was translucent, colorful, and filled with candy-like details. The edition sold out in minutes because it mixed nostalgia, comfort, and pop culture. Sometimes a strange pair of shoes is enough to trigger a global craze. There is an alcohol-free beer designed specifically for dogs. It does not intoxicate them and is more like a nutritious broth with adapted flavors. The idea is that you can toast with your pet without putting it at risk. It is as unnecessary as it is adorable, which explains why so many people love it. In the 1950s, a futuristic car called the Golden Sahara was designed, looking far ahead of its time. It featured automatic brakes, remote control, self-opening doors, and glowing tires. It looked more like a technological fantasy than a real vehicle. It is one of those machines that makes you think the past imagined the future in a much bolder way than we assume. South Korea developed a child-shaped robot designed to accompany elderly people with dementia. It can talk, remember tasks, detect inactivity, and alert family members if something is wrong. It does not replace human affection, but provides support in very delicate situations. It is technology created not to impress, but to reduce loneliness and prevent harm. The first motorized scooter in history appeared in the early 20th century and was called the Autoped. It looked rudimentary, but laid the foundation for many modern urban vehicles. There are murals that change appearance throughout the day depending on the position of the sun. The artwork is not static, but constantly transformed and reinterpreted by light. This means every viewing offers a different version of the same piece. It is art that depends not only on the artist, but also on the sky. In the 1950s, there was a television called Philco, with a floating screen attached to the body by a metal arm. Its design looked like retro-futuristic imagination brought to life. Although it did not succeed commercially, it is now a highly admired collector's item. Sometimes the future arrives too early to be understood. There are portable outdoor projectors that resist splashes, impacts, and falls. Their purpose is simple: bring cinema to a garden, beach, or campsite without worrying too much about fragility. They automatically correct the image and connect to multiple devices. They make it easier to improvise a movie night anywhere. The Bionic Bee is a robotic bee capable of imitating the flight of a real bee with impressive precision. It can coordinate with others, move autonomously, and potentially assist in pollination or rescue tasks. It is a fascinating mix of nature and advanced robotics. Watching machines try to copy something so small makes real insects even more impressive. There are augmented reality glasses that turn any space into a giant floating screen in front of your eyes. They can be used for movies, work, or gaming without a traditional television. The interesting part is that they remain lightweight and do not fully isolate you from your surroundings. It is like carrying a portable cinema or private office in front of your face. There are robotic bases capable of turning a mobile phone into a small interactive creature. The device gains digital eyes, lights, autonomous movement, and even conversational abilities through artificial intelligence. Instead of being just a screen, the phone becomes physically present and slightly more personal. It is a curious way of giving life to something we already use all day. In Brazil live some of the smallest frogs in the world, so tiny they can easily fit on a fingertip. Many have bright colors that serve as a warning of toxicity to predators. Despite their size, they play an important role in their ecosystem balance. Nature is often most impressive when working at miniature scale. And dogs and cats can also suffer from cavities if their dental hygiene is neglected. Plaque buildup, certain foods, and lack of cleaning can damage enamel and cause pain. Since they cannot explain discomfort, the problem often goes unnoticed. Oral health in pets is much more important than most people realize. Rogerio Ceni broke all football conventions by becoming the highest-scoring goalkeeper in history. He did not only defend the goal, but also took free kicks and penalties with remarkable precision. Every time he approached the opponent's area, the stadium felt something special could happen. He was both goalkeeper and scorer, a nearly unique combination. In Norway, there is a prison famous for looking more like a modern campus than a traditional jail. Cells have basic comforts. Inmates can study, exercise, and develop creative activities. The goal is not punishment for its own sake, but real rehabilitation. It is a vision of the prison system that focuses on reintegration rather than humiliation. All the gold ever mined by humanity would fit inside a surprisingly small sphere compared to what most people imagine. That fact helps explain why gold has been so valuable throughout history. Its rarity becomes even more striking when you visualize it concentrated in one volume. Sometimes global wealth fits into less space than intuition expects. A spacesuit costs a fortune because it is not just clothing. It is made from specialized materials designed to protect against vacuum, radiation, and extreme temperatures. Every layer and seam serves a vital function. It is better understood as a personal survival capsule than as a uniform. In Hong Kong, there is a giant Rubik's Cube on display that is also fully functional. Its faces can be turned by several people at once, turning the puzzle into a large-scale cooperative challenge. More than decoration, it is a monumental version of a mental classic. Solving it depends not only on skill, but also on physical coordination. Some collaborative sneakers between graphic design and fashion look like they were drawn onto reality with a marker. Their bold outlines and flat appearance make the brain question whether the object is real or illustrated. Despite the optical effect, they are fully functional shoes. It is optical art brought directly into urban footwear. Blind football shows that passion for the sport does not depend on sight. The ball contains an internal sound system, and players rely on hearing and verbal cues. Everyone wears masks to ensure total equality on the field. It is an impressive example of adaptation, strategy, and skill. Some shows have used LED screens so large that they cover entire stages and turn performances into fully immersive experiences. It is not just projection, but a complete transformation of space perception. The audience no longer watches a stage but almost enters it. When visual technology is used well, a concert becomes something entirely different. A young woman from California holds the record for the longest female tongue in the world. Her ability attracted media attention, curiosity, and even scientific interest in rare physical traits. What seemed like a childhood quirk turned into international fame. Some records are not about training, but simply being born unusual. There are horror makeup designs so realistic that the face appears transformed into a nightmare creature. Details, shadows, and distortions create something between art and discomfort. It is not just painting a face, but redrawing visible anatomy. Makeup and skilled hands can compete with any special effect. In Guatemala, there is a pizza cooked using the heat of the Pacaya volcano. The trays are placed using geothermal energy from the environment, turning the site into a culinary attraction. Eating food prepared by volcanic heat has an undeniable appeal. It is cooking, adventure, and geology served together. There are foldable electric bicycles made from plant-based materials that are extremely light and can be collapsed in seconds. They are designed for clean, practical, and fast urban mobility. The goal is to simplify city life without sacrificing modern aesthetics. They show how personal transport is becoming smarter and lighter. Kawasaki presented a hydrogen-powered robotic horse assisted by artificial intelligence. It is intended as a stable transport option for difficult terrain, combining animal mobility with machine precision. It looks like something from a futuristic anime, but it has real potential applications. It turns an old idea of transportation into something entirely new. There are glasses without lenses designed to reduce motion sickness. Inside the frame, colored liquids create an artificial horizon that helps the brain reconcile visual and physical sensations. They may look strange, but they work for many people. Sometimes the solution to a complex problem is a simple visual illusion. On Ormuz Island in Iran, land and water take on reddish tones due to high iron oxide content. The landscape looks like a mix of blood, clay, and sea. Photographers and travelers visit because it feels like another planet. It is a reminder that Earth still holds places that seem completely unreal. Alexa Mead paints directly on people and objects to make them look like two-dimensional paintings. The result is so visually convincing that it becomes hard to believe there is any real depth in the scene. Her works erase the boundary between painting, body, and performance. Seeing something like this forces you to question what part of what you are looking at belongs to art and what belongs to reality. Andoni Bastarrica creates sand sculptures so realistic they look like animals sleeping on the beach. He uses very simple tools and intense manual control to achieve incredible textures and forms. The most striking part is that all of this art is meant to disappear with the wind or the tide. Some works become even more beautiful because you know they will not last. There was an extremely expensive app that did almost nothing other than display a red diamond on the screen. Some people bought it just for the status of owning something useless and exclusive. It became a strange experiment in digital luxury and absurd desire. Sometimes the market shows that even nothing can be sold if it is wrapped as a symbol. In Australia, there is a solitary bee with blue and black stripes that looks like it was designed by an artist. It does not live in hives and uses a vibration technique to release pollen with great efficiency. Besides being beautiful, it plays an essential role in ecological balance. It is proof that even lesser-known insects can be extraordinary. The iodine clock reaction is one of those chemistry experiments that makes people stare in disbelief. You mix clear liquids and suddenly, without warning, the mixture turns dark in an instant. It is used to explain reactions, catalysts, and chemical speed. But visually it feels like magic. It is a perfect reminder that science can also be theatrical. On a beach in Wales, Harry Potter fans built a memorial grave for Dobby at the filming location of his final scene. Many visitors leave stones, messages, and socks as tributes. Although there has been debate about environmental impact, when the site remains due to strong public affection, it is proof that fictional characters can gain real presence in the world. The first traffic light in history was installed in London and ran on gas while also requiring manual operation. It used mechanical arms and a nighttime red light to organize carriage and pedestrian traffic. Its lifespan was short because it eventually exploded. Still, it marked the beginning of a system that is now essential in every city. There are professional electric scooter championships where riders compete at extremely high speeds on closed circuits. Far from being a simple urban toy, these scooters are modified with racing components. The goal is not only entertainment, but also to demonstrate the potential of micromobility. Watching one of these events would probably change how you see scooters forever. There are pens whose caps can transform into small utensils. You twist or switch the piece and suddenly the office object becomes a portable spoon, fork, or knife. The idea is as clever as it is slightly ridiculous. But that is exactly why it makes you wonder if it could ever actually save you in a pinch. Jumping spiders from the Salticidae family don't move their eyes like we do. They move what's inside. Their outer lens remains fixed, but inside they hide retinal tubes that slide thanks to microscopic muscles, allowing them to focus with precision before jumping onto their prey. If you notice their eyes changing from green to black, they've already decided whether you're a threat or something worth watching. In Thailand, there is a giant wooden temple called the Sanctuary of Truth that stands at 105 meters tall. It is built entirely without a single metal nail and using traditional assembly techniques. It has no electricity, and all of its rooms are illuminated only with natural light reflecting off the wood, creating a play of light and shadows that changes throughout the day. Advanced optical systems can distinguish a ripe tomato from a stone in just milliseconds using high-speed cameras and LED lighting. These machines analyze the color and shape of each item while in motion. This is artificial intelligence working at full speed to optimize our food supply, demonstrating that the future of agriculture is digital and extremely precise. In 2026, to celebrate the Chinese New Year, a company made thousands of stuffed horses. A production error caused many of them to have their snouts reversed, giving them a sad expression. What seemed like a defective product went viral on the internet, and then people bought the sad horse more than the original one. In the most populated cities of China, automated parking systems stack vehicles vertically using elevators and smart platforms. You simply leave your car at the entrance, and the machine stores it in giant structures. This approach drastically reduces congestion and eliminates the need for massive concrete parking lots, proving that when space is limited, the only option is to build upwards. In Robbinsville, New Jersey, the Baps Swaminarayan Akshardham is the largest Hindu temple in the United States. Inaugurated in 2023, it spans 185 acres. It is made of Italian marble and limestone without structural steel, with each column and sculpture hand-carved using ancient techniques. The entrance is completely free. Satellites equipped with artificial intelligence can detect, capture, and recycle orbital waste using computer vision and autonomous navigation. This breakthrough is key to preventing chain reactions that could render the space near Earth unusable. Artificial intelligence is not only cleaning Earth's orbit, but also inaugurating a safer and more sustainable circular space economy. Prajama Castle in Slovenia is built directly at the mouth of a cave, embedded in a cliff 123 meters tall. It holds the Guinness World Record for the largest cave castle in the world. The legend says that the knight Erasmus resisted a siege for months thanks to hidden tunnels and secret access to food from the mountain. It can be visited today for about $16. Sponge cities replace excessive concrete with green spaces and permeable surfaces to absorb intense rainfalls. They reduce flooding, recharge aquifers, and regulate urban temperatures in the face of climate change. They represent a more resilient and sustainable way of designing future cities, where water naturally filters into the ground instead of overwhelming the sewage system. A creator named Cohen Bricks built a fully functional typewriter using only Lego pieces. Each key activates a real system of levers and gears that moves a mechanical arm, strikes an inked ribbon, and types letters on paper. Even the roller advances line by line. What's most impressive is that it doesn't use motors or special parts, just pure engineering with plastic blocks. Mihadsa is an isolated language spoken by fewer than 1,500 people from the Hadzabe tribe in Tanzania. Linguists consider it one of the most difficult in the world to transcribe. To represent it in writing, they use phonetic symbols made with tongue clicks. When some anthropologists first heard it, they thought their recordings had technical issues. An emerging field combines artificial intelligence, archaeology, and acoustics to reconstruct how ancient civilizations spoke. Using physical remains, instruments, and historical spaces, they can simulate lost voices, music, and soundscapes from vanished cultures. This approach transforms history into an audible experience and offers a new way to understand the daily lives of our ancestors. Why Spotify and Liquid Death launched a funeral urn with an integrated speaker that connects to Spotify to play your chosen playlist. The idea is for your favorite music to accompany you even after leaving this world. No joke, it's a real product that combines technology and dark humor in an unusual proposal. The Bornean peacock pheasant is one of the most elusive birds on the planet. It lives exclusively in the lowland rainforests of Borneo. It is recognized by its dark plumage with metallic reflections, its striking blue face, and its white legs. It is currently threatened by habitat loss, making each sighting special for researchers. John Zhu created a flying umbrella that follows you while you walk in the rain. It works with a camera that detects your movement and GPS to follow you automatically. It's like having your personal cloud that protects you without having to hold anything. An invention that looks like it came straight out of a science fiction movie. Implantable memories are an emerging technology that uses neural implants to restore memories damaged by injury or Alzheimer's disease. These devices stimulate key areas of the brain, such as the hippocampus, mimicking the natural electrical patterns of memory. Early studies show promising results, opening the field to more precise treatments that complement the use of medication. In some parts of Japan, there are traffic signs with cats because in those areas, it's common for these animals to unexpectedly jump from the rooftops onto cars. They aren't flying squirrels or any other exotic animals, just domestic cats who have the habit of leaping from heights without warning, turning driving into a feline adventure. Heron Ross, a mosquito scientist at the University of Melbourne, feeds his mosquitoes with his own blood. Every month, he feeds 45 cages, each with 200 females. In 15 years, he has donated approximately 4.9 liters of blood to these insects. The most bites he received in a single day were 6,000. The Covadonga Sanctuary in Asturias has a chapel carved into the rock that seems to hang over a waterfall. According to tradition, King Pelayo sought refuge here during the Battle of Covadonga in the year 722, considered the start of the Reconquista. Below are the famous 7 springs, where the legend says that anyone who drinks from them will marry within a year. Self-healing materials can repair cracks by themselves, mimicking the healing of skin. They use healing microcapsules, dynamic molecular bonds, or internal reactions that are activated when a failure occurs. These technologies increase durability, reduce maintenance costs, and make structures used in construction electronics, and infrastructure more resilient. The planimeter is an instrument that measures the area of irregular shapes without complicated formulas. You simply move the tip along the contour of the shape, even if it has unusual curves. The internal mechanism measures and records the data automatically. When you finish, a small wheel and a counter show the exact area of the figure. The Speyside Cooperage in Craiglockie is the largest cooperage in Scotland. Founded in 1947, it repairs between 350 and 400 barrels each day. Whiskey gets much of its flavor, color, and aroma from the wood in which it ages. Without this artisanal work of dismantling, charring, and rebuilding barrels, the character of Scotch whiskey would not exist. Artificial photosynthesis mimics plants to convert sunlight into clean fuels using artificial leaves with semiconductors and catalysts. Water and carbon dioxide are used to produce hydrogen or synthetic fuels. This approach allows solar energy to be stored sustainably and generates usable fuels even when the sun is not shining. The ferropet is a pet made of iron filings with a magnet at the base. When you press a button, the magnetic field is activated or deactivated. You can feed it by putting iron filings in its bowl, and it grows by eating them. If you send it to the litter box, it makes its waste and shrinks. No, a magnetic toy with its own personality. Paraty in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, is a colonial city whose historic center floods with the high tide on purpose. It was designed this way since colonial times, so that the seawater naturally cleans its cobblestone streets. Its streets have a slight slope toward the center, so that the water circulates without stagnating. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Architects and urban planners are exploring floating cities as an alternative to rising sea levels. Oceanic City, supported by UN Habitat and MIT, would house 10,000 inhabitants on self-sufficient hexagonal platforms. The floating city in the Maldives was designed for 20,000 people with housing and services on sustainable platforms. These projects combine engineering and sustainability in the face of the climate crisis. The fur of the polar bear is such an efficient insulator that under a thermal camera, it barely lets any heat escape. Only its nose, eyes, or paws reveal a little temperature. While most animals appear bright in these cameras, the polar bear appears almost invisible, demonstrating why it is the king of the Arctic. In the United States, a heart transplant costs between $1,330,000 and $1,660,000. The intestine costs around $1,200,000, the lung $561,000, the liver $600,000, and the kidney $447,000. Most of the cost is not the organ, but the medical infrastructure and lifelong treatment. Our researchers and chefs are recreating prehistoric flavors using archaeological evidence and traditional techniques. Some projects have extracted yeast from ceramic vessels, thousands of years old, to ferment ancestral drinks. Others analyze remains of seeds and charred meats to infer Paleolithic flavors. These efforts combine archaeology, biochemistry, and gastronomy to connect modern palates with the past. The fear of snakes is not innate. Babies don't fear them because at birth we only have two startle reflexes: the automatic reaction to loud noises and the sensation of falling. All other fears, including that of snakes, are learned throughout life through experience and culture. Michael Leroy Luther was such a fan of Pac-Man that when he passed away, his family commissioned a gravestone shaped like an arcade machine, where the tomb faithfully reproduces the design of the classic game from the 80s, making it one of the most unusual gravestones in the world and an eternal tribute to his passion for video games. The Doomsday Clock was created in 1947 by scientists from the Manhattan Project, including Einstein and Oppenheimer, to warn about nuclear dangers. Every year, a board with 13 Nobel laureates decides whether to move the hands. At the end of January in 2026, it was set to 85 seconds to midnight, the closest point to the end in its history. About every 2 weeks, a language disappears from the planet. Along with it, unique ways to name nature, time, and emotions are lost. When a language dies, so does ancestral knowledge about medicinal plants, ecosystems, and worldviews that exist in no other language. Linguists consider this loss comparable to the extinction of a species. Advertising studies don't use real ice cream, but mashed potatoes with food coloring. In photo shoots, ice cream melts in minutes under studio lights. Mashed potatoes are easy to shape and maintain their form much longer, allowing them to capture those perfect images we see in ice cream ads. In China, they built a 30-story hotel in just 2 weeks using prefabricated modules with millimeter precision. The building went up at 3 floors per day. Nearly 100% of the components were made in factories. It is designed to withstand earthquakes up to magnitude 9 and has ultra-pure air systems and incredible energy efficiency. Misophonia is a disorder where certain everyday sounds trigger intense emotional reactions, and the brain interprets these sounds as a threat, activating the nervous system and causing anxiety, nausea, or gagging. Sounds like chewing, heavy breathing, or typing can be unbearable for those suffering from this neurological condition. Some earthquakes can generate gold almost instantly. Deep within the earth, hot fluids rich in minerals carry dissolved gold. When an earthquake occurs, the pressure drops sharply, and the gold solidifies within seconds in the cracks. With repeated earthquakes, these particles accumulate, forming exploitable veins. The shark that inspired the cover of the movie Jaws is housed in a sealed container at the American Museum of Natural History. What's interesting is that it's not a great white shark, as many believe, but a mako, one of a different species that served as the model to create one of the most iconic images in cinema. There is a jellyfish called Turritopsis dohrnii, known as the immortal jellyfish. It can revert to its juvenile state and restart its life cycle through a process called transdifferentiation. Although it can die from predators or disease, it does not biologically age. Studying it could provide insights into aging and regenerative medicine. Western Australia is home to the largest train in the world. At 7.3 kilometers long, this giant from BHP crosses the Pilbara Desert carrying iron ore. 8 locomotives pull 682 wagons with more than 82,000 tons. It has held the Guinness World Record since 2001. Some of the water we drink today formed before the sun was born, more than 4.6 billion years ago. Many water molecules formed in cold interstellar clouds and got trapped in comets and asteroids that impacted the early Earth. Every glass of water contains molecules older than the sun. Dubai's civil defense uses high-capacity ground robots to put out industrial fires. These robots shoot powerful jets of water directly at the heart of the flames via remote control. Firefighters can extinguish the fire while maintaining a safe operational distance, combining advanced technology with emergency strategy for critical fires. Gyotaku is an ancient Japanese printing technique that uses real fish. Fishermen would ink their catch and press them onto paper to record their size and shape. Over time, this practice evolved from a simple fishing record to a recognized form of art, creating detailed prints that are now displayed in galleries. A scientific study revealed that there are around 3 trillion trees on Earth, vastly outnumbering the stars in the Milky Way, which are estimated to be between 100 billion and 400 billion. However, since the beginning of human civilization, we have already lost nearly half of the planet's trees due to deforestation. When a container falls into the sea from a ship, it is generally considered lost. Ships almost never stop because maneuvering in open waters is dangerous. The incident is only reported if the cargo represents a navigation or environmental hazard. On average, around 1,200 containers are lost every year worldwide. In 2016, Luke Akins jumped without a parachute from 7,620 meters, reaching 193 kilometers per hour. He landed in a 30 by 30 meter net designed with pistons and shock absorbers. He wore a GPS on his helmet with audible signals to keep himself aligned. He had to turn onto his back in the final seconds to survive. Nail houses in China are homes that remain standing while highways and shopping malls are built around them. Their owners refuse to sell due to disagreement with compensation or emotional attachment. Since the private property law of 2007, citizens have greater legal protection. Some have become viral symbols of resistance. An experiment launched people at 80 kilometers per hour in the opposite direction of a truck traveling at the same speed. At the moment of launch, the horizontal speed was practically zero, and from the camera they fell vertically. The speeds cancel each other out. 80 minus 80 equals 0, a perfect example of relative motion. Pedestrian crossings have existed for nearly 2,000 years. In ancient Rome, the streets were full of water, waste, and mud. The Romans placed raised stone blocks to cross without getting dirty. These blocks were measured so that cartwheels could pass between them while pedestrians crossed above. Courage Adams is a Nigerian Spanish cyclist considered the king of street BMX. His specialty is the nose manual, rolling on only the front wheel with almost unreal control. His videos with Red Bull went viral for the clean execution of each trick in real locations. He has won international competitions and helped build the BMX scene in Africa. In Korea, the company Gonggon JJO manufactures houses in 3 days using 41 industrial robots that cut and assemble panels in hours. They produce 1,700 houses a year with precision that no human could match. The house is shipped pre-assembled and installed on site in a single day, revolutionizing construction. The gorilla is the strongest primate on the planet and also the most peaceful. The probability of it attacking a human without provocation is only 0.1%. They are herbivores, eating up to 30 kilograms of vegetation per day. The largest males can measure 1.8 meters and weigh nearly 200 kilograms. Metalyticus splendidus is a mantis with a metallic exoskeleton that changes between blue, green, violet, and copper tones depending on the angle. In the tropical jungle, it acts as camouflage by blending reflections of leaves and bark. Unlike other mantises, it doesn't wait motionless. It launches with explosive movements along trunks and cracks. Modern science confirms that forcing motor milestones in babies is not beneficial. Devices that kept children upright to prematurely strengthen their legs were a trend in accelerated development. Today we know that the human body needs freedom to explore and crawl at its own pace without being artificially forced. Ariragibao presented the Expedition A3 in China, a humanoid robot capable of executing flying kicks and quick combinations with perfect balance. These explosive movements are calculated in milliseconds using high-torque actuators and real-time physics. The big question is whether we will see this level of coordination in factories or rescue missions soon. The ocean cleanup created by the young Dutch engineer Boyan Slat removed more than 25 million kilograms of trash from the ocean in a single year. They use huge U-shaped floating systems powered by wind and currents. In the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, nearly 0.5% of the total plastic has already been removed. MoMath in New York is the first museum in the United States dedicated exclusively to mathematics. You don't just look at exhibits, you interact with games, mazes, and challenges that show how math is present in nature, music, and sports. It has more than 30 interactive stations and even a bicycle that moves using equations. The Pininfarina Namex HUV runs on hydrogen and 6 interchangeable fuel cells. If you run out of energy, you simply swap the capsules in seconds and continue as quickly as refueling with gasoline, but with 0 emissions. While others manufacture giant batteries, this car bets on efficient mobility without wires or plugs. Matt Stutzman, the archer without arms, set a Guinness World Record for the most accurate shot at 310 yards, 283.5 meters. Using his feet and shoulder with a unique technique, he won silver in London 2012 and gold in Paris 2024. He proves that true limitations are in the mind, not the body. With circular pianos arrange the keyboard in a full ring surrounding the performer. They allow playing in any direction by simply turning the body without leaving the seat. Many include sections assigned to different sounds. They are not used in classical halls but are popular in modern concerts due to their striking visual impact. The Roof Jagger helmet has 4 movable electronic pieces that open to fit over your head and close like a safety collar. It is physically impossible for it to come loose. You can put it on with gloves and without removing your glasses. When the base seals, it offers better soundproofing than any conventional helmet. Finnish artist Juho Konkula creates samurai warriors out of origami using a single sheet of paper with no cuts or glue. Each piece requires hundreds of hours of planning and extreme folding to sculpt armor, helmets, and capes. A simple square of rice paper transforms into a legendary sculpture through pure technical mastery. The Uvarito forest in Venezuela was the largest artificial forest in the world, covering 600,000 hectares of Caribbean pine. Planted by humans, it helped change the local climate, preventing the Mesa de Guanipa from becoming a desert. It provided work and livelihood to entire communities. It still exists but has suffered from deforestation and fires. Professionals make wallpaper seams invisible with the double-cut technique. 2 panels are overlapped and cut in a single pass with a sharp blade. When the excess is removed and pressed, the pattern fits with mathematical precision and the seam simply disappears, achieving a flawless finish on any surface. The Glocal Me Pet Phone is the first smartphone for pets. Your dog can make 2-way calls, has 60 tracks of relaxing music to ease anxiety, global tracking with high precision, and artificial intelligence that analyzes its health in real time. Welcome to the era where your dog also has a data plan. The Vasa was a 17th century Swedish warship that sank after traveling just 130 meters in 1628. It had too many cannons on top and too few below, making it unstable. A gust of wind was enough to sink it. It remained underwater for more than 300 years before being salvaged almost intact in 1961. Giant salamanders breathe through their wrinkled skin, lack eyelids, and hunt by sucking prey in milliseconds by creating a vacuum with their mouths. They release a sticky substance with a pepper-like smell to ward off predators. They can go months without eating thanks to their slow metabolism. They have survived since the Jurassic period. Reflect Orbital proposes to bring sunlight anywhere on the planet at night using satellites with giant mylar mirrors. They envision an app where you select your location and request solar light on demand as a service. Their main goal is to allow solar farms to generate energy even after sunset. Orcas are highly intelligent predators that hunt using team tactics passed down from generation to generation. Each clan has its own communication dialect. They can hunt anything from fish to whales, creating waves to knock prey off ice. Despite their reputation, there are no confirmed records of fatal attacks on humans in the wild. Ophiocordyceps fungi infect insects, grow inside their bodies feeding on their tissues, and take control of their nervous system. When the fungus reaches the perfect location, it kills the insect and grows out of its body, releasing new spores to repeat the cycle. They are the true zombies of nature. In Halal, Peru, there is a house that is only 63 centimeters wide. It has a living room, kitchen, bathroom, study, and 2 fully functional floors. Every inch was strategically planned so that 1 or 2 people can live there. Its goal is to enter the Guinness records as the world's narrowest house. The red banana has a reddish skin that hides creamy pulp with pinkish tones and a sweeter, berry-like flavor compared to the yellow variety. It is shorter and more robust, with thick skin that offers better protection during transport. It is grown in Asia, Central America, and parts of Africa, and is used both raw and cooked. The Harley-Davidson Blue Edition is valued at nearly $1,900,000. It has over 360 diamonds embedded, gold-plated parts, and an engine with internal lighting. It was not designed for speed, but to impress. It is a blend of engineering, art, and extreme luxury on two wheels. The Vinh Moc tunnels in Vietnam were an underground village where more than 90 families lived for years while bombs fell. They had bedrooms, kitchens, and spaces where babies were born underground. Built up to 20 meters deep, they resisted extremely powerful bombs and had hidden ventilation systems. The Chocolate Hills in Bohol, Philippines, are over 1,200 hills that during the dry season look like huge pieces of chocolate. They formed millions of years ago from coral and limestone deposits under the water. Tectonic plates lifted them, and rain sculpted them into their distinctive conical shape. In China, watermelon rind is not trash, but a valuable ingredient. The white part is stir-fried with spices, pickled as a snack, or dehydrated. It has a crunchy texture similar to cucumber and absorbs flavors well. In a country with massive watermelon production, making use of every part has become an intelligent way to reduce waste. Oymyakon in eastern Siberia is the coldest inhabited place on Earth. It's with a record of minus 71.2 degrees Celsius. Cars are left running so that the engine doesn't freeze, and there are no pipes because the ground remains frozen all year. Daily life revolves entirely around the cold. In the 1920s, flappers painted their knees as a symbol of freedom. While dancing the Charleston, the makeup accentuated every movement. Some applied flowers, initials, or hand-painted portraits. The trend became so popular that beauty salons in New York offered knee decoration as a special service. The Cha-Ja is a South American bird whose cry can be heard from more than 3 kilometers away. Although it looks like a bird of prey, it is related to ducks and swans. It can grow up to 90 centimeters tall and has 2 bony spurs on each wing for defense. It is territorial and vigilant, and acting as a natural guard to alert other animals of danger. Rount is a kinetic sculpture by South Korean artist Yu Ram Choi, featuring a circular table supported by 18 headless figures in constant movement. A sphere rolls across the surface, and when it approaches a figure, the mechanism lifts it, tilting the table. It operates with motors and sensors that avoid repeating exact patterns. The car bike's electric bicycles from France combine pedal-assisted motion with an electric motor and extra space for passengers or groceries. Their wide design allows for transporting loads without feeling like a heavy vehicle. They consume less energy than a car and go places other vehicles can't, making them a perfect mini-urban car for traffic. Mirages are optical phenomena caused by extreme heat. The ground heats the air, creating layers at different temperatures that bend light, creating the illusion of water. This lower mirage is common in deserts. Although it looks like a puddle, there is no water. It's a trick of light passing through air of varying densities. The EvoBat from the Fraunhofer Institute is a 2-wheeled robot that maintains its balance while transporting up to 100 kilograms. It can climb ramps, adapt to irregular surfaces, and move through crowds without crashing, thanks to smart sensors. It has already been tested at Munich Airport, supporting real logistical tasks. Sanitronics designs automatic public restrooms with a rotating toilet that alternates between 2 units. While one is in use, the other is washed with high-pressure water and biodegradable soap. Everything works without contact: doors, flushing, and hand washing. Where in some cities they have reduced manual cleaning time to almost 0. A woodpecker's head can withstand up to 1,200 blows per minute without damage. Its tongue wraps around its skull, absorbing impacts while it hunts for insects hidden in the wood. It essentially has a built-in natural helmet that works better than any mechanical drill invented by humans. The DECA arm bionic prosthesis, known as Luke, reads muscle signals from the residual limb. and translates them into up to 10 motorized movements. It includes 6 types of grips for tasks ranging from holding tools to manipulating fragile objects. Advanced versions incorporate sensory feedback that provides sensations of pressure to the user. Few people know that a woman has been wearing only green for more than 20 years. She calls herself the Lady Green and claims to be happier since she introduced that color into her life. From clothing to household accessories, everything is green. However, she has said that when it no longer brings her satisfaction, she will switch to another shade that makes her feel just as good. It turns out that a powerful Swedish warship sank minutes after departing. The Vasa sank on the 10th of August in 1628 after traveling only about 1,300 meters. It had too many cannons on top and too little weight at the base, so a gust of wind was enough to sink it. It stayed underwater for more than 300 years until it was recovered almost intact in 1961. What few know is that there is a sport where you play soccer while riding a bicycle. It is called cycloball, and interestingly, it is not a variation of soccer, but of cycling. Players must pedal, maintain balance, and hit the ball with the wheels of the bike. It requires extraordinary coordination and has official championships in several European countries. You might be surprised to know that the HH-60G Pave Hawk is a helicopter designed to rescue people in combat zones. It can fly at night, in storms, and under intense fire thanks to its night vision and armor. It is equipped with machine guns and can refuel in the air. The most striking thing is that many of its missions are virtually suicidal with one single goal: to leave no one behind. The Bertone Genesis, presented in Turin in 1988, which looked like a futuristic minivan, but hit a 5.2-liter V12 engine with 455 horsepower from the Lamborghini Countach. It had gull-wing doors in the front and sliding doors in the back. It never went beyond being a bold design exercise. The Yukino Otani in Japan displays massive walls of compacted snow that exceed 20 meters in height every spring on the Tateyama-Kurobe Alpine route. At an altitude of 2,450 meters, visitors walk 500 meters to appreciate its scale. Some visible layers are remnants of snow from over a decade ago. The Earth Scraper is a concept from Mexico City that proposes going 300 meters underground with an inverted pyramid of 65 levels. It would have natural light entering through a massive central void, residences, shops, and underground green spaces. When the city can't grow upward, maybe the future is beneath our feet. The Matschie's tree kangaroo lives exclusively on the Huon Peninsula in New Guinea. Unlike regular kangaroos, they spend almost their entire life in trees thanks to curved claws and a long tail for balance. They are solitary, nocturnal, and eat leaves, fruits, and flowers. Sadly, they are endangered due to deforestation and hunting. On the 14th of April in 1967, a news station in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, made the historic transition from black and white to color. The change involved updating cameras, lighting, and even the presenter's clothing. For many families, that was the first time they saw the news in real color. The Burton jacket and Motorola Audex merged snowboarding and technology before smartwatches. It allowed answering calls via Bluetooth, controlling music from the sleeve, and listening through the hood without taking out the phone. It included removable electronics for washing. It cost nearly $600 and was smart clothing before the term existed. Sigiriya in Sri Lanka is an ancient fortress on a rock 200 meters high, recognized by UNESCO. It was built in the 5th century by King Kashyapa. To reach the top, you must climb more than 1,200 steps, passing through enormous lion claws carved in stone. Its gardens have hydraulic systems that still work. Daredevil's Peak is a water slide 41 meters high on the private island of Royal Caribbean. You slide down a giant spiral lit with translucent lights reaching more than 50 kilometers per hour. Well, the fall feels brutal from the first second, and many come out shaking with one thought: to go back up. At the MIT Media Lab, they developed an interactive table with thousands of pins that move in real time, creating dynamic reliefs. It allows visualizing data, simulating landscapes, or reacting to hand movements, blurring the line between furniture and machine. It paved the way for interfaces where interacting with information is as natural as moving objects. Researchers in China are using the body's rejection of pig organs to combat cancer. They created a modified virus that infects tumors, forcing them to produce pig proteins. When the body detects the pig proteins, it attacks violently and destroys the tumors, turning a medical problem into a potential revolutionary cure. The Andean cock of the rock stands out not only for its bright orange crest. Males create dance floors in the jungle where they jump, buzz, and clash beaks, while females watch like a demanding jury. It eats dozens of different fruits and unknowingly spreads its pollination throughout the forest. The banana phone looks like a toy banana, but it's a portable speaker and headset that connects via Bluetooth to iOS and Android. It allows making and receiving calls with crystal clear sound and plays music. It has long battery life and costs between $39 and $50. It's the most absurd and fun gadget on the market. The Arkelis is a Japanese exoskeleton that allows you to rest while standing without batteries or motors. An ingenious mechanical system locks the legs and distributes the body weight, where its lightweight carbon and aluminum design allows for normal walking and is already being tested as a rehabilitation tool and mobility aid. The Form Smart glasses display real-time metrics while swimming using augmented reality without obstructing vision. They include hundreds of workouts created by professional trainers. They are water-resistant with anti-fog protection, 16-hour battery life, and compatible with Garmin and Apple Watches for GPS data in open water. The Goniorelia tridens fly has two perfect images of ants with legs and antennae on its wings. When the wings move, the ants come to life, creating an optical illusion that paralyzes predators with confusion. It is a unique defense mechanism where evolution literally drew fake insects on the wings of another insect. When the Cody Dock pedestrian bridge in London does not rise or open, it rotates 180 degrees. It flips sideways to allow boats to pass, and then returns to its position for pedestrians. The entire structure moves as a unit thanks to a motorized system that maintains balance during rotation with millimeter precision. The Hubble and James Webb telescopes captured images of auroras on Jupiter, much more intense than those on Earth. Unlike our auroras, those on Jupiter never turn off. Its moon Io expels volcanic material into space that constantly feeds the phenomenon, creating energetic storms more powerful than millions of lightning strikes on Earth at once. Mouflon is a small robot with artificial intelligence designed to feel like a real pet. Developed by Casio, it recognizes touch, voices, and routines, and develops its own personality. It can show joy, curiosity, or indifference depending on the interaction. It has 5 hours of battery life, recharges in its bed, and costs about $400. It's only sold in Japan. At Christ Hospital in London, students have worn the same uniform since 1553. Long tunics, tights, and shoes from another era. At first glance, they look like students from Hogwarts. Entire generations have walked the same halls, dressed identically for 473 years without interruption. The impossible climb in Andler, Belgium, is a hill of only 100 meters of loose gravel, rocks, and huge boulders. For almost 20 years, no motorcyclist managed to conquer it until extreme hill climb. Experts reach the top with bikes modified to the limit. It requires absolute balance, millimeter control of the throttle, and nerves of steel. Mattel released a Barbie with Down syndrome in collaboration with the National Down Syndrome Society. The doll has a rounder face, almond-shaped eyes, and a shorter stature. Its necklace carries 3 arrows representing the 21st chromosome. The brand aims to have more children see themselves reflected in their toys while learning about diversity. The Amphicar 770 was a German vehicle capable of traveling on both road and water without stopping. It had to be registered simultaneously as a car and a boat. Its sealed body prevented leaks, and it had a bilge pump for safety. Fewer than 4,000 units were made, making it a collectible item that still appears on tours in Amsterdam. In Cambodia, which the project of 84,000 Buddha statues at the Wat Tut Kiri Pagoda represents the teachings of Dharma. Visitors climb 199 steps barefoot to the top, with views of Cardamom Mountains. Although the goal is 84,000 figures, there are currently just over 20,000, and the monks continue adding new ones. Zhang Zhu is a Chinese teenager who is revolutionizing basketball with a height between 7 feet 3 inches and 7 feet 5 inches. Her coordination and agility amaze for someone of her size. In 2024, she became the youngest player to participate in an international center tournament, competing against elite adult players. The pelican eel inhabits the abyssal zone at depths of 1,500 to 9,800 feet, where light never reaches. Its gigantic jaw, much larger than its body, acts as a flexible net to catch prey in a place where food is extremely scarce. Its tail can emit small light flashes to attract prey in the dark. In India, there are stepwells called bawdy, hydraulic structures from the 9th century designed to store rainwater. Some reach 13 levels deep with more than 3,500 steps, forming perfectly symmetrical geometry. In addition to their practical function, they served as gathering points for social events and religious rituals. The sewer diver is a specialist who dives into drains and sewage systems to perform essential repairs. His work prevents blockages and flooding that could affect millions of people. This extreme job requires special training, sealed equipment, and uncommon physical and mental endurance, which as they work in zero visibility. A Chinese YouTuber merged the actual hardware of a PS5, Xbox Series X, and Nintendo Switch into a single functional unit. They share a power supply, an aluminum cooling system, and an HDMI output for all three consoles. An internal switch decides which one to activate. With no disk drives and creativity, she broke down the barriers of exclusivity. The mobile Aloha domestic robot from Stanford and Google DeepMind performs real household tasks with 2 arms and full mobility. With just 50 human demonstrations, it learns tasks with nearly 90% success. It can cook, clean spills, and store heavy objects. Its open-source design has allowed commercial versions. Tesla introduced an autonomous vacuum robot to clean its fleet of robo-taxis. It enters the vehicle and picks up crumbs, bottles, and forgotten bags without human assistance. It uses sensors, computer vision, and program routes to navigate without damaging the interior. If implemented at scale, each robotaxi could clean itself in minutes. The MZ Streamliner is a custom motorcycle created by German engineer Sebastian Brandt, based on an East German classic MZ ES 250. It retains its 2-stroke engine with characteristic sound and smell. Its enclosed body recalls the Streamliners of the 50s. It earned the Rookie of the Year award in 2023. The Circle guitar by British designer Anthony Dickens plays rhythms on its own, while the musician creates chords. It has a rotating disc with magnetic plectrums that hit the strings at 300 beats per minute, allowing patterns that are impossible for human hands. Each string has an independent output for different effects. Musicians like Ed O'Brien already use it. Artist Slava Zaitsev creates art with hundreds of thousands of construction staples nailed one by one into wood. He plays with metallic tones like copper, silver, and gold, varying depth and angle to create precise lights and shadows. His most striking pieces are hyper-realistic portraits of animals and human faces made entirely with staples. Shreya Siddhanagowder lost both arms in a car accident in 2016. A year later, she received a transplant of arms from a man with larger and darker limbs. Over time, the transplanted arms changed. The skin lightened, hair decreased, and the hands shrank, adapting to her female body. The Canton Tower in Guangzhou, China, is 604 meters tall and is the tallest television tower in the country. Its design features a lattice structure with a central twist. At night, it transforms with a changing color LED system. Inside, it houses observation decks, restaurants, and one of the highest observation wheels ever built. Hydroseeding involves applying a liquid mix of seeds, water, fertilizer, and natural adhesives to land. It works perfectly on slopes and areas where manual seeding would be impossible. It is used after fires and on new roads. In just 2 weeks, the green sprouts and the earth breathes again. The raccoon dog, known as tanuki in Japan, is an Asian canid that looks like a raccoon but is not related. It is the only canid that hibernates and can easily climb trees, something extremely rare in its family. When threatened, it plays dead to deceive predators. In Japan, it is a legendary figure with supposed magical powers and a symbol of good luck. The Glückskind Ella stroller uses artificial intelligence to push uphill, break downhill, and follow you when your baby walks beside you. It can automatically rock the baby and alert you if it detects nearby bicycles or cars. It caught attention at CES for its combination of sensors, cameras, and electric motors that make walks much easier. Met is the leading brand in shoes with interchangeable heels. Its system allows switching from high to low or flat heels in seconds without removing the shoes. The internal mechanism ensures stability and proper foot alignment. This way, the same pair works for formal events, long days, or unexpected walks. Solving both style and comfort at once, ma foi, the woody fruit of the mahogany tree, when it opens while hanging from the branches, releases dozens of winged seeds that the wind disperses like small helicopters. It is a natural dispersal mechanism that allows the tree to colonize new areas without relying on animals, trusting only in air currents to carry its offspring far. The Lil Red Wrecker is an iconic custom tow truck built in 1970. Originally called Turnpike Hauler due to its extravagant design, it was acquired in 1974 by George Barris, the legendary creator of the Batmobile, who restored it and painted it red. It is a landmark piece in American custom car culture. The Feslack Pro is a slackline machine with electric assistance that recreates the sensation of walking on a tightrope in a safe and compact environment. Its adjustable motor adapts the difficulty to the user's level, and the side guides provide stability. It includes a touchscreen with training and play modes. It activates deep muscles even in short sessions. Transferring people from an oil platform to a ship requires telescopic gangways with compensation systems that adjust in real time to the movement of the waves. Cranes with baskets are also used when the sea is rough, and helicopters for longer distances. Everything follows strict protocols with specific time windows depending on the weather. The Cercis canadensis variety, rising sun redbud tree, perplexes anyone with the irregular arrangement of its leaves and a mix of green, yellow, and reddish tones that create a blurry image effect. It is not an edit, but pure biology developed from a controlled mutation. And some people approach just to check that the tree is not moving. An inventor transformed an agricultural drone into a human transport platform. These giants, designed to carry liters of liquid, now use high-torque motors and massive propellers to lift people with stunning precision. The line between industrial machinery and personal flight has become almost invisible, showing that with enough power, everything can fly. The Girard Perregaux Jackpot Tourbillon watch is a marvel of mechanical luxury. Pulling its side lever activates gears that spin 3 golden rollers. Small bells recreate the exact sound of an old casino. Everything works with traditional mechanics without any electronics. It's art, precision, and play all gathered into one spectacular piece. Giraffes have nowhere to hide from storms due to their enormous size. They are too tall to seek shelter under any natural structure. Fortunately, bad weather is rare in the regions where they live, but when it hits, they simply remain exposed, enduring the rain and wind with total resignation. The Leoconcha hieroglyphica is a marine clam with angular and colorful markings resembling ancient hieroglyphs. It looks like someone carefully painted them with a brush, but these patterns form completely naturally. It is one of those cases where nature surpasses any human design in complexity and beauty. A modified car carries a replica of Darth Vader's helmet on its front, inspired by one of the most iconic villains from Star Wars. Seeing a movie character transformed into a car demonstrates just how far geek culture can go when it crosses paths with the world of tuning and car customization without any limits. The little macaque named Punch became the most viral figure at Ichikawa Zoo in Japan. Born in July of 2026 and rejected by its mother, the caretakers gave it an orangutan plush toy, which it clings to as a source of security. It is currently in the process of social integration, and its story has touched thousands of people. According to a study by Harvard, when a baby cries uncontrollably for long periods, its body enters toxic stress. Cortisol levels rise, heart rate increases, and the developing brain interprets the situation as a real threat. A consistent caregiver response builds security and healthy emotional bonds for a lifetime. Snoop Dogg integrated Seedance 2.0 artificial intelligence into his music video, a technology that generates cinematic shots without costly sets. It allows the creation of complex scenes that once required million-dollar budgets. When artists of this caliber embrace artificial intelligence, the message is clear. Technology does not replace creativity, it empowers it. The mechanical model Nautilus SD02 combines steampunk style with mechanical engineering, recreating a nautilus with articulated tentacles and realistic movement. Made with aluminum, zinc, and brass, it has an internal motor system and LED lights that illuminate its structure. It is considered a high-end collector's item, priced close to $1,000. The Ambulawawa Tower in Sri Lanka combines vertigo and beauty, standing at 48 meters tall with a conical shape where the ascent narrows until your feet barely fit. The wind lashes fiercely from over 1,000 meters above sea level, intensifying the exposure. Those who reach the top are rewarded with stunning panoramic views. A song called Circus Gallop was specifically composed to test mechanical pianos. It is written with chords and passages so extreme that at several points, at least 3 or 4 hands are needed to cover all the notes simultaneously. It is an impossible piece for a single human, designed exclusively for musical machines. There is a giant enter key designed to be hit with a fistful force. It is the perfect accessory to survive the internet, win online arguments, or celebrate last-second victories. A simple, direct, and brutally satisfying invention that, according to many, should come standard on every computer in the world. A herd of elephants shares a moment of calm while resting in the forest with a young calf nestled in the center of the group, protected by the adults. These scenes remind us that there are few places where the largest animals on the planet can behave naturally and feel truly safe. When ecosystems remain intact, they become sanctuaries. Lawrence Decker's fashion proposal uses molded thermoplastics instead of flexible textiles. The material is heated and vacuum molded into molds, creating rigid garments that look like sculptures walking through the city. The project questions the repetitive patterns of fashion and makes the rigidity of plastic, already present in most modern fabrics, visible. And with that, we reach the end of this video. Like it, subscribe if you haven't already, and activate the bell so you don't miss a single fun fact.